Welcome! Happy New Year's Eve! Hey, Rango! Hello! Can't be here super long. What music are we using? Number 1 Legendary, are you calling it? Actually, number 1 Bullet Witch? We didn't play Bullet Witch on stream, but if we had, it would surely be number 1. Yeah, this is Auld Lang Syne. We're playing the royalty-free cinematic version. I guess I should probably introduce what we're doing. Welcome. Today is a very special day. We're doing a very special stream. It's New Year's Eve, so I thought we would look back at the year, look back at literally every game we've played on stream. I haven't get mixed up between New Year's songs. This is the only one that I could think of. It was Auld Lang Syne. I've been keeping track. We played, good God, 112 games this year. So, I rushed around today to put together a Tiermaker. We got it. We got a lot to get through. Mercy. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna try to rank all these games. That's the plan. I don't care if I like it being turned cinematic. It's Scottish. It's a small community game, or a small community song. I can be here an hour most, then come back later. That's fine. So we're planning to go as long as it takes. I said 6 to 10. Hopefully we'll be done before that, Eastern Standard Time, so hopefully it won't take 4 hours, but we've got a lot of games. I pulled some YouTube clips for some of these, so you can see I got more lazy towards the end, because I was doing this right up until the stream actually started. So we'll look at some clips, we'll review the year. It should be good. Man, oh man, oh man. We got a new camera, which is emphasizing the fact that my skin is bad after being on a plane this week. Love to see it. Let's bring down the Auld Lang Syne. Perfect. And I guess let's just get into it. I don't really have a plan for how to approach this, other than let's just introduce what Tiermaker is, just in case somebody doesn't know. We've got all of these games. These are all the ones we played this year. Even ones that you might not have expected to make the list. These are all in order, also, that we played them through the year. I'm betting on Rainworld in S tier and Minecraft AR S tier. I think that's a very good bet. Yeah. We're gonna go through all of these in order from the year. If we've got a clip for it, we'll look at the clip. And the rule is we have to put these in a tier. Even if it's a game that we only played a little bit of. We didn't finish Outer Wilds yet. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a weird one to put in. I figured that it's early enough that I don't think my ranking will change a lot, although I guess it could. But this will be like our ranking at this point. I mean, there's a lot of games here that we didn't finish, in fairness, although most of those we didn't finish because we didn't like them. But yeah, it was good. I went through Google image search and just took little screenshots of squares of all these games. So let's get into it, and I'll show you how this is going to work. And remember, the rule is we got to put it somewhere. I'm guessing Sunless Skies, A tier? We're going to do Sunless Skies next week, I think, for the New Game Wednesday. Okay, so let's start by looking like this. So way back in the day, when we were first starting up this channel, I was like, oh, we're just going to play roguelike games all the time. And so you'll see a lot of these at the beginning here, kind of roguelikes and stuff. But in particular, we played a ton of this game, One Step from Eden, which we've also played later in the year. But man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Outer Wilds is still in progress, though. The ending's amazing and made me teary-eyed. I got mixed up. I meant Crying Suns, not Sunless Skies. Oh, that's probably a good guess. We'll see. We'll see when we get to it. Crying Suns, I love so much, but I also have some nitpicks. Anyway, for the first, week, I played a ton of One Step from Eden. Actually, let's see if we can look at, all of the, let's go to the channel, actually. And we'll look at, and you'll see how many videos we did with it. Can we go old to new? One Step from Eden. Okay, maybe it's not that many. One Step from Eden. Frog Detective plus One Step from Eden. I also had this idea that it was always going to be our filler game. So, if we ran out of things to do, we finished a game early or something, we were always going to play One Step from Eden. Anyway, let's look at this clip that I pulled. This is one stream. We made it a goal to try to beat the shopkeeper, who is really tough. Rango says, yeah, though I feel the nitpicks are mostly story, though that was a sizable part, but a lot of the encounters were fun and engaging. Agreed. Yeah, we don't have a clip from Crying Suns, actually. Maybe we'll look for one. We'll see. We'll see how the pacing of this goes. I really don't know. But so in One Step from Eden, you can fight against the shopkeeper if you want. Shopkeeper kind of cute. It's got to be said. And she is tough as nails. Holy shit. She is like a terror. And so we did a bunch of runs where I just tried to fight the shopkeeper over and over and over. And finally, we got it. So let's see Piotr actually playing a game maybe well.
We're doing it. Because I wanted the +2. Oh my gosh, it's not even enough spells. Like,
Crying Suns, though, has a lot of crazy systemic and crazy moments. Doesn't go well with 30-second clips or so. Agreed. It's one of these games also that, like...
Yes, you're right.
Doesn't show super well. Okay, so here we go. We're fighting the shopkeeper. And I think the idea here was we beat one of the other bosses that's going to give us, like, an extra life. This is back when I didn't have a pop filter. You can hear it. Wait, am I going to get killed here right away? I might have pulled the wrong clip. Piotr always tries to fight the innocent secret hard boss. You gotta. Well, if you beat the shopkeeper, then you unlock her as a character to play as. I can't remember if we've beaten the game as her. Okay, so we got the heal.
Health.
Is this not the run where I did it, actually? She has so much health. I can't imagine that we get it in this run. Sorry. Let's see. God, she has so much health. And look at all this stuff coming in. No, I died here. Well, whatever. Man, that's what it looks like when you fight the boss and don't win. Oh, no, wait. I had another life.
We're not going to do it on this run.
Oh, I had a third life. And Zeldararia says, I think Crying Suns doesn't look too amazing. Like, the art is beautiful at first, but not varied and looks a little repetitive. Agreed. We're going to look at some other games, too. We're going to level this criticism against, not really against the game, but against the game's, like, streaming potential. There are a lot of games that look the same every time you look at them, and I think that's pretty bad in terms of, like, games that you want to stream. And Crying Suns is definitely that. It's also one where you jump in... No, this game is great! This game is great! I love this game. Yeah. Boom! And that's where we got her. That's where we got the shopkeeper.
Very good tip.
With a tip from somebody from chat on how to do it. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
It's racing.
Rainworld feels like a game at first that would end up like that visually, but surprisingly is super varied visually and design-wise. I mean, Rainworld is great because it's a game where you jump in and you can immediately tell what's going on. Right? It's like it's super clear. There's not a lot of UI or anything. It's just like there is this little slug cat who's trying to live. Okay, so anyway, so One Step from Eden, I'm putting it in S tier. No, other people won't put One Step from Eden in S tier, but I love this game. That's where it belongs. That for me. This is a personal list. This is not the most controversial ranking we're gonna do. Yeah. This is far from the most controversial ranking we're going to do all evening. But man, oh man, oh man. Here we are. Okay, so that's one. We did one. Look at that. And we've only taken 9 minutes. We're flying along. The next game I want to look at is Frog Detective 1. This was... So, back when we were... Do I have a clip for this? I don't think that I do. No. Back when we were starting out, originally... I had this idea that we would stream on Saturdays and we would do like adventure games and stuff. So it would be like a particular genre of game that we would do. But I just don't feel like that format worked for us long term. And so you'll see we do like Frog Detective 2, Still There is kind of a puzzle game. Tales of the Neon Sea is an adventure game. But ultimately we ditched that. I felt like they weren't really great games to play on stream, and the Saturday time slot in the afternoon wasn't really working very well either. However, Frog Detective 1, amazing game. Can we watch the Frog Detective trailer, actually? Let's do this. YouTube. Please. Search Bing for YouTube. Good. Frog Detective trailer. Boom. Rango says, similar to Outer Wilds, yes, it has quite a lot of UI, but it's also compared to other open worlds, not super overly complex with filler mechanics and simplifies a lot of complex ideas and mechanics. This is Rainworld. Like, compare Outer Wilds to modern Minecraft. Outer Wilds has a lot more complex ideas, but it's easier to understand what is going on and being shown. Agreed. Yeah. So anyway, Frog Detective is an adventure game about being a little frog, solving a mystery. You got a magnifying glass. You can magnify everything in the world. I think we'll probably see that in this trailer. Very, very cute game. Very funny. Like, the dialogue, I was dying with some of the dialogue, just trying to get through it, because it's just very, like, I don't know. The frog detective, he's a very sweet and innocent little boy. This looks cute. It is cute. We're dealing with ghosts here, detective. None of this is safe. Grace Bruxner is the developer. She is hilarious. Her Twitter is really, really funny. Strongly recommend. Anyway, Frog Detective. Have you ever played Earthbound? Think it's your humor and style. I haven't played Earthbound. That might be one to try to do as an emulated thing. Oh, look, we can watch extra punctuation. I don't want to do that. Stop. Cancel. Anyway, it's a very funny game. We're putting... I love it. The reason I just remembered that we didn't do a clip here is because I decided in Frog Detective to do different voices for all of the characters, and my ability to do different voices for all of the characters was not very good, was pretty cringy, honestly, looking back at it, and that's why we don't have a clip. Frog Detective is A tier. Earthbound is a classic for that wacky kind of style and funny, snappy NPCs that has influenced so much indie. We should check it out. I know that it's very, very highly regarded. And it seems like my jam. I agree. Okay, this is great, because we're surprised Eden was S tier, but only saw one stream. I love One Step from Eden. So before we had streamed it, I had played it a ton before. This is like... Actually, let's go to Steam. Let's see where it is on my most played games, because it's up there, to be honest. So it's a game that, like, it's not a game that I would recommend to everybody. All games. Can I do this by playtime? Let's go to Steam. Boom. Oh, my head moved just slightly. That's kind of weird. One Step from Eden is my third most played game, which, to be honest, not too much, 70 hours. But yeah, it's just like one of my favorite games. I wouldn't, yeah, like I said, I wouldn't recommend it for everybody, but mwah, I love it. It's a masterpiece. Okay. Next one, little game you may have heard of, a little indie game. Not a lot of people know about this one, I don't think. It's called Minecraft. Oh, I hate this. This website keeps doing this, keeps jumping down to the ad. Minecraft is a game that we played a lot on stream, both at the very beginning of the year and at the very end of the year. We've been playing it right now on a multiplayer realm and having a pretty good time. I have a clip for this. If you saw this stream, you know which one it is. This is as part of this stream, at the end of it, my friend Sam had just moved into a new apartment, and he gave me the floor plan. No ad block for Edge? Oh, I probably should do some kind of ad block. I don't have it set up. Oh, and Rengo says Mother 3, its sequel to Earthbound, is also good, a bit less wacky and funny, but has an emotional, gripping story about a family breaking apart from the mother's death and some industrialization themes as well. Interesting. I would check that out. We'll check it out. We'll find a way to do it this year. I have big plans for this year, but we probably shouldn't go into it. You don't want to promise things that you can't, that you're not 100% sure you're gonna do. Anyway, so Sam gave me the floor plan. We went about recreating his apartment in Minecraft, and so one of these things he told me this is here represented on the blueprint is where he was going to put his bike. And so here we are. Well, there's no bikes in Minecraft, to my knowledge. And so it was a question of how are we going to represent this bike in Minecraft. Let's see what good choice I made. This is a little bit, you know what I'm going to do? Hold up. I'm going to just fuss with this a teeny bit so you can see the whole video, which you can't quite see right now. Boom. Okay, let's do it.
Horse. Just a regular horse. This is another thing. Skeleton horse and zombie horse. I've never seen a skeleton
So we
horse
decided to put a horse in a fence. It was a little too small for him.
Okay, that was devastating.
Rip in peace. Ugh.
None of
This
these
will never not be funny. Ugh. What a horrible, devastating moment. And then we made it slightly bigger.
Let's try that again. Please.
It still didn't
Oh,
work.
I'm making it worse. Okay, the little horses work.
So many horses suffocated in walls. And for what? Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, I forgot that it worked in the end.
wait. Why do swords have to be an AoE now?
All
Okay,
right,
that's
and we
his
saved
bike.
one horse.
Right.
There it
There it
is.
is. You can all see his bike.
Good. Bike. Mother 3 is nowhere near as personality-filled as Earthbound, though, so maybe we should start with Earthbound. Never realized outside Japan, so we only have a fan translation. Never really released, sorry. It's like probably one of, if not the most requested game to be released internationally. I wonder if they would ever go back and do that. You know, though, if Nintendo did something like that, they would, like, bundle it with their online in some gross way. We wouldn't like it. That's what my sister just said for me to take off my headphones and look at the TV. Never Gonna Give You Up was on it. Oh, no. I do just want to jump in here and show off. So this Minecraft stream, I made a custom mod that made the world turn into sand randomly around you at all times. Let's see if we can get any footage of that.
No worries. Let's
Can
pick
we
up
see any
that.
blocks? I mean, you can see the house all turning to sand.
always make
I think in the end we ended up doing a
We have all
house
the stuff
totally
we
made
need
of
to go mine now, for real. We need
crafting
we'll take
tables or
another stone for that.
furnaces or something because everything else was getting turned to sand except for
Back
blocks
again.
with tile entities. We should do this again sometime. We should go make a little Minecraft mod and play a little bit. They released Mother 1 outside Japan, but not the highly requested Mother 3.
Do we need another
Can we
sword,
see
too?
any
Let's make an
sand
iron sword.
shenanigans?
Back
Anyway,
up.
you can see
Don't
the
make
whole
an
house
iron
is
sword.
turning
Let's
into
take a
sand.
bit
There's
of that.
sand all around the
Let's not do
house.
that then.
It was
Let's
a
make
it was a bad
4
time,
stone
and I didn't have a pop filter yet,
Boom.
which makes me crazy to listen to it now and hear the popping peas. I've actually got a new mic, other than this one, which has my pop filter that I made. Can I show this without effing up the camera forever? Let me just lean the whole computer. That's the brown thing is the pop filter. But I got a new mic. I haven't set it up yet, though, because I didn't want to change. We've got a new camera today. I don't want to change too many things. At the same time. Anyway, Minecraft, we love it. It's a great game. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Minecraft is S tier. Now, this is looking like some grade inflation going on so far. But trust me, we're going to get to the game. This is going to be... We got some smelly ones. You got a new mic? I did. Yeah, it was a Christmas present. I got a new mic, but I gotta get it in. One that isn't from, and a new camera. Yeah. So this is the new camera. I have an idea for what to do with the old camera, and I was trying to set it up today, but I wasn't satisfied with it. So maybe we'll see the idea for the new camera soon. Hopefully. I gotta fiddle with it. There's a lot of problems around the fact that I can't manually adjust the focus of the old camera. Although I think I can do it for this one. Which is, creates a few little issues. Anyway, holy smokes. Mini painting camera. It's kind of like that, yeah. We'll see. I don't want to say too much, especially because when I was trying to do the thing today, it was just not working to any kind of satisfactory level. Okay, so Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher is a game about ranching up some slimes. This is one of the first times that I really realized the potato computer was presenting a problem. Slime Rancher, when we played it, was really choppy, really framey. I really want to go back and play this game again at some point. Maybe this year. Maybe this year, or maybe in 2 years. No, I don't know. At some point I want to go back and play Slime Rancher. But for now, I'm going to put this at B tier. I love Slime Rancher. Please, not like this. I love Slime Rancher, but it's just not... It's no Frog Detective, right? It's no One Step from Eden. Rango says, Mother 3 probably isn't getting released straight away for a few reasons. As well as the darker story about the mother's death, there's a bit you get high on mushrooms and some drag queens who Nintendo consider controversial. They're all non-binary, though actually think about it, there's that one that hints at naughty stuff from them to the underage protagonist. Okay, so there's some stuff that is considered controversial that maybe shouldn't be, it sounds like, and some stuff that would be considered controversial that maybe should be. If we're doing bad stuff with an underage protagonist, or even implying it. Yeah, I could see where that would be something that would keep them from doing it. Okay, so Slime Rancher. Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, we don't need to say much more about that. We'll play Slime Rancher again sometime. We'll build up our slimes. We'll breed them together. We'll get the cute little gray cat slimes. It'll be fantastic. Okay, good. Next one. I guess this is just how this is going to go. We'll just do one, and then I'll just say next one, and then we'll pick the next one out. Pendragon. So Pendragon is from the studio Inkle, who always make really interesting games. They've got some more games that we haven't played that I think I want to get to at some point. But Pendragon was, oh my god, there's a clip we have to look at from Pendragon. I realize I don't have a clip picked out for this, but I know what we have to see from Pendragon. I've just remembered. This is what Pendragon looks like. It's a game about being King Arthur in kind of tactical battles, sort of, but that, you know, change the narrative. The moves that you make in the battle act like dialogue options, basically. So, like, you'll advance towards somebody and they'll be like, don't come any closer. Which I think is a really interesting idea. But we did this one Pendragon stream where before we got started, we were going to play as Sir Gawain in the game. And I decided that because this was early in the stream and I had only weird ideas early, I like to think we've brought down the level of weird ideas, and that it's just less noisy. I did not like this game, but my opinion does not count for anything. Well, we'll get to it. You'll see. We'll also look at my Steam review for this game. Maybe it's too long. It severely needs an editor, but you'll see what I think of this game. However, so I decided to tell the tale of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight while also trying to illustrate it. This was before the Green Knight was out in theaters, FYI. So they copied me, not the other way around. Let's see if we can play this. Hopefully, we're going to be able to hear it. Before we do that, Rango says, yeah, quite questionable moment. That one really questionable moment can probably easily be edited out, but the actual drag queen, not so much. Got it. Which is kind of weird. I don't think Japan has drag queens. It's inspired by American culture, but drag queens come from England, which I did not know. So, though definitely in America, it's not like a big part of their culture in comparison to the UK. I did not know that. Let's hear the tale of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and we'll fiddle with the sound if it's too quiet. Oh, fantastic. Okay. And we got the music in the background. Let's get green. So Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. Basically, so Sir Gawain is one of King Arthur's knights, and one day he's hanging out with King Arthur, and they are, yay! He's hanging out with King Arthur, and they're playing some basketball. They're playing like some one-on-one, and the reason that they're doing that is because it's Christmas, and on Christmas, as we all know, you got to play Christmas games. Christmas games for Christmas makes total sense, and so they're playing their little Christmas game. And while they're doing that, this guy comes up, and he's a stranger. He's a knight like them, but he's totally green. He's got green skin. He's got green hair. Probably his eyes are green, too. He's kind of far away, so they can't quite tell. But he's this totally Hi, I'm
green
new
dude.
here. Barnyard Brian,
And
welcome.
he says, oh, my God, are you guys
We're
playing
doing a
Christmas
retrospective
games?
on the year.
And Sir Gawain's like, yeah, we're playing Christmas games.
Let me
And
pause
he's like,
this. This is a stream we did where before we started playing the game, I did the tale of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight while also trying to draw the Green Knight. So that's the context for what we're looking at right now. This is from a previous stream from back in February.
I love Christmas. That's too many lines. I love Christmas games. Can I play Christmas games with you too? And they're like, sure, because he seems like a good guy. He's a knight like them. They're all in the same kind of line of business. So they're like, definitely, we're on board. And so he says, I want to propose the following Christmas game to you, Sir Gawain, and if you're a brave knight, you'll play my Christmas game with me. Basically, I've got this really big, cool green axe. You can see this, right? And they look at it and they say, yes, we can see this green axe. They, I had to present it in that way because it wasn't in the story previously, narratively. So he shows them the axe, and they're like, that's very cool. And he says, I will give you this axe if you play my Christmas game, which works like this. You take this axe, and you swing it, and you chop off my head. And
maybe we don't need to hear this whole story.
In a year, at next Christmas, we'll play a follow-up Christmas game where I take the axe, and I chop off your head.
Let's call that there. I forgot how long this was. I can't just sit here and watch it. The point is, in the end, Sir Gawain's head gets chopped off by the Green Knight, and there's a sash. Great, good. Rango says, then again, Earthbound was very American, even has cops assaulting a kid. Jeez. Well, Mother 3 is a lot, this weird island. Sorry if that was too dark. No, it's not too dark. We got problems with the cops. Anyway, Pendragon. Okay, so we did this weird thing. You can see, let's see what the picture looked like at the end. Oh my god, yeah, it goes on for a much longer time than I realized. Here was my Green Knight at the end. That's what he looked like when we told the end of the story. Goodness, that was a bad idea. Okay, so Pendragon is a game that I thought was very interesting. I don't really know that I liked everything about it. I left a Steam review. Let's see if we can find this. If I go to my reviews, can I pull this up? Yeah. Wait, let me look. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll show you what we did. Nope, that's the same screen. Steam. Boom. So I left a Steam review that a lot of people, 34 people, found this helpful. So that means that I'm a good reviewer, even though I wrote way too much. Basically said, I like this game, but it has a lot of problems, which is why when we look at the tier list, it's going to be a B. It's a B or a C. It's a B or a C. It's a B. There's nothing really like Pendragon. I think people should check it out, but it's got a lot of issues, which I guess comes with being very experimental, is that not all experiments are totally successful. Great. Cave Blazers. This one we can do quick. So I was mentioning earlier, when we first started streaming, we were doing a lot of roguelikes. Cave Blazers is one of those roguelikes. Oh, you know what? I got to turn down the... Okay. Cave Blazers was one of these games. This is from the Yogscast game publishing wing. It's a good one. It's not incredibly special, but it's fun to play. It's a B. Cave Blazers. Boom. We're just blasting through that one. Okay. So, oh my gosh, look at all these games. Okay. Frog Detective 2 is a lot like Frog Detective 1, but not quite as good. IMO. I'm very excited for Frog Detective 3. It was supposed to come out this year, but it's been delayed. Again, this is another adventure game. I heard you like roguelikes. Did you play Enter the Gungeon? I did, yeah. We'll get to this later in the ranking. But I did play Enter the Gungeon. Oh, I swear it's here. We'll find it. It's in this list somewhere. But I did like Enter the Gungeon a lot. We should play it again. We also got a lot of viewers playing that game, so maybe it's a good one to play on Twitch. In any case, Frog Detective 2, just not quite as magical as Frog Detective 1, IMO. It's a B. Look at this grade inflation still. We gotta get some C's and D's. Oh, whoops, I see it. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, yeah, I can't pick it out of this. I don't blame you for not not noticing it. Okay, so we're gonna... Oh, everything's just gonna be a B. That's fine. Forager. Do I have a clip for Forager? No, I don't have another clip until Indivisible. Great, easy. Which is coming up. Good. So Forager is a game kind of like Minecraft or something, plus maybe one of these clicker games or idle games. We played it for a bunch of Sundays in a row, if I remember. So it actually ended up being one of our more played games. Yeah, you can see that we played... Oh, no, I didn't put it here. Okay, never mind. It's one of our more played games. We played like maybe 16 hours of Forager. I like this one a medium amount. Yo, what's up, my dudes? Hey, Vasconcelos, welcome. We're going through all the games that I streamed this year, which is a lot, and trying to do some tier ranking. Making a Tiermaker list. Although right now I'm being too generous, I think. These scores are super high. Anyway, Forager, it's a game that I started to get tired of maybe 3/4 of the way through. But then at the very end, it just got incredibly wacky, and we had like the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon was following us around and stuff, which kind of got me through the last, couple of hours of it. There is like an ending. If Rainworld isn't at the top, I shall be kind of mad, Lamau. I would say don't worry too much about that one. Just to tip my hand a little bit. Forager is a B. Forager, if this is your kind of jam, if you like idle games or clicker games, and want there to be a little bit more game to it, I would recommend checking out Forager. Okay, cool. Shuchimi! Here we go. So Shuchimi, which you can obviously not read because that's so tiny, is a game, it's a shoot-'em-up game about being a fish with a big beefy arm. Let's just see if we can look at like a few moments of gameplay from that. Because I think it's worth just seeing that it literally is exactly what I just said. I'm not making that up. Shuchimi, there it is. This is what the whole game is like. You're a little fish. You're shooting a guy. Are you ordering all the games within categories? No. So there's no particular order here. I guess maybe these are in order by when we played them. But maybe we should? No. We won't do that. Like within the B level, I mean. If we have time, we'll go back and order them. Mac, had to go a second there. Well, you're right in time for us to rank Shuchimi. We played Shuchimi for half of a stream before I got tired of it. It's a C. It's very, very basic. But I liked it okay. Okay, boom, Indivisible. So, looking at my perfect and amazing spreadsheet, which is totally filled out, Indivisible is one of the games. It's not a game that we played for the most amount of time. So many games before I came. Yeah, because you probably came in around Rainworld, right? As I think the first time that we saw you. So that's all the way down here. For Rainworld, did you finish most of the games? No, not at all. And in fact, it used to be that on Wednesdays now, we usually play one new game. It used to be on Wednesdays, we played 2 or 3 new games. And you can see, like, this is Shushimi plus Indivisible. Or some of these will be even, more games than that. So we really were getting in for, like, 30 minutes for a lot of these games. And just being like, okay, well, that was a game. And then getting out. And anyway, it wasn't a very good format. Every time we switched games, we would lose viewers, is the main reason that I stopped doing it that way, to be honest. So most of these games we really did not finish. Indivisible, though, we did finish. We did it for 15 streams, which I think makes it the game with the most streams, except for Don't Starve. Okay, so it's tied with Don't Starve. Remember when we had to tie Pathologic 2 and Blue Fire? Yes, similar situation. Oh, and Vasconcelos says, I've been playing the hell out of Red Dead Redemption 2. Honestly, remember how Hotline Miami was my favorite game? I actually do remember that. You said you wanted me to stream it, and then I never did. Yes, with 20 minutes of RDR2, that changed. Oh, it's such a beautiful game with an amazing storytelling. It develops every single unique character, even random NPCs that you only see for one part of one side quest, or a random stranger. I love it so much, and it's, in my opinion, the best game there is. I've heard other people say that too. Yeah, I think that is a defensible position in that it is relatively popular. And I don't think I'll ever find a game I enjoy so much as this one. Can we play Red Dead Redemption on PC? Maybe that's something we should try to do. Although that's a super long game, right? You can play Red Dead Redemption 2. Interesting. Put a pin in that. We'll see. 20 minutes. Jeez, I always leave it a while after I finish the game to decide how I feel about it. Yeah, RDR2 was great. Defense of the Ancients. Oh my god. We'll just play 1,000 hours of Defense of the Ancients. Let's just do it. Okay, so Indivisible. This is a game that has... Also, Happy New Year, Piotr. Hey, thanks to Evocator. Happy New Year to you, too. Also, speaking of which, when is Pathologic 2 Wednesday? We should go back and revisit that game. I'm going to warn you, we're going to rank it based on the experience we had with it. And Barnard Bryan says, RDR2 was good, but felt like it was drawn out a little long. I've also heard that, to be honest. I haven't played it, though. I have the first one on PS3, but I haven't played that either. Anyway, Indivisible is a game where... Okay, I'm going to give you the cliff notes of what happened with Indivisible, because I don't remember the whole story. But basically, the guy who ran the company that made Indivisible turned out to be kind of a creep. Some of his employees said, we want to meet with you and basically buy you out of the company. We want you to be gone. And he said, how about, instead of doing that, I fire everybody who works at this company. And that's why there's a lot of Kickstarter stuff which is missing from this game. It's a whole game, you can play the whole story, but there's promised content that's never going to be added. So I like Indivisible, but don't buy Indivisible. The good news is the developers who got fired formed a new company, which I believe is called Future Club, and they're working on maintaining Skullgirls now, and they're working on a new game as well, I believe. So whenever that comes out, we'll play that. We're ranking Pathologic 2, lol. Probably B or C tier with so little, I guess. And Vasconcelos says, I think Indivisible was the game I saw you playing the first time. That could be, yeah. I couldn't remember if we saw you for Indivisible or Darksiders, but it probably, if you remember Indivisible, since that was before Darksiders, then it was probably that. And Rango says, quite a bit of game devs are creeps, though most are cool. This guy, yeah, was enough. I mean, he was enough of a creep that they were like, we want to remove you from this company. Anyway, yeah, don't buy it. Indivisible, though, is a good game. Let's, the people who worked on it, who are not him, did a good job. Let's look at a clip from okay, so I guess spoilers for Indivisible. I don't know. Do you care? This is the boss fight of Indivisible. The last one. Make this again. Okay, everybody get ready. It's gonna be stupid. Look at all those perfect blocks.
There's nothing you can do. Once you start getting hit by these, you just lose. Isn't that fun?
Boom! The blocks.
Shit! Oh my goodness. Please let that be the end. Oh wait, here it comes. Yo. How about that shit?
Anyway,
What if we just got really goddamn good at that stupid section of the game? What if we just did that?
that was the final boss fight. It was really, really hard. We were stuck on it for a long time. And finally got through it. Finally nailed it. Indivisible is like if a fighting game and like a JRPG had a baby. Yeah, I like it a lot. We're going to give it... You know what? F it. We're giving Indivisible an A. I really like that game. And Rango says, but I can imagine Indivisible, the game, to have a creep dev with its over-sexualized characters. They also made the Shantae games. Did they also make the Shantae games? Citation needed. Unwiseword says, was your mom the last boss? I forget. I don't think so. The last boss was like, we played multiple games this year where there's like a deity who destroys the world, a female deity who wakes up and destroys the world over and over in a cycle. And Indivisible was one of them. And so I think that's the deity. Anyway, Indivisible is an A. F it. Ida. Ah, here we go. Ida is, so I mentioned earlier that there were, on New Game Wednesdays, we would start to play a game. The last boss is the goddess that you are a shard of. Okay, that's right. Yes, that sounds correct. Oh, so yes. I guess, yeah, in a way, a mom. Yeah. Help save lives. No. Ida is an indie game. It's kind of like Titan Souls if it was more of a shmup. However, I really didn't like Ida. The music was like clanging bells that were really, really annoying. And the gameplay was just not really there for me. Rego says, sounds like a great idea to murder. Are you going to get a game title? And Pierre's going to be like, I have no memory of this game. What one was I like that with? Train Valley was that game for me when I was putting together this list. But I went back and looked at it. But I could not remember what Train Valley was when I was putting this together. Anyway, Ida is D tier. You don't need to play Ida. We don't need to say anything more about it. Still There. Do I have anything for Still There? The next one was for YuGiOh. Okay, good. Still There is a puzzle game that's about being on a space station. We played this as a Saturday game back when the Saturday games were kind of more... Piotr Bizzle, when did you start to finish games? Well, so we always kind of finished main games. I guess we finished Forager and Indivisible. But the schedule kind of as we know it now probably came in around like Prince of Persia. Was probably, looking at this list here, I think we did Indivisible, started as a Wednesday game, and I was like, let's play this whole game. And then Prince of Persia was like, okay, we're gonna play whole ones. Gene Forge. I remember around the time you were in Rainworld, you were trying to change that with both Rainworld and that classic RPG. Is Bugsnax on the list? Bugsnax is not on the list because we didn't play Bugsnax in 2021. And I couldn't remember. It was going to be. So I had Bugsnax and Battleborn on this list originally. But then I started to remember there were other games we played that I couldn't remember what they all were. No, it's okay. Bugsnax is S tier. I can just tell you. Bugsnax, S tier game. You played Bugsnax before, so way back, before I even was streaming on the PC. I streamed Bugsnax on the PS4? Yeah, on the PS4. It's not on the PS3, right? So it would have been PS4. That was like one of the first things I streamed. I don't have any videos of it, but we do have one clip. Let's go look at the clip. Can I look at Twitch? If I do clips, is this clips? No. Twitch, clip, Twitch, Piotr, Bizzles, videos, clips. Let's change this from 7 days to all time. Stop. Muted. Okay, let's see. So we have, I think, one. And you'll just see. So you have a PS5? Demon Souls when? I don't have a PS5. I have a PS4 and a PS3. I couldn't remember which one it was on. Here we go. You'll see what the quality was like.
Sorry, I gotta catch this black log. If you understand Crombo. Look how big it is.
I can't even hear it. Can
I
I?
might not be able to catch it this way. But on the other hand, then you might
Boom.
be able to catch it this way. Oh, look how cute it is.
Damn, I didn't know Bugsnax released on PS4.
Fantastic.
It must have, yeah. I really like Bugsnax. They're doing like a DLC, right? Maybe we should go back and play more Bugsnax. I would want to do that. Yeah. Pencil it in. We should play more Bugsnax. Yeah, the other game that we played was Battleborn as a D, and the other one that I can remember was like Legend of Ditto, Momo's Curse. That's a D also. I left a negative review for that on Steam because I was so disenchanted with it. Okay, maybe I should try Bugsnax in the future. I like it a lot. So you gotta know going into Bugsnax that it is super janky, but the story is worth, and particularly the characters, I think are like worth playing it for. Okay, so Bugsnax is S tier. Everything else I played before was a D tier. Perfect. Still there. Yeah. You really hate Ida? I really hated Ida. I really... We could try to find... Like, Ida was the first one... So, like, previously on Wednesday streams, I would get to a place playing a game where I'd be like, okay, I think we've seen enough of this for now. Let's call it here, and we'll start a new game next. Ida was the first one where I was just like, I hate this game. We have to stop. We have to stop playing this right now because I cannot continue. Okay. Speaking of games that I sort of didn't like, Still There is a puzzle game. It has a lot of very technical puzzles, so you'll be like reading a manual, and they'll be like, you need to flip these switches and connect these hoses or pipes or wires or whatever. And it was just too hard for me to do on stream. I'm just not smart enough, especially while I'm also trying to stream. And so this was a terrible stream that we did playing Still There, where I got really, really frustrated and was like sighing into the microphone while I was trying to figure out the puzzles. Yeah, it was a bad one, but Still There, in a weird way, is like my white whale. Like, I like Still There. I got super frustrated playing it. I don't think I can play it on stream, and we won't play it on stream, don't worry. But it's a good version of what it is. Not smart enough equals D tier. Yeah. We're gonna put this. It's really, if you like that kind of like technical puzzle, if you like the sort of isolated space station setting, maybe give it a look. But we're gonna put it at C tier. I don't hate it. It's probably good, but I had a bad time playing it, so it goes to C tier. Okay, Card Hog. Card Hog is a not very good game that I played a lot off stream. This is kind of, we don't have a clip for this, right? What's the next one we have a clip for? YuGiOh, I forgot. Okay. Card Hog is like a roguelike dungeon crawler card game thing, and it all feels kind of underdeveloped. There's just like not quite enough to it, and like when you win it feels arbitrary, and when you lose it feels arbitrary, but there's something about it. It's a game that I can like. I probably won't be here for Rainworld tier. Oh no, well you know where you know where it's going. And don't worry, the Rainworld clip is a little bit of a meme. Yeah, Card Hog is a game that like if I like put on a podcast and just like want something to do with my hands, basically, I would maybe play Card Hog. Psychonauts is gonna be C tier, isn't it? We'll see. But Card Hog is C tier. It's a similar one. I can play it, but I really wouldn't recommend it to anybody. And you can see when I took the screenshot, it accidentally has a little overlay thing, a little highlighted thing from my mouse being over the image. So obviously I didn't care that much. Okay. The perfect Rainworld clip would be the retrospective at the end. Oh, we should have done that. Well, we'll see what we've got. Roguemance is another one that we played for a New Game Wednesday. This is a kind of roguelike game where you're controlling multiple characters, as I recall. And so like your inputs affect both characters at the same time, I think. Something like that. I don't really remember this game very well. It's C tier. Pikuniku. Pikuniku was a game that we played as a Saturday game. It is kind of an adventure game. It's like a platformer, technically, but the platforming is like not really emphasized. It's not very hard. It's a game about a little society. I don't remember what it's about. Basically, it's about bad capitalism, I think. I'm guessing you chose that clip where you murdered the grapple worm. We'll see. You're going to be disappointed. I didn't choose any of the good clips. Pikuniku, I liked. It's a short. It's like not. It's like the perfect length for this game to be. Like it's pretty short, but when it ended, I was like, good. This is exactly the amount of Pikuniku that I want to play. Pikuniku is B tier. It's cute. It's kind of funny. But it's not going to light up your life. Okay. YuGiOh, Legacy of the Duelist. This game is like, okay, it's a crazy good deal. There's so much like content with a capital C in this game. You can like get all these YuGiOh cards for free. There's no microtransactions or anything. Like you have to unlock them, but you don't pay for them after you buy the initial game. And you can like play in all these different formats. You can play a draft. You can play duels from the TV show, which is what we did a lot on this channel, where they're like, is this a game god tier for you? We'll see where we put it. I have a clip from YuGiOh. We played this a lot. I said earlier that I had this idea that One Step from Eden was going to be like our filler game. Anytime we like ended something, we're like, oh, we have 45 minutes left in the stream. YuGiOh S+ always. YuGiOh became that game. YuGiOh is what we play whenever we don't know what else to play and we only have a little bit of time. We played all the way through the campaign, not all the way through. We played through the seasons of YuGiOh that I care about and had a pretty good time. We got a clip for this one. Let's see. This was, okay, fair warning. This was early with me having a camera. So I was pretty excited about it and didn't really know. It wasn't set up very well, is what I'm trying to say. There's a green haze around me, and I was excited about it, so we were doing camera shenanigans a lot. Let's see.
Victory is mine. Very impressive, Kaiba. You managed to overcome the fate that my Millennium Necklace showed to me. I won this duel for the same reasons I'll win this tournament. My superior skills and intelligence. Perhaps, but you've taught me a valuable lesson about the nature of destiny. She's blushing. Nobody blushes like that in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tiny bizzle.
Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. We did cheat. Yeah, I was going to say cheating is the key. Wait. This might be less funny the second time, but I think that we can make this work. There we go. Wait for it. All right.
My grandfather's deck has no weak cards, Kaiba.
Nailed it. Perhaps. You've taught me a valuable lesson about the nature of destiny, and for that, I'm grateful.
Anyway.
I may have lost the duel, but in the process, I've learned something of far greater importance. The realization that if I am to win this battle for my brother's spirit, I will need your help, Kaiba.
It looks so natural, doesn't
Thank you,
it?
for I know you will help save my brother. Believe what
turn
you
the
need
sound
to,
down a little bit
Shizu,
more.
but I'm only in this for myself. Look.
Yeah. Rango says, I remember seeing your face first time and surprised by it. You looked a lot more like shorter hair and stuff than I expected. I mean, my hair looks particularly bad in this stream here. Although this is not the worst clip. There's one clip, this is a good clip. This is an important clip of us playing Yu-Gi-Oh! There's one clip we'll look at and I'll be like, I'm just going to be like, my hair is bad in this clip. Just deal with it. When we look at Don't Starve, we'll see it. Anyway, I love this game. If you love Yu-Gi-Oh!, like, if you watch the TV show, I wasn't here for this stream. It was fun. I think it was at the end of something else, maybe. I can't remember. Oh, no, it was just Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City Boogaloo in August 19th. Maybe we were playing Don't Starve at that time. This is an S-tier game for me. I love it. I play it all the time. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not even a very good card game. And I still love that game. Okay, cool. Now let's do a quick one. The Don't Starve stream hair was great. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's just very messy in a way that looks pretty bad. Okay, so Tales of the Neon Sea is an adventure game. This is, again, when we were doing a lot of adventure games on Saturdays. I started to play it. I remember Zephyr came into the chat and was like, there's only one other person on Twitch streaming this game right now. So I was still not the top streamer of Tales of the Neon Sea when we streamed it. You looked a little like Wilson. I could see it with the hair in 3 parts. I could definitely see that. Tales of the Neon Sea is also one that when we were playing it, I called that it was translated. You could kind of tell from the dialogue that it had been translated by somebody who was maybe not a native English speaker, which it normally wouldn't be a deal breaker but for a game that's so story driven and it's like a, being a detective investigation game, having kind of in translation dialogue is a little rough. You said you looked like Wilson hair-wise, and that's how I noticed. I believe it. Anyway, Tales of the Neon Sea, we started to play it. This is one that we were just like, we don't need to see any more of this. And we stopped early. It's C tier. Boom! There's no way anybody in the world can read that. But that says The Spiral Scouts. This is a game that presents itself as a cutesy little adventure game about, like, little park ranger people or something. It's actually a very rude game. And we stopped playing it just because I didn't want to be saying the F word every other sentence, which is what was happening when we were trying to play it. Is the Spiral Scouts good? I don't know. It's C tier. It wasn't that funny either. I mean, we only played the very beginning of it, but it wasn't really my sense of humor either, to be honest. Yeah, it's C tier. Rango says, yes, similar with Pathologic 2 that has some typos, though overall the translation is great, especially since it has a lot of big complex words and conversations. Well, not similar in being bad translation, but you can notice a bit. I see what you mean. Yeah, you can sometimes just tell, and like the way that sentences are structured, and even like the way that the order that ideas are presented in, you can sniff it out, I think. Okay. Iris and the Giant. This is yet another roguelike game. It's a card game like Slay the Spire or something. The art style is pretty cool. The kind of hook of the game is that it's sort of about mental health, I think, but it didn't really mean anything in the runs that we did. We didn't get far enough, I think, to really see how that pans out. Iris and the Giants, it's honestly, if you love roguelike card games, check it out, but there are just so many better ones. It's C tier, Iris and the Giants, sorry. Also, Pathologic 2 has very Russian ways of talking and vibes, which I actually like quite a bit. Yeah, I should say, it's not always bad, especially if something is in translation or if you can tell that it's from another place. But in Tales of the Neon Sea, in particular, it was like distractingly bad. Okay, Skatebird. What are we going to do with Skatebird? Do we have a clip for Skatebird? We do. Fantastic. Skatebird is a game I looked forward to for a long time. I've been watching this game. I know what you mean. Yeah. I've been watching this game since, I don't know, was it 2019? What year was last year? 2020. Since 2020. Mercy. Skatebird, I guess C tier? We'll see. We played the demo when the demo first came out, and I remember playing the demo and being like, this is kind of rough. And then I played it when it did come out on stream, and like I remembered from the demo that the control was like pretty bad. So I was like, I gotta practice this game. And so before we played it on stream, that weekend I practiced Skatebird for like 6 hours before we actually played it, and it was still pretty rough. So here's a clip of me playing Skatebird after, 6 to 7 hours of practice. Noodles, hey, welcome. Happy New Year, you bastard. And Giant Spatula says, I'm sorry for your Skatebird loss. Noodles, welcome. We're doing a Tiermaker of all the games that we streamed this year. So we're trying to give a ranking to everything. We got a lot to go through. We'll go for as long as it takes. Because we're close to an hour in. Anyway, here's what it looks like playing Skatebird, even after trying to practice playing Skatebird for the stream.
Oh my god.
Another criticism that I have about this game is like...
Get back on the board.
There's this whole complex scoring system for doing skateboard tricks. And it doesn't matter because like every quest pretty much is like picking up items in the environment. They're all very samey. I don't know. Music's good though.
Get it?
Oh, Vasconcelos says,
I think they're all
in terms
on
of
this
translation, I think Brazilians really mess it up sometimes. So I need to go with Portuguese version, even though I prefer English. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that is.
Where is it?
Oh, and Rango says it didn't pay off. It was so clunky, and the timers and goals were so underdesigned. Agreed.
Oh, what
generic
a good way to
and
end
just
it.
bad.
Well done. We might need a...
Did you ever play Crab Game? I didn't. I've seen a lot of videos. Like, I just realized I put my hands on my head the exact same way they are in the clip. Good. We're doing it. I've seen videos of Crab Game. I think I missed it. I think I missed the moment to play Crab Game. Giant Spatches. Oh, sorry. Noodle says Piotr's objective rankings. That's correct. All of these opinions are 100% real. Is this your sizzle reel? Oh yeah. Also, why are you paler in the old vids? I think it's because of the camera we were using. So this was the camera which. Oh, so it's a couple of things. First of all, I actually did get a lot of sunshine when I was in California, so I might be a little bit tanner, but that's probably not the reason. This was the camera that was built into the computer, I think, still, at this point. Was it? Maybe it was a different camera. I think this was 2 cameras ago. And every time we do it, light probably. We changed the lighting a few times. I do look very orange today, though, now that I look at it. So I think this was one where I looked particularly pale, and I think right now I look particularly orange. Oh, Vasconcelos, already in 2 years, it's New Year for me. You have to go. Have a Happy New Year, everyone. Have a Happy New Year, Vasconcelos. Ugh. Commit! Yeah, Renga says light, probably. I think that's the right answer. Even if we change the lights here, because the camera, because I have to kind of set it up every time, it's tough. The other thing is so when we had the old setup, which was, right now there's a separate light for the green screen, but we didn't always have that. And basically the way that I had it set up, I had to bring up the saturation a lot to like make the green screen. Let me just hit the light that I just told you about with my arm to bring up the green screen to a like super green. And then I had to decrease this, apply the chroma key, and then in a third filter, decrease the saturation again to try to make it look normal. So it's also possible that I went overboard there. I don't know. I don't know how to set up a camera or lights, is the answer. Piotr ate some souls during the holidays for this jolly complexion. Oh, yeah. Enrego says, I once knew a kid on a holiday in Turkey who was pale like a vampire, which is strange for being in Turkey, especially since my skin was getting darker in Turkey. Some people just tan differently, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, Skatebird, I wanted to like this game so bad. It just, has a ton of problems. Skatebird is C tier. Rango, you were right. It's okay being more orange-yellow is psychologically attractive. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to game it. Well, but now, it's fine. Now that I'm looking at it, I look really orange. I might actually fiddle with it. So also, this is the first day we're using a new camera. So that's also possibly part of it. All right. Skatebird is a C. How sad for Skatebird. But, like, Skatebird, we were rooting for you, and you didn't come through. I don't know what to say. The next game is Creature in the Well. Creature in the Well is a game that is like a pinball game, kind of, if you wanted to turn it into an indie game. Also, I'm not kidding. That's a thing our brains do. Oh, good. Okay, we'll just make it as... Okay, well, then in that case, I know what to do. Let's just fix this. Now that I know, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Now we're at maximum attractiveness. No, let's take that off. Cool. Good. Creature in the Well is like if you wanted to make a pinball game, but you also wanted to make... Oh no, he's hot! Oh no! You also wanted to make like an indie-ass indie game. Something with a vague story in a post-apocalyptic setting, with mysterious characters, and kind of good music. I didn't like Creature in the Well. The gameplay didn't really do it for me, and it was just like... It was vague in a way where like even basic game mechanics were not really explained. So like we didn't know if you could like heal up between encounter... Or after you died, you came back with like not very much health. And I didn't know if there was a way to heal up. They never told me. And it turned out you had to go like stand in this particular pool in this particular room that we'd never been told about. I don't like Creature in the Well. It's a C tier. It's not D tier, but it's close. Creature in the Well, you're on notice. Noodle says, I mean light tan, not Donald Trump Cheeto tier. Yeah, if we had Cheeto tier, we'd put the Donald Trump tan in there. Okay, Sanctuary RPG. Let me show you what Sanctuary RPG looks like, and you'll see that this was one of my poorest choices of games to stream from 2020. I don't think it's the worst game, but it wasn't a very smart idea to stream it.
It's a holy potatoes. We're in space. Is a wacky.
Here it is.
Reduces incoming damage by 5%. So we didn't have a shield before.
So
Gash to heal ourselves all the way up.
It's a text game. Don't play a text game on stream. Don't do it. There's no reason to do it. Nobody wants to look at this. Nobody knows what this means. New Year's Eve was yesterday or like 6 hours ago for me. Oh man, you're already living in 2022. The rest of us fools, the rest of us gosh dang Neanderthals back in 2021. Can you believe it? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Anyway, Sanctuary RPG is a text game. I don't know what I was thinking. I also just couldn't really figure it out. It's C tier. Put it at C tier. It might be good, but it wasn't good when I tried to play it. I might just be too dumb. Okay, Iron Crypt. What's the next one that we have a clip for, by the way? Michael Jackson comes back in 2022. We saw Michael Jackson in one of the games that we played. Okay, Heroes of Might and Magic. Are things any better in the future? The past needs to know. Is it worth hanging on until 2022? I guess Michael Jackson comes back, which, depending on your perspective, may not be a good thing. Iron Cryptical. What can we say? Iron Cryptical is kind of like the game Gauntlet, if it was a pixel game, and not very good. It's D tier. Good. That was a quick one. That was also one where when we played it, I was just like, we got to get out of here. This is no good. Holy Potatoes, We're in Space. So this is a weird thing. There is a whole series of games called like Holy Potatoes something something something. And all of them have like potato people in them as the characters. I don't super get it. It seems fine. It's like a space management game. You build your spaceship and you assign crew members to rooms and stuff. But it's just like the most kind of basic, generic version of that. We got to put it at C tier. Yeah, put Holy Potatoes, We're in Space in its C tier. There's a Renaissance period that will be abruptly halted by World War III. Okay, well, that's sad, but well, shoot. Dang. Man, so much happens in the future. I can't even believe it. Okay, NIMBY Rails. So NIMBY Rails is a game that we played as a Sunday game. This was, I think, the first game... Let me double check that. Where's Stardew Valley? Okay, yeah. This is the first game I played with another person on stream. We got Salmon, the guy whose apartment we built when we played Minecraft, and he showed me NIMBY Rails. This is a cool game. It's a train track simulator, kind of game. But the cool thing is it's using map data from like the real world. So you can build anywhere and they'll have like landmarks and cities and stuff as they would actually be in the world. So when we played, he started building from Paris and I started building from London. This is the first game I've played with another person. I'm so sorry for you. It's a lonely life, but it's the one that I chose to lead. I really, really like this game. When we played it, I felt like it needed a little bit more game to it still, but I think it's in early access. Let's actually check that. Let's go to Steam and look up NIMBY Rails. I think it's still considered an early access, so there may be more... Yeah, early access game. So I assume they're adding more. The Path of the Lone Samurai. Oh, I wish I was cool enough for The Path of the Lone Samurai. Oh, and look, you can see Sam's, my one friend who already owns this game. I remember the Big Field Station. Yeah, so I kind of got bored playing it and built like a spiral of tracks. It was great. This is a game I want to check back in on. Maybe we can get Sam again and play some more of this. Right now, I'd put it at a B. I think it has a lot of potential, but there just wasn't... You kind of had to make your own fun in it when we were playing it, which is fine, but not... you're not going to get past B tier with that, NIMBY Rails. Come on. Very efficient use of tax dollars. Listen, we gave people a high yield of scenic views to tax dollars. I got permanent hearing damage from my DIY handheld cannon. You got to be careful with handheld cannons. Actually, I don't know if this is a joke or not, but really, truly, in high school, I knew a guy who modified Nerf guns, and he made one that was chemically powered, by which I mean it had like a little tube that you sprayed hairspray into, and when you pulled the trigger, it like made a spark and ignited the hairspray to shoot the dart. And anyway, while he was building it, he burned all the hair off one of his arms because, you know, if you're trying to make a Nerf gun be, you know, have like a combustion engine, that's the kind of thing that's liable to happen. So in conclusion, don't try to make a Nerf gun that shoots by burning hairspray. That's probably just not a very good idea. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay. The next game is Heroes of Might and Magic 4. This is a game that I love, 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 love. It's from like, dude, it was literally made with tape and tin cans. That'll do it. that'll do it, yeah. This is a game that I played a lot as a kid. I think it's from like 2003, maybe 2001. I forget. Early 2000s, anyway. We played this actually a bunch of times on stream. I think, this isn't our most streamed game, is it? It might be tied for our most hours streamed. I only filled this in for once. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, we'll get to it. We played 30 hours of this. I like it a lot. We use lacquer thinner as the gas. Oh, is that the thing that you're supposed to do? I don't think that's the problem. I don't think hairspray being the propellant is like what caused his arm hair to burn off. I suspect that anything under this design might be problematic. Yeah, we played all the way through one of the campaigns of Heroes 4, and then in October we played... No, lacquer thinner is notorious for being extremely flammable. I see. So the opposite of safety. We played this again in October, and just played the first scenario of what is maybe the hardest campaign in the base game, which is the spooky campaign. So I just want to share when I won that first one. Happy New Year's! Hey, Happy New Year, Rango! So here I am winning this campaign level in Heroes of Might and Magic. Totally legit. Let's see it. There's a lot of New Year's streams right now. I could totally see it. Yeah, I figured it would be pretty busy. And all this time we've been running around, they've gotten a stronger army. I think it's bugged. Win scenario, end of stream, let's do it. I think that's the right move. We're right at the end anyway. Listen, we did this right. The game bugged out. This was not on us. Yay! Yeah, this is borked. I really hate this, but we're doing it. My forehead is so sweaty. What is the code? You love to see it. I just want to see what the end of the scenario is. NWC Valhalla. Boom! So to be clear, used a cheat to win. I do love to see it. We did it! Yay! You cheated! Congrats, thank you. We really earned this. We'll play a different... I just got an ad for a Book of Boba Fett. I like how he is treated like a serious, high-class, powerful character, and his death is so fucking dumb. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Noodles, evil Piotr, I unpaled my skin. This is evil Piotr? He was always evil. A little washed out. True. Giant Spatcher says, is this the only time you've cheated on stream? Maybe? It might be. We almost cheated we tried to cheat in 100 days, but I couldn't figure out how. So I don't think that should count as not cheating, because the intent to cheat was 100% there. Evil Piotr would be like, I don't village in games. Play this cutscene at midnight. Very spooky. Yeah, so this game, it was broken though, it turned out. We were like soft locked because there was a bug, so we cheated to win the scenario. I went back, I reloaded the save, the autosave from before we cheated after the stream, and actually it was unborked, so I did beat the scenario. We were like 2 turns away from winning, to be clear, but on stream, yeah, we were big cheaters. I was a big cheater. I shouldn't say we, like it's not totally my responsibility. Giant Spatula, we don't talk about the other times. He started Minecraft in creative. Listen, that was just while we were getting set up. Heroes of Might and Magic is A tier. I love this game. Yeah, it's great. I hesitate a little to stream it because I know it's not everybody's favorite to watch, even though it's one of my favorite games. And also the people who do like to watch Heroes of Might and Magic 4 probably think I'm an idiot when I play it because I'm not very good. But man, oh man, oh man. Unwisebird says it was impressive that you turned your winery around without cheating, TBH. Listen, we'll get to it, but we had the value. We just needed a little bit of capital to put the wine into bottles. All the wine was sitting there ready to go. Okay, Prince of Persia. Didn't we cheat in the wine game? We didn't cheat in the end. We almost did. We were very, very close. I wanted to cheat. We couldn't work out how to cheat. And so we ended up doing it legit instead. Prince of Persia is like, oh my god, look at this. What time is it? Okay, we'll get through it. Prince of Persia is like the first game that after Indivisible that was like, we're gonna do main games as part of the schedule. We're gonna play whole games during the week. Are these targeted ads? Are you going to law school? That's the secret. I'm gonna be Piotr Bizzle, attorney at law. Piotr Bizzle, what did they say? Esquire is what I want. MM and Machine for Pigs tier going to be interesting? Oh, we'll see. Okay. For Majora's Mask, just pulling back the curtain a little bit, I'm so worried about ranking Majora's Mask that, like, in the shower this morning, I was, like, practicing what I'm going to say about Majora's Mask. It's like when you have an argument with somebody and then later you, like, think of all the things that you should have said. I just tried to flip it around and do it before. We'll see if that strategy works. Evil Piotr, you are innocent for eating moon neurons. Piotr Bizzle is going to law school so he can deny any crimes he committed. Ah yes, I'll defend myself like all the best lawyers do. Yeah, I have to. It's D tier, isn't it? We'll see. So Prince of Persia, 2008. People don't like this one, I think, because we're going to see a bunch of games like this, by the way. This is great. If he becomes a lawyer, he can help chat with any legal questions we have. I don't think I'm supposed to give legal advice. I actually listened to a podcast called Virtual Legality, which I think is pretty good. I would recommend it. He's a business lawyer who does he goes through like cases that are in, to do with media or popular culture or video games a lot. But he because he's a real lawyer, at the end of every episode, he's like, Virtual Legality is presented for entertainment only and should not be considered legal advice. If you have any questions regarding legal matters, please consult your own counsel or something. So I would have to do that too. Piotr, how can we make our kidnapping yesterday legally okay? He's willingly come on for an exciting job opportunity. And all we have to do is get him to put that in writing. We'll make a book or something and write it down and get him to sign it. How long does a crime need to be reported for before the accusation becomes void? I guess it depends on the statute of limitations. I'm not a lawyer. You don't know. Oh, and Rango says Legal Eagle is great for that kind of stuff. I haven't watched or listened to Legal Eagle, but I've heard that before, yeah. And technically never if they're still alive or in use. I think that depends on your jurisdiction. Citation needed. I made legal trades. Legal, right? Absolutely. It became legitimate as soon as he did business with you. Now he's a legitimate businessman setting up shop in that island prison. Yeah. It's legitimate business. The only thing that I'll say about Virtual Legality is I don't always agree with him. As you might expect from somebody who's a corporate lawyer, he tends to be very pro-law and pro-corporation. So I like to hear his explanation of legal things, but I don't always agree with his opinions on things. But his information is good. Anyway, Prince of Persia. We should put a door there so like a drown doesn't throw a trident at him. Oh, maybe. We could put up like bars or something, or have like a piston to like raise up the bar so you can trade with him. We'll see. Okay, Prince of Persia, 2008. Legal Eagle is very progressive. Oh, so maybe I should listen to him then. Maybe that would be more my cup of tea. Prince of Persia is going to be like a lot of games on this list. I had this idea at one point that I wanted us to play a lot of games that were like overlooked or like unfairly maligned. And Prince of Persia 2008 is one of these games. This is one that was a departure for the series. It was kind of a reboot. I think it didn't get super great reviews. I actually don't know that. I'm just saying that, but I don't think it did. We played it, and I really liked it. And we have a clip, I think, from Prince of Persia. This is going to be spoilers for the end of Prince of Persia. Redstone, that sounds complex underwater. Oh, actually, that might be tricky, yeah. And Illegal Eagle even had H-Bomber Guy on the show. I don't know H-Bomber Guy, but he's probably a progressive person, it sounds like. Okay, let's see the end of Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia game is regarded as good, generally. Oh, the 2008 one? Okay, well, whatever. Oh, Noodles is asking for some legal advice. Hypothetically, let's say, theoretically, I killed someone as a 16-year-old and someone saw me but didn't tell. Can they, in this hypothetically created situation, accuse me after 10 hypothetical years passed before they hypothetically reported me? Depends on your jurisdiction. Talk to your own legal counsel. It didn't review well at the time because people were mad about the Elika death loop. Elika was like the best part of this game. Now it's pretty well liked. Okay, so maybe it's come around. H-Bomber Guy is great. He makes a list of political and game analysis videos. I'll check it out. All right, let's see this ending. This is... Yeah.
Oh, look, it's a map. I didn't realize. I guess I did realize. I don't know. I have these light snacks. Elika loved these when she was alive.
Why?
I just thought it would be funny.
The end. You did a bad thing in the end of this game.
Yeah.
Prince of Persia branded light snacks. They should come out with Prince of Persia branded light snacks. Why don't they do that? It seems like an obvious branding opportunity.
What is one grain of sand in the storm?
Anyway, I like this game a lot. It's pretty good. Politics and games don't mix, says Noodles. I think it depends. Let's put this where it belongs at A tier. I like Prince of Persia. Boom! Circle, Empires, Rivals. Oh, and Rango says H-Bomber Guy's probably the biggest influence on people knowing about and trying Pathologic 2. With a what? 6 million viewed 2-hour video? Oh my god, a 2-hour video. On Pathologic? Yay! Like Piotr and the French don't mix? Listen, the French started it. Alright? I didn't do that. Okay. Yeah, it's A tier. It goes up there. I can't believe how much we have to get through. I gotta have some water. Circle, Empires, Rivals. This was a game we played on New Game Wednesday. It's like a RTS game. I could not figure out how to play this game. Have some wine. It's New Year's. I don't have any wine. I have some vodka, but I don't have any wine except for that one bottle of wine that we know. I'm not going to have any of that. There's not enough left, and it's precious. Yeah, Circle Empires Rivals. Yes! I think that I'll lose my voice if I try to drink vodka while we do this. I'll never get through it. One shot per S tier game? Oh my god. Vodka shot every time the game is S tier? I don't want to do it. Piotr Bizzle, H-Bomber Guy has like 10 to 20 minute political videos and like bigger, longer ones on games. Though recently he did a really long one on vaccines. Interesting. I'll look into it. I'll check out this content. R.I.P. Piotr. Piotr, we'll do a shot for every C tier game, and I'll just die. I'll just perish. Speaking of C tier games, Circle Empire Rivals is C tier. Maybe somebody who plays a lot of RTS games like knows all the conventions better than I do and can figure it out. But for me, it was underdescribed. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to build. I was like barely playing the game. It's C tier. Warborn. Warborn is an interesting case. We played Warborn right after Circle Empires Rivals on that Wednesday stream. What's the next one we have, by the way? A clip of? Stardew Valley. Okay, great. Okay, I know the Stardew Valley clip. I'm excited. This is a like tile-based strategy game. It's got like a very like Robotech kind of Japanese mechs vibe, I guess. Not Robotech, something else that's anime mechs. I really like this game. It was a bad game to play on stream. We played it again on that Saturday after the Wednesday, and I think that is my lowest viewed stream of the year. I think this was my worst stream. And I think it comes down to it's not a game that a lot of people are playing. Oh yeah, you should play more Stardew. That was great. Yeah, we should actually. We should get Zephyr back on and play more Stardew. Agreed. And Noodle says that's why Link's Master Sword is an analogy to vaccines, and why Ganon is a QAnon, I think it's supposed to be, anti-vaxxer essential oils master. Ah, yes. Yeah, Warborn has the problem that we were talking about earlier, where every time you look at the screen, it looks like the same thing. It's not really obvious what's going on. It's not very visually dynamic. It's a turn-based game that's kind of slow. You know, even something like Heroes of Might and Magic is turn-based, but you cut to the combat, and like in combat, it's very clear what's happening. The screen is very readable and dynamic and interesting. I like Warborn though, so it's B tier. I want to play more of this game. I would love to play this game multiplayer against somebody, to be honest. I think would be maybe a fun way to do it as a stream. Yeah, it's our worst stream that we did, but not my least favorite game. Rango says he also did a marathon stream for 100%ing DK64. He didn't stop the stream till he did it. A famously long and annoying game to complete. He used it to fundraise a trans charity. He got so many cool people in the stream. The designer of Doom, even AOC on. Oh, I heard about AOC playing Among Us, I think. Maybe that was that stream. And Giant Spatula says, very objective. I'm very objective. That's why Warborn is S tier. No, just kidding. Man, oh man. So much games to pirate right now. Listen, only below C tier. That's my legal advice. I only advise legally pirating games below C tier. C tier and below, I should say. Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is obviously a good game. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. It's chilled out. I played it on stream a few times with my friend Zephyr, who is in chat from time to time. Since then, yeah, I chose a clip from the second time we played it because the first time his microphone was like a potato, even more than my computer was a potato. But the second one, he has an okay mic. So here we are. We're at the big, I guess, harvest dance, and we're looking for somebody to dance with. Talking to the different characters, seeing if anybody will dance with either of us. Let's see how it turns out.
It says no. Dimitri's not interested. Hey, Leah.
I'm gonna ask Robin to see what happens.
Somebody is lonely enough to dance with me. The homeless man. Sir. Oh, hello there. It's nice of you to talk to me. Spring is almost over. What a shame. No, dance with me. How about you, Marlin? I don't think it's gonna happen for us here, Vishal.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
What a nightmare. Oh, you know what? I have to resort to the worst person of all to ask.
Oh no!
Accepted your offer to dance. Fantastic.
Yay, we danced with each other because none of the other players would dance with us. Who's that other voice in the stream?
Guess we
That's
talk
my
to the
friend
mayor now.
Vishal, who is also
okay.
Zephyr in chat sometimes.
Well, should we start the dance now? Let's do it.
So here we are at the dance.
That's
Nobody
sad.
can dance with us. But at least
just
we
you
have
and
each
me.
other.
Just you and me.
It's okay. It's like going to prom with your friend.
Yeah, pretty much.
Look, everybody else is wearing good clothes.
Yeah, yes.
The two bumpkins in their overalls are dancing together.
Anyway,
Yeah, pretty much.
that's enough of that. Stardew Valley, very charming game. Noodle says, download a 2 GB game from Dark Web. It was just a 10-hour yoga instruction video. Did you get super good at yoga from watching it? When the other NPCs don't accept, you take your friend. Oh, when the NPCs don't accept, you take your friend? That's exactly right. Oh, man. Oh, I guess we also played Heroes of Might and Magic. I also played Heroes of Might and Magic in this stream. Doesn't matter. Stardew Valley is an A. It's not my favorite game in the world, but it's a lot of fun, especially with a friend. I liked it. I'm not flexible enough. Not flexible enough yet, I think you mean. Just gotta work at it. Okay. Let's oh my god, let's get through some... Okay, it's not going to be 4 hours. I'm confident that we can do this in under 4 hours, is the important thing. Shu. Shu is a game we played for New Game Wednesday. It's a platformer that seems like it's really set up for, like, speed running. Honestly, just wasn't my cup of tea. Wasn't really into it. Excuse me. Shu is C tier. Yeah. No. I just didn't really care for it. Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania is regarded as one of the only good Sonic games. Maybe it is, but I'm just not very good at Sonic games, it turns out. I played it a little bit. I had an okay time. I maybe would go back and play this off stream, but we're not going to stream it again. Sonic Mania, you're C tier. Yeah. If you like Sonic games, I bet it would be higher. But for me, Sonic Mania, C tier. Let me also check, what's the next one we got? Okay, DMC. Okay, I know what that clip is. Good. Lovecraft's Untold Stories. This is weird, another roguelike game. There's a lot of games. I only played like 20 this year, completing only 4. We played a lot of games for a little bit this year. It's 112 games that we played on stream. Probably a good note for myself next year would be to be more focused. And like in particular, over this year, we played like the beginning of the year is really front loaded because that's when we played tons and tons and tons of games, some of them for only like 20 minutes. And as we've gone through the year, we're actually playing fewer games sort of per week, if you will, or per month as time has gone on. Lovecraft's Untold Stories. I don't really know what to say about this game. I barely remembered it. I looked at the stream for it. I don't know. It's a spooky roguelike game. It didn't really do anything for me. It's C tier. Rango says Sonic 1 was kind of hell to play. I didn't get far because I just played it while waiting on my iPad. But man, started off all right. But then like the levels then the levels for you have to be like way too precise and lame. Is AI Dungeons on here? Oh yeah. AI Dungeons. It's got to be around here somewhere, right? AI Dungeon is there. Their logo is terrible. Great game, terrible logo. We'll get there. Yeah, so Lovecraft's Untold Stories. That's another C tier. This is good. I think that I don't want to pat myself on the back here too much for this, but I think the fact that we have a nice bell curve coming together is probably a good sign. Papers, Please, Mind Scanner, Hyperlight Drifter, and Need for Speed Most Wanted. Are the games that you finished? Papers, Please is great. That's the only one of those that I've played. But I really like Papers, Please. When I played it, it would have been years ago. Okay, so coming back to our idea of overlooked or underappreciated games in kind of larger series. I remember we said that we wanted to play like the black sheep games of different series. Is DMC, Devil May Cry. Oh yeah. This is a game that we played the main game, and then we played the DLC, and then I tried to play it again on Son of Sparta difficulty, and I tried to do it in one stream, and we played for like 9 hours and then had some kind of a bug. Mexican Dante version? That's the one. We played it for like 9 hours on stream, and I was just exhausted. And then there was some kind of an audio bug, and I was just like, we got to stop. I can't fix this right now. I can't even think right now. We got to just take a little break from DMC. But man, oh man, oh man, I really like DMC an awful lot. Let's look at a clip. Let's look at a clip from DMC. Rango says, I need to continue with Hyperlight Drifter sometime. It was alright, but man, I don't feel too motivated to continue. It just doesn't feel nice to me pacing-wise, or feel very special or interesting. And Giant Splashy says, I love that game so much. I kind of want to play it again on a harder difficulty. This is a thing I'm like, maybe we can do that this year. I'm not supposed to do that. I always say this. I just enjoy slicing the enemies. It's good. So this is from the DLC where you play as Virgil, crucially. And yes, I've tried to choose clips where I am good at video games. Let's see this one. Oh.
They reused the Doctor Who opening. Virgil! Whoa! Oh my god, we fixed it! Get back to land.
The recovery!
Oh my lord.
Oh, a Virgil clip. Play DMC5,
Don't
a
say
good one.
we
I'll
never
explain
did
all the
anything
lore.
good in a video game.
I would try playing a different DMC game. Yeah, this is Virgil. In fairness, Virgil has a cool spinning attack. But yeah, I just wanted to show that.
Then I died anyway,
I did
though.
fall off later. I forgot about that. We shouldn't have shown that part. Yeah, DMC, the good game. The DLC, not as good. TBH. But the main game, super, super good. OMFG, Virgil is so slow. He may be, yeah. Unrango says, fair, it is fluid. Oh, this is Hyperlight Drifter. But it feels samey, and I'm just going with the flow and not thinking too much often. Just feels a bit repetitive to me, and also nothing feels special or unique about the game, like no hook. And Noodle says, hurts to see my boy like this. And Rango says, to me at least, about Hyperlight Drifter. Anyway, I like this game. We should play again on an even more harder difficulty. DMC is A tier. Put it at A tier. It's a real good game. Love it, love it, love it. Love the platforming. The story is good enough. I like the characters. Really like the combat. We'll find a way to come back to this. Okay. So I said that, what was it? Sanctuary RPG was the worst game that I chose to play on stream, just like the worst choice of a game to play on stream. The worst choice of a game to play on stream that I played all of was GeneForge Mutagen. This is an old school RPG that is really it's a remake of a game that I played when I was a kid, but had never finished. And I was like, I want to play this game all the way through. And we played it on Saturday for weeks. I mean, we did 12 streams of GeneForge Mutagen, and we played it for 34 hours. I think that makes it tied for the most played game this year. And people didn't want to watch it, which is fair, because it's just not a very good game to watch. It's not a very good game to stream. I kept feeling really conflicted about it and being like, not good stream game, but as a game, very, very good. Yeah, I'll go into more detail. Yeah, but as a stream game, it wasn't a good choice. And I kept feeling really conflicted about it and being like, oh, well, if, I don't want to just pick games that are popular or whatever. And so to prove that to myself, we're going to play all of GeneForge no matter what. And we did, and it wasn't a good idea. But GeneForge contains an important moment in the history of this channel that I think we should look at, because it's an important first time something happened that would go on to happen many more times in the future. Let's see it.
Shoulders, and we gave him a big upgrade. And I think it's a big enough upgrade that, I've never really been totally satisfied with the name Shoulders, and I think we need to rechristen him. And so for that reason, Shoulders, congratulations on becoming incredibly strong. He is higher level even than Ruth is, even higher level than our main character. He's going to be called Mingus.
Oh, yeah!
Mingus,
first Mingus!
Get in here! Oh, no, maybe he's the same level. I thought he was going to be level 17. I guess not. He's the same level, but he is very strong. He's a big, strong, pink battle boy. My god. What a beautiful lad. Mingus, let's get out of here.
Yeah, Mingus! Yeah. Rango says, I might continue with Hyperlight Drifter sometime. It was enjoyable, but still not super amount. I barely think or remember my recent time with it. It might be, maybe that's one that you would want to play with, like, something else going on, like the TV or, like, a podcast or something. I don't know. I haven't played it, in fairness. Yeah, so this was our first Mingus. We had a monster named Shoulders in our party, and we renamed it to Mingus. The birth of the cosmic interdimensional entity. That's right. Yeah, we would go on to name many, many more people Mingus. Mingus has gone from ape man to a slug cat to a child boy adventurer, time traveler in a town, to trans girl. It's true. Mingus, if we ever so I was saying yesterday, one of the things I'd love to do on this stream is make a card game for like a game jam. And if we ever do it, there will be a Mingus card, and it will be called Mingus Manifold. And it'll be like a whole bunch of Minguses. Bitter Bizzle, what haven't you played in fairness? What haven't you played in fairness? I wasn't listening. Oh, Hyperlight Drifter. I haven't played. And Noodle says, as far as we know. Yeah, there could be, we could have like an ancient past Mingus that we don't even know about. Okay, so GeneForge, I love this game. We shouldn't have streamed this game. We won't stream the sequel, but GeneForge is A tier. Deal with it. It's A tier. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, that's where it belongs though. It's, if you're into like old school RPGs, like the original Fallouts and stuff, I think you would like GeneForge. The only big criticism that I had at the end was that the story is very impersonal. Your main character doesn't really form a relationship with anybody. You don't make a friend or anything the whole story. Everybody distrusts everybody. Everybody's trying to manipulate everybody else. And so it feels very cynical and kind of like almost, impersonal, I guess. Hyperlight Drifter is like better Zelda combat, the game. Neil says, you might be a Mingus. Being played without knowing. Oh my god, could you imagine? Giant Spatula, take a shot for every time chat disagrees. Peter Bizzles, do you play any games off stream? I do, but not a lot. There are a couple of games here that I started playing on stream and finished off stream. But I do, only a little bit. And a lot of times when I'm playing games off stream these days, it's to like vet them to see if they'd be good. Because originally when we did New Game Wednesday, I tried to go in totally blind, not knowing anything about the game that we were going to play. And that led to really uneven results, as you might reasonably expect. So I started trying to like. I disagree with Piotr's unhooded hoodie. It isn't a hoodie. It's a. I could pop the collar, but it's not a. I don't have a. Oh, it is an unhooded hoodie. I understand. It's not that the hood isn't up. It's that there should be one. I gotcha. What was I saying? I don't know. Something dumb. Do I play any games off stream? Not very much. And Rengo says, yeah, that is true for many CRPGs, often impersonal. Both Disco Elysium and Pathologic 2 fix this with actual set characters you play. So you have a character with real history and aspects that grow and connect well. It's a fleece, based. You're going skiing, Piotr. Oh, I could get some orange goggles. I would love it. Yeah, I think that's a good point. You're probably right that it comes from the fact that your character can kind of be anybody, and there's a ton of ways to approach the game. And so, yeah, you just don't connect with any of the characters as a result. Okay, the next one is Curse of the Dead Gods. This is so at this point, I had given up on playing adventure games on Saturdays after Geneforge, and I was like, we'll play roguelike games on Saturdays because we play so many roguelike games. We'll use the Saturday slot for roguelike games. You'll see some more later as we go, but we played Curse of the Dead Gods. I like this game a lot. It's very similar to other games. You know, we played Hades later, which is really, if we're honest, is a very similar game that's better. Curse of the Dead Gods is B tier. That's where we're putting that. Yeah, good combat, but not a ton of variety from run to run. And so it got a little old after going through some bosses. And like the progression is basically the runs just keep getting longer and longer and longer and longer, like dramatically longer. And I just wasn't up for it. Rango says, ironically, Disco Elysium and Pathologic 2 have a lot more choice in ways your character can view stuff, and different easy stuff can play out more than most RPGs. The Pathologic 2 isn't an RPG in the traditional sense. We got to go back to Pathologic 2 and check it out again. Warlock. Warlock is a first-person shooter with pixel art where you are a magic person. I didn't like it. There were a lot of, even just like default settings were bad and needed to be changed a whole bunch to make it kind of playable and palatable. And I don't know. I think maybe if you're a huge fan of like old school, PC FPSs from like the 90s, maybe this would be a good throwback. But for me, it replicates everything from that period, like the good and the bad. And it's like, why do we need the bad? Why do we need that? Why not just take the good parts and have it be like an homage? But it's everything. It's like a game from that period. It's C tier. Warning, as I said, Pathologic 2 isn't for everyone, and it's a bit slow-paced. We'll check it out on a Wednesday again and try to give it a fair shake at the beginning. And depending on how it goes, we can decide if we want to keep playing it on stream and also try to pick a good slot for it. Okay, MechCore. MechCore is a game I really want to love. It's another game about another strategy game about mechs. It's not very good though. MechCore is D tier. I think it's one person was making it, but it's just not good. I don't know what to say. If you want to play a not very good tactics game about mechs, check out MechCore, but don't do that. Rango says the intro is a bit faster placed than when you actually arrive at the town. You put DMC at an A tier? It's correct. It's a good game. It's a good game. That's not even the most controversial A tier. That's where it belongs. Cool. Next game is, what the hell is this game? Oh, I remember what this is. This is Scoutfold Usurper. Scoutfold Usurper is a bad game. It's D tier. We played a little bit of it. It's an indie game. Maybe it's like a Metroidvania. We played the beginning of it. That was one where I was like, we gotta stop playing this. Cock Shotgun. No! Listen, this is an objectively correct list. I don't know what to tell you. Once it's there, it's true. I can't help it. I'm just reporting the news, basically. This is basically a news show right now. Good, so we got some D-tier games. Noodles, wait till MM. It's going down. I will make the moon crash on his house. We'll see. Vanquish is next. Do I have a clip for Vanquish? What's the next one we have a clip for? Darksiders. Okay. The Darksiders clip isn't very good. That's fine. We'll still show it. Vanquish is a first-person shooter by Platinum, I believe. You slide around, or Psychonauts, or Psychonauts. You slide around all over the place on your knees in a kick-ass robot suit. The story is kind of throwaway, if we're totally honest, but it's a short game also, which I think it got a lot of criticism for when it came out, because it's only like 5 or 6 hours, I think. I really like this game, though. It's a lot of fun. I'm not usually a huge first-person shooter person, but I enjoyed Vanquish a lot. Vanquish is B tier. Vanquish is B tier. If I was more into first-person shooters, I probably would put it higher. But just because it's not totally my cup of tea, I'm like, I like this. I'm sure as well people will hate him for Darkest Dungeon ranking. We didn't play Darkest Dungeon, did we? But if I played it, I probably would rank it low. Okay. Next one on the that's not fair for me to just say that. I haven't played it yet. Okay. I heard Vanquish is more unique and fast than most FPSs. Yeah, it's cool. You have a big squad of guys who are going against the enemy, but then you like zip around all over the place and flank people and stuff. It's cool. I like it a lot. We might play it again someday. Maybe not though. World of Horror. World of Horror is a game that we played on a New Game Wednesday, and then we played again in December. I love this game. All the art I found out is done in... Curse of the Dead Gods looks a lot like Darkest Dungeon. That's what I thought it was. Oh, no. This is Curse of the Dead Gods. Vanquish looks fun. I should try it sometime. The concept looks fun. I bet you could get it deeply on sale, too. Like, I bet you could pick it up for just a couple of bucks. Honestly, let's see. If I look on the Steam store right now... Vanquish, this is not saying go buy Vanquish right now, but if you were interested, it's $5 right now. So anyway, that's probably the right price for it. World of Horror is being made by one person in MS Paint. It's a lot like not only in MS Paint, the art is in MS Paint. The code, I assume, is done elsewhere. It is very much like a choose-your-own-adventure book, but with like a little bit more rules to it. You have like a character with stats and items and stuff. My criticism of this game is that it's still in early access and there's not a ton of content right now, and so you kind of have to replay the same stuff over and over to see everything in the game, which is not a design that I'm crazy about. So World of Horror is B tier, but like B tier ascending to A tier, maybe as it gets more finished. Oh man. Okay, Darksiders. I love Darksiders. I'd played Darksiders before. This is again like trying to play overlooked games. We played all of Darksiders. The story is dumb. It steals all of its ideas from everything else. There's even a portal gun, like in Portal, that does orange and blue portals. Darksiders is a very unoriginal game. But it's just good. It's just good. Let's look at a clip from the final boss of Darksiders. The story is incomprehensible at the end. World of Horror, I like the style of it. Looks interesting. Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Why didn't mine lock on to leveler?
No, this game is great. I love it. You're underselling it. Please. I like the aesthetic a lot too.
He's teleporting.
Maybe? It kind of looks like, Warhammer, sort of chunky armor people.
I feel okay about that one.
Let's see. So this is the final boss. We're fighting him. Indivisible, new game, Wednesday idea, Stanley Parable.
Shoot,
I've played Stanley Parable before. I don't know if it'd be good if you already know what it's about and have already played it. It might not be a good one to go to again. Looks like League of Legends. I could see that comparison. Anyway, the combat's kind of good. It's not as in-depth as something like Devil May Cry.
Get in there.
There's a new version of Stanley Parable.
I feel like I can dodge an attack, but I can't dodge it.
Maybe that would be worth checking out. We got quick time events, obviously. It was just from that period in gaming.
Oh, what is this?
Boom! Anyway, that was us getting him.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have to watch this cutscene because it's nonsense. The end of this game is total nonsense. Literally, I was like, we should play Darksiders 2 at some point, which I still think I want to do, but it's too long. We probably won't do it. But I was like, before we play Darksiders 2, I would want to remember what happened at the end of Darksiders 1. And so I tried to remember, and I couldn't remember. And I watched the last cutscene again, and it didn't make sense to me. And I looked at a wiki and tried to read about what happens at the end of Darksiders, and it still doesn't make sense to me. I was still like, this is nonsense. I don't understand at all. Mark Hamill is in it. That's why Darksiders is A tier. F you guys. This is where it belongs. For me, Darksiders is A tier. I love this series. I love this game. Played it twice. Enjoyed playing it the second time as much as the first time. Put it at A tier. Boom. Okay. Loop Hero. So Loop Hero, when you play Dark Souls, you might feel similar if you don't pay attention to the lore. Oh, interesting. Well, I think even if you do, I think my point about Darksiders is even if you do pay attention to the lore, it doesn't it doesn't make super a lot of sense. I don't know. But I like it. I love it. I love the setting. I love the characters. I love the character designs. The combat's good. The levels are good. It's like a Legend of Zelda game, honestly, in a lot of ways. And I dig it. Loop Hero. Loop Hero is a game that I was super excited to play. Yeah! It was really hyped up at the time. And I played it, and I just felt like I didn't get it. And so when I was putting this list together, I was thinking about what I was going to say about Loop Hero. And I was going to say, oh, Loop Hero, yeah, everybody thought Loop Hero was such a big thing, but nobody's playing Loop Hero anymore. That's incorrect. I looked on Twitch. People are absolutely still playing Loop Hero. So I think this is just one that I just don't get. It wasn't just a flash in the pan. People playing it to this day. However, for me, my experience playing Loop Hero, I just got bored playing this game. It's C tier. That is on my list. Loop Hero is C tier. Rango says, Bloodborne True Ending I wasn't super big on. It has some cool aspects, but it still feels a bit weird. Man, we got to get through. Loop Hero seems interesting, but I know basically nothing about it. So it's kind of like, I don't know, an idle game or something. You send your little hero off on loops to fight monsters and pick up items, and you like place tiles that change like what, you know, monsters and stuff you'll fight each time you go around the loop. But I don't know. They're just, for my money, there just wasn't quite enough to it. I don't know. I just remember it didn't grab me the way that I was hoping it would. It might also be this is one that I came into with too high expectations, but it, yeah, wasn't for me. Speaking of games that I came in with too high expectations, oh my god, look how much we still got. Spiritfarer. I loved the beginning of Spiritfarer. I think so. We played Spiritfarer. I've got it in the dock here for 26 hours. I think this would be a really great 10-hour game that takes 26 hours to get through. To be fair, we tried to do like everything, but it's also a game that like because you can do things in different orders. It has like a pacing issue, especially at the end, where like basically when we stopped playing the game, there was one person left on our ship. We didn't know where to pick up anybody else, and their quest wouldn't continue until we just sailed around for long enough, right? So we had like completed the objective of their quest, and like basically the way that it works is you do the quest for these different characters, and then some time passes, and then they're like, hey, I'm ready for you to do the next thing for me. But we only had one guy left on the boat, and there was nothing for us to do. We didn't need anything. And so it's like this game is just asking me to just sail around aimlessly for an hour or whatever until we're going to be able to continue playing this game. And we stopped playing. I'm not going to do that. Spiritfarer, really cool art, cool idea for a game. Just, there's too much of it. It needs to be tighter, I think. Rango says, damn, I thought it might be a little idle with how much was said. I thought it was interesting, but probably not going to be big on it. You might check it out. I don't know. You could always refund it if it isn't crazy for you. Wildfire, is dev stream going to play a part? We'll talk about that. And Noodle says, I got me wine. Want to toast a new year of hopefully better games? It's Italian wine from your ancestral home. Sure, I'll drink some rooibos tea to that I've got here that doesn't show up on the green screen very well. To a better year with good games. Good rooibos tea. Rango says, time passing mechanics don't work if there's nothing pushing you or stuff changing. I think that's exactly it. I mean, it's a game that was built around having a bunch of people on the ship at once, so that all of these things are kind of supposed to be, like, you're supposed to have multiple objectives at any time, but it played out that we only had one person left on the boat and there was nothing to do. Noodle says, holy fuck, this tastes bad. I wish I got white wine instead. Oh no! And Rango says, IDK, I played a lot of great games this year. Not sure any which released this year, but so many games to play. I think this is real. I don't know that any of our top games here are going to be things that we're... I mean, not that we play a ton of new releases. But I'm not really sure there were games that released in 2021 that I was super jazzed about. Maybe Skatebird. Anyway, for my money, Spiritfarer is a B. Like I said, it needs to be tighter for my money. If I had played it for 10 hours and then stopped, I probably would have put it in an A. But there you go. TBH, I'm losing the sense in games release dates. Yeah, I mean, so much stuff comes out all the time now. God of War Ragnarok releases in 2022. Yes. Oh, on PC, you mean? No, Ragnarok. Sorry, I'm wrong. God of War is... Maybe it already released on PC? I don't know. Ragnarok is 2022. That's correct. Right. Okay. Olija. Oliha? I don't know how to say this game. This is an indie game. We tried to play it on stream. It's kind of a Metroidvania-y, platformer-y thing. I didn't really like it very much, and then we got soft-locked. We got in a room and we couldn't leave. There was no way to leave the room, and so I stopped playing. Olija is D tier. Okay, it just broke, and there was no way to go back. We didn't have a save or anything to go back to, and I was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna replay up to this point from my last save. So Olija, we're good. Kratos faces his hardest challenge yet, fathering a pubescent teen. Oh, the greatest battle of all. Arengo says all the hype games that were coming out all got delayed to 2022. Like Frog Detective 3, you mean? Wait, Outer Wilds Echoes of Eye was great. Not as good as main game to me, and I had quite a bit of problems, but still overall amazing. Also, does Minecraft Caves and Cliffs update count? I'm impressed so far. It sounds like maybe some games got good updates in 2022. Okay, let's talk about Quantum Protocol. Quantum Protocol is a game that I didn't remember very well from this year. It's a card game. It didn't really super grab me. We played it honestly because it has a crossover with One Step from Eden, which is how I found out about it. This is maybe one that I would go back to off stream, is what I thought at the time when we played it, but then I never did that. So Quantum Protocol, I gotta put it at C tier. Maybe there's a better game there and I just didn't get into it, but yeah, from what I saw, none of it really grabbed me or particularly stood out. Neil says, I'm surprised Rango isn't all over God of War, seeing as the new games are very deep in mental state stuff. I haven't played the new ones, although I hear very good things. Okay, so here's a game that we did finish. Oh my god, look at how much... Okay, we're almost at 2 hours. We're not going to do 4 hours. We'll be done probably in the next hour. Cool. And what is our next clip going to be? Rainworld. Okay, good. Rango says, Bachelor campaign for Pathologic 2. I'm so hyped for. No release date yet, but it's so good. Something to look forward to. Metal Unit. Metal Unit is another roguelike game. Very anime style. I don't know. It's a platformer. You run around shooting bad guys, going through levels that get harder and harder. Lots of items that change the way that you play and move and shoot and act in the world. I played all the way through this game, but it's honestly not any... You know, they encourage you to go back for like a new game plus or to do like further, harder playthroughs. I wasn't going to do that after this game. We'll put Metal Unit at B tier. It's probably, if there was like an in-between B and C tier, that's probably where it would belong. And Rango says, people say stuff is deep, but that doesn't mean I always care. New God of War looks alright, but not super interesting to me, TBH. And Noodles asks, not a fan of good/bad parenting? Unclear. Okay, Rainworld. Rainworld is like the pleasant surprise of the year. I didn't know anything about Rainworld. It had been sitting in my Steam library forever. But when I was looking through like new games to play on New Game Wednesday, I saw Rainworld and I looked at the little like video clips on Steam and I was like, this seems kind of cool. This is like a really hard platformer thing about like survival. You're this cute little mouse thing. I think I'll check it out. And basically what happened was we played it on Rainworld, or we played it on New Game Wednesday, and that stream became like one of the most watched streams that we'd ever done, if not the most watched stream that we'd ever done. which is how I found out that the Rainworld community is really cool. This is a hard game, but with a super non-toxic community around it. People were like excited for me to be figuring out how to do stuff, even though I was very ignorant and called everything the wrong thing and made all the wrong choices in the game. Rainworld, I really, really liked, even, aside from the community stuff. It's just a really good game. There's nothing really quite like it. It's really, really good. Rainworld is S tier. It's got to be. Let's look at a kind of a trolley clip from Rainworld.
Got a little extra food, and away we go. Bam. In the hole. Slugcat, you did a thing. That was awesome. Let's go to bread cam. It just takes me a moment to set it up. Open this photo. Bam! The transition, just the hard cut right into the bread. So as you can see, play the crime scene. No, I officially deny that ever happened. I was looking for a clip to play from Rainworld, and I came across this part where I just said, let's cut to bread cam, and then switched to a picture of a terrible loaf of bread that I made. So I thought we would share that. It's not really representative of Rainworld, but I think it is representative of what this stream is like and what this channel is like, of just being like, that bread is a crime scene. Oh yeah. Just being like, okay, and we're safe in the house, so let's cut to bread cam. Boom, there's a bread. Rango says, Peter Bizzle's similar to me, but man, Rainworld was so unique and good and not what I thought. Everything came together as well. Good and creative surreal visuals, the variety was good, the atmosphere was top-notch, the controls were weird but fitted well, agreed. The AI and creatures were great. Basically, all the key aspects were great. I think really sums it up well. I mean, this is a game that knew where its strengths were and really invested in those knew where the strengths of like the concept were, and they really invested in those things and really nailed, like, everyone starts somewhere with bread. This is the beginning. The journey of 1,000 breads begins with a single loaf. And here's mine. Here's my first loaf. Rena says, the story I was not big on, but I wouldn't consider that a core aspect of Rainworld. Right. It's so out of the way and not really about the game experience. Agreed. Strongly agreed. Yeah. I guess that's what I was trying to say in my, characteristically wordy and roundabout way. They knew the things that were going to make the game good, and they really nailed those aspects. And that's why Rainworld is S tier. It's a great game, great community. We should play it again sometime. Maybe Hunter mode or something. Put a pin in it. We'll come back to this one. Whew. Okay, so here's a game that we mentioned earlier in the stream. We're getting through. Enter the Gungeon. We played this on a new game Wednesday, and we never really came back to it because I believe by this point, we didn't really have a slot to play like a roguelike game regularly anymore. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. Because West of Dead is over there. I don't know. I'm telling lies. I'm telling fibs. I don't remember why we didn't come back to Enter the Gungeon. I liked it plenty when we played it. I liked what we saw. But for some reason, we never came back to it. We should play more Enter the Gungeon sometime. For now, I'm going to put it at B tier. But it seemed like a good game. We just didn't play very much of it. Renga says, I do wish they held off the story a bit and maybe went with a more fitting, smaller story. I guess so. Yeah, I mean, as you say, the story is not very intrusive, I guess, so it's fine. West of Dead was a main game, wasn't it? West of Dead, I think we played on Saturdays. I think it was like one of the last Saturday games before I stopped streaming on Saturdays. Although not 100% on that. Okay, Fury. So, we played Fury. I think I have a clip for Fury also. This game is hard as balls. I had this idea that after we played it on Wednesday, I was like, let's play the whole thing in one stream. I was not good enough to play all of Fury in one stream. We did it in two instead. Love this game in terms of just like really tight loop of these hard boss fights, but you get right back in as soon as you get killed. I want to show beating the guy who's like your dad in Fury. Let's see it. Let's see this fight. Back in it.
Because I think the whole fight is only a few minutes.
Nope. Very good dink.
I just like, I don't know, playing this game and just getting incrementally better
First
at all of
phase,
these fights
Easy peasy.
was it just felt really,
learning
really
to do it.
rewarding. The blocks. Okay, I effed up that block.
I'm getting owned. I'm getting owned in the second phase. Woof. I got all cocky about it.
Excellence is not an art, it's pure habit.
Wait, I hope this is the one where I win.
Repeatedly.
it might not be.
Come on.
Rango says it's not very intrusive. This is the story of Rainworld.
Okay, get
But
ready
it does
to
take
dodge a ring.
a little away from me looking at the environment
Oh,
and
come
interpreting
on!
it. I also just missed a lot of opportunities for telling a story about the ecosystem and the environmental storytelling.
Why?
I guess I could see that. Yeah. Fury is so well refined in
At least you got it
design.
for a big game.
Yeah, and Fury is also one of these games. I mean, like Rainworld, that knows where its strengths are, really invested in them, really nailed it, really nailed the most important
Almost.
things.
We can get him here. If we're good, we can get him here. Fail.
Ah, okay,
Phase
that's the
3,
second
back
phase.
to the ores. At least we can get through the first 2 phases.
You move
I mean,
well.
not without taking any
Now this is
lives, but
also
you know,
when we played
we can
Fury,
get to
we
the
had
third
some
phase
graphical
consistently.
glitches. Probably because I had a potato
we can,
computer.
Like, learn this part.
I would guess is the reason, but that's why like the sand is black here. I don't think it's supposed to be black. We also had like weird pink portals and stuff. Fury is one I would consider going back to.
Small thing.
Because also we like how this is the clip in the fight where the textures are glitched. Yeah, exactly.
Guy tricked me.
I don't know. This was just a good fight that
Got
we got through pretty quickly. Is the
Third
reason I
phase,
wanted
last phase.
to bring it up.
Not even the third phase.
Okay,
we got to
it's
focus
supposed
on
to be
doing
pink.
big dinks to him.
Okay.
here. That's the goal.
Maybe it's just the black sand then that I'm remembering. Oh yeah, you could play it
Shit.
on a good computer. Oh yeah. Well, the other thing is there's a choice. So one of the things I don't like about this
Oh,
game
man, I blew it.
is there's a choice at the end, and depending on what you choose, there either is a final boss fight or there isn't one. And I accidentally chose the thing where there isn't a final boss fight.
I'm
So there's one
trying.
boss that I just never played against. And there's also DLC as well that I don't think I have,
No.
but I could get with some more fights. So let's do it. Let's take this guy down. Let's see it. Look at those moves. This is also a game that broke my controller. More says I really
Terrible.
like the soundtrack from this game. Yeah, agree. The music's really good.
Good hit.
Good music, good character designs, good controls.
Awful blocking.
Yeah, really nailed the
F
stuff that
minus.
mattered the most.
Terrible.
Evocator says that's
worst of
really
the
odd.
worst.
The textures and stuff? Yeah, I'm not totally sure what the deal was
Oh,
there.
I really want to beat him. I can't even tell you.
And Rego says, agreed, though Rainworld I wouldn't primarily describe as refined, as it's very quite open system heavy. Oh, I got you. Well, in comparison, I see how you're using the word refined, yeah, differently than I was thinking. Well, in comparison, Fury is a lot more restricted and refined, right. The final boss isn't that good, TBH. It's alright, but disappointing. I mean, I think this was the last boss that I really, really liked, because after this, didn't we have the one where it's like, you keep moving down a long track
I'm
that we
way
got on like the
anticipating.
first or second
You
try?
can't do that.
It was just kind of that fight was kind of a letdown.
This is an opportunity to get a big
Kind of
hit
a
on him.
pushover after this. Let's see. Will it happen? I think this is the one where we did it.
Come on.
Oh, this was also before I had an Ethernet cable, so sometimes the streams would just cut out for
Bam!
network issues. That's what we
That's
saw
how
there.
it's done.
Boom! This
And we got
boss
an
here is the
achievement
true final
unlocked,
boss.
Speedrunner.
Okay, I
think
could
that might
see
just be
that.
for beating him. No, all that nonsense. We got 2 achievements.
Is a true final boss. Feels like it's story and atmosphere wise, and the gameplay really feels like a heavy test of your melee skills. Yeah, this was probably the high point for me. Making Dad proud. We did it. Anyway, Fury is S tier. Put it at the S tier where it belongs. Boom. We just played 2 really good games back to back. Back then. What a time. This was like, so the crazy thing is like, look how many games there are left. This was in like, I want to say April. All these games we just played before April. Or before May, I guess, which is crazy bananas. I don't know, maybe that's not crazy. Is it like half and half? Am I stupid? Is April like almost halfway through the year and we're almost halfway through the games? I don't know. Rika says, also that's the point. The boss you chase at the end achievement is called pushover. She's supposed to be like the boss you feel bad for killing and feel your power and danger to Earth, Piotr Bizzle. I see. I think I'm going to file that one under... Well, we'll talk about this later for some of these games. I'm gonna file that under sometimes when you make something not good on purpose, it still isn't good, right? Like, if you're like, oh, we made this boss a pushover on purpose, it's like, okay, but it was still a pushover and kind of a disappointment. Yeah. Fury I don't remember a lot, but when I do, it feels just good mostly. A meaningful challenge. Yeah, agreed. Very challenging game. Speaking of challenging games, and also games that I played more of off stream, Disc Room. What's the next one I have a clip for, just so I don't forget? Turnip Boy. Okay, good. Okay, yeah. Disc Room is a hard game. You are running around dodging little spinning, razor blade, circular saw discs. Every room has its own little quirk or gimmick to it. And it's just, I just felt impressed by how many different ideas they came up from this really simple concept of you run around a room dodging discs. They just did so much with it. They really just iterated on it a ton. I didn't finish this game on stream, although I played more of it and then also didn't finish it there. For this reason, I can't really give Disc Room better than a B. It was really cool what they did, but maybe there's too much of it. Maybe this is one where they could have edited it down, actually. Rango says, Piotr Bizzle, I disagree depending on context. For example, you can have a real final boss, then this more story-driven pushover after or before. It's certainly a case-by-case basis. For me, in Fury, it was a letdown. I did feel let down by it. And that's an objective measure, right? That's actually how I felt playing it. Speaking of things that are letdowns, Smelter was also one that I looked forward to. This game had a really sick trailer. It looked like it was going to be like Mega Man, kind of, but you're playing as Eve from Adam and Eve, but you have your weird robot suit. It seemed really cool. I was really excited about it. It turned out to actually be terrible. Smelter is D tier. Smelter is a classic game that wastes your time for no reason. There were parts where you would go through a room and there would just be little boulders or walls in your way that would take 3 or 4 hits to break through. And then you go and there's another one that takes 3 or 4 hits to break through. They don't pose any challenge. Wait, you have more alcohol than just vodka. I know I do, but I can't drink that. I can't drink that. There's hardly any left. I just remembered. Ugh, the Sanbianjo. I can't. We gotta save it. We gotta save it for a special occasion. I don't remember Unworthy. Unworthy is good. We'll talk. Yeah. Okay. Smelter was bad. You don't need to play Smelter. History will forget it, and so should we. Unworthy is like if Dark Souls was on the Atari 2600. Is this not a special occasion? Affiliate is a special occasion, not special enough. By special occasion, I mean I'm never going to do it. Rango says, I think it can be a very strong storytelling, which can really feel, this is about Fury still. Potent having more unconventional bosses. I'm just going to cut this short. I know what you mean. I know why they did it. I'm telling you, for me, it was a disappointment. It was a letdown. In the game, I was looking forward to more hard boss fights, and well before the end of the game, that was the end of all the hard boss fights. Yeah, that was my take on it. Peter, don't forget you took the easy way out. True, right? On the day of my daughter's wedding, we'll finish off the penis wine. Okay. Unworthy was if you played Peter Bizzle. I went into Fury. I also felt in Fury it was disappointing. I also felt in Fury it was disappointing. Okay, interesting. I guess I see your point then. That's sort of what I'm saying is I understand that there's a reason to do it, but it was still a letdown in that context. Unworthy is a game I want to play on stream. I think we played it a couple of times, maybe, on stream, although I'm not 100% on that. It's Dark Souls, plainly, but it's Dark Souls if it was a 2D platformer, all in black and white, kind of looks like Atari graphics, to be honest. Do you think you're going to finish the stream before 2022? I think so. We got 4 hours almost. Well, we don't have that much to get through. We have a lot to get through. It'll get quicker at the end, maybe? Question mark? Rango says, needed more foreshadowing and understanding it wasn't the proper final challenge, but not super big problem considering the boss before and after the wave, after her were final boss feeling. Yeah, I mean, that's also, I guess, a design choice I'd criticize. That you can make a choice that just skips the final boss is a little bit of a bummer. It's not something that I really wanted to do, but I didn't realize that was the choice I was making. And then I was like, do you want to play the game again to actually see the final boss? And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. Anyway, Unworthy, we played it on stream a couple of times. It's good. It's challenging. There just hasn't really been a good time to come back to it. Maybe we could do it as like, it's not quite like honestly good enough to watch, I think, to be like a main game. I wouldn't want to play it over a long time. And I think the thing was, I was like, we should just play this as a main game and get it done quick. But then I looked it up and maybe it was longer on like how long to beat than I was expecting. So I think this is a good game, but maybe not a good game to stream. I'm going to put it at a B. Yeah, I want to play Unworthy. I can't find the right context to do it in. Okay, here's a game that's the opposite, which was exactly the right length. Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion is a game that we played in one stream. And it was a fun stream. Omega says, yeah, I agree. Either have a boss for both, make sure the players know they will miss a boss, or what the game should do, let them go back just before the end. I think that's what you should do. Yeah, they should let you see both endings without playing the whole thing again. Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion is a super charming game. It has DLC for like a roguelike thing in it. We should go check it out at some point. That's one of my ones on in Steam. You know, famously, I organize all my games into categories like a complete madman. Let's actually see this on Steam. We've got one category called Unfinished Business. These are games that we played, but I want to come back to for some reason. Turnip Boy is here for the DLC. And Still There is also there. And so it's not all of these games belong here. This is a pretty bad list. Bad list. Still There and Skatebird should not be here. Pendragon shouldn't be here. It's fine. Anyway, let me just jump back a little bit again. Good. Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. Let's look at my favorite mechanic from Turnip Boy.
All right. Back
Nope,
in.
that's the wrong clip. My favorite mechanic from Turnip Boy. Right at the beginning of the game.
Enough billy whacking, enough poodle dumping. Let's get into it. Oh, hello, Turnip Boy. Oh, he's got a sick sword on his back, like a wooden leaf sword. Okay, let's get into this. This is version 1.0.0J, incidentally. Tax bill. You own a ton of property tax for your greenhouse. You have until, like, yesterday to pay it. Failure to pay will give Mayor Onion the deed to your house. Oh, my God. Turnip Boy, total owed $143,000, $753. I don't know how to say numbers. $143,753 plus like 50% interest. Sincerely, the government. Oh, and Mayor Onion does approve. It has his official seal. This is a lot of money to owe the government. If you own the government $143,000, honestly, consider defecting to a foreign enemy nation. Okay, we got choices. We can read this or we can rip it up. You know what we gotta do.
Boom!
We gotta rip that bad boy.
So every document you get in the game, you get to tear up after you get it. I just like that. It's just a cute little thing. You get like books and stuff and tear them in half. Cute little mechanic. I love it. Man, Turnip Boy looks a lot like Fury, not as lighthearted as I remember. Yeah, could you believe it? I take it that's from when we looked at the wrong clip. Yeah, Turnip Boy is an A. I love Turnip Boy. It's the perfect length, too, for this game. Yeah, including the love letter. Yeah, everything you get, you can just tear up. Okay, so, Resident Evil 4. This is a game that I originally played on the Wii, and we played the one on the PC also. This game rules. Everybody knows that this game rules. Do we have a clip from it? We don't. Next one is from Autonauts. Oh, that was a dumb one to have a clip from. Whatever. I regret that. Resident Evil 4 is a good game. Everybody knows it's a good game. I don't have to tell you why this is a good game. It's an A. Resident Evil 4. A-tier game. Loved playing it. Loved playing it originally. Loved replaying it. It's a good one. Ringo says, I should play Turnip Boy. Gives me big Earthbound vibes. I liked it a lot. It's a little... I don't like to be like, oh, this game is kind of short for the price. But this game is kind of short for the price. I don't know. Maybe get it on sale. Okay. So, I should play RE4 sometime. I really like it. It's just a really polished game, honestly. It's just like, you know, there's nothing about it where it's like, oh, it has this really interesting hook or quirk or gimmick or whatever. They just were like, hey, what if we just made a really, really good video game? And they did. And that's why I like Resident Evil 4. I'm going to lose my voice before the end of this stream. Man, speaking of RE, interested for Revelations. Bad game, but great streams. That sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the opposite of a lot of the games here, where we've had bad streams, but good games. Yeah, RE4 looks refined gameplay-wise. Definitely it is. The shooting is really good. The resource management is really well done. The story is dumb but fun. Yeah, I love it. Feels like a TV movie. I'm a fan. Subnautica is one we played on a couple of Sundays in a row. I don't know. Subnautica, I know that this game is very highly regarded. I just got kind of tired of it. I wasn't really into the base building very much. I think maybe just like in terms of a survival game, that's a part that I really like, is like building up my base and stuff. And that's not really the emphasis of Subnautica, which is much more about like the exploration and stuff. But I don't know. For me, we'll put it at B tier. But again, this is another one. If there was like a between B and C, that's where I would put it. Arango says the Revelation story discussion was great in the weirdest way. The Revelation story is ridiculous. So there is a Revelations 2, which I own. So maybe next October we can come back and see how you possibly build on that absolute nonsense story. Oh, maybe there will be even more ships that are identical ships. God, I hope so. 3 was not enough. Train Valley. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. Train Valley is a game that I didn't remember playing. Turns out we played it as a Wednesday game. It looks fine. It's like a puzzle game about trains. It's C tier. I don't know. I don't remember it, so I can't really say very much else. Autonauts. Autonauts is a survival game, kind of like, I don't know, Minecraft or Factorio or something like that. I guess closer to something like Factorio, where you set up like assembly lines and automated systems to take care of tasks. That's what I should say. Is it has this kind of classic modded Minecraft or sort of Factorio gameplay loop where there's something that you have to do manually and it takes a lot of your time, and you find a way to automate it, and then that frees you up and gives you resources to do something kind of bigger and higher level. And so you keep moving to kind of higher and higher level concerns as you automate more and more stuff. The difference is Autonauts is kind of a programming game. So you have all these little robots that you write little scripts for to make them take care of these things that you need to do, all these tasks. Problem is, it's not a good game to watch. I found this game very interesting. If you look at this screen right now, what is going on screen? You can't tell. It's not a game that people are familiar with too, which can sometimes offset that. If something has like a busy UI but is really well known, people will come and chat and like know what's up. This doesn't have that. The other thing is, after you've built kind of your first lumberyard or orchard or whatever, it felt like I was solving new problems all in the same way. So it's like, okay, I built a lumberyard and an orchard. Now I want to build a mushroom farm. And we put in robots with all pretty much the same scripts as we did before. So it kind of felt like once we had a solution for how to build these automated systems, we just stamped the same thing around everywhere, which is not super interesting. Anyway, in this clip, we're going to look at the whole facility that we built at the end of the last stream we did. Oh, and Rango says, I felt similar. Subnautica disappointed me. Like, for me, it lacked the open exploration for more survival. But the survival to me felt more, as I described, hoarding resources and base building than actual survival. With no pushing elements and playing at the same time as Rainworld, which may make me biased, the Predators are pushovers that took a lot away from me. They also added something like that to Minecraft. Oh, the robot thing. A little from Autonauts. A little copper robot, but he lost the public mob vote to a fairy who carried items. I guess that's fine. I don't know. I wouldn't be crazy about either of those ideas in Minecraft. Let's look at our compound here.
All right, Dr. Easel will bring this all back online. So, in terms of goals for, okay, let's just review while this is finishing up, and kind of soak in what we've done here. So we started out today. We had the lumberyard. The mushroom farm wasn't really working. We had 9 babies and 1 research station. We've expanded today so that we have the lumberyard, the mushroom farm, which now you can see is actually full of mushrooms, unlike before. We put in this whole orchard, which is like generating a buttload of food for these babies. Still not enough, you stupid hungry babies. We put all the hungry stupid babies in little janky shelters. We have a robot who fixes up the shelters. Man, we built a assembly line to build new robots and build power upgrades for the robots because we need those a lot. We improved the Robospital. We cleared an area to put in a pumpkin patch, although we don't have the research to be able to do it yet. We built this stupid plant breeding station, which we probably don't need yet, but we got it. We got it for when we need it, and we've increased the number of robots dramatically. It's great. Things that we'll want to do next time. We'll obviously
Anyway, this is our little base. As you can see, we had 58 robots at this point. You can't tell this is just not very legible, I guess, especially to somebody who doesn't know this game, who's stopping in for the first time. It's an interesting game at the beginning, but kind of got samey and not really a good one to stream. We won't be looking at Autonauts again, but I enjoyed it. And we got to come up with 58 names for robots. Rango says, I like the idea for the robot, a copper use. Okay, because I don't really know what the copper uses are right now. Copper is pretty new to me in Minecraft. Who can make like structure for you in an automatic way. And the other mob who lost was cool. The guy who lives in caves and comes out in the day to look around. Oh, interesting. I hadn't heard about that. So are they like taking votes now for what they add to Minecraft? It's kind of weird. But okay. Anyway, what are we trying to say? Autonauts, put it at a B tier. I like this game. It's particularly my jam, though, and I don't know. This is another one between B and C tier. We got to be honest. West of Dead. What's the next one we got a clip for? Oh, my God. Wandersong. Okay. Oh, my God. There's still so much to get through. Okay. West of Dead is another roguelike game that we tried to play on Saturdays. This would be around the time, probably, that I stopped doing the Saturday stream. I think in response to West of Dead. I was really, really excited about this game. The art style, tries to mimic the, Hellboy comics, or, I guess the Mike Mignola, or Mignola? I don't know how to say it. Art style, kind of comic book, lots of black ink, heavy shadows. The gameplay just didn't really hold up its end of the bargain, though. And so, I really like the aesthetic of this game. Really wanted to like it. They got Ron Perlman to do one of the voices for even more Hellboyness, but it's just not as good as other similar games we played. West of Dead is C tier. Rengo says, yeah, votes of mobs they add. 3 choices in a winning vote. Interesting. That's super weird. Okay. Let's talk about Psychonauts. Psychonauts is a game. Oh, and Rega says, Psychonauts is a game. Copper so far can be used for the telescope, the copper blocks, which change to blue over time as they rust. Oh, that's fun. And the lightning rod, which is was probably not super useful redstone item. Okay. Okay, so there's actually not that much you can do with it right now. So Psychonauts. Psychonauts is very well regarded, but it's a game that I stopped playing before we got to the end, and basically rage quit out of. I think that a lot of things about Psychonauts have not aged well in terms of its camera and its controls and even hit detection for there were a lot of parts where there'd be a little thing buried in the ground and we'd try to go pick it up. And I'd be like, where is the exact spot that I need to stand to pick up this collectible item? And it's just unnecessary. My big problem with Psychonauts, though, is well, let me tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a story, actually, from my own childhood. We got to go to MS Paint for this. Let's bring up a new MS Paint, and I'll show you what I mean. With a little story. So let's go here. So when I was a kid in 2nd grade, I had a math homework where at the end of the math homework the teacher would include a bonus question. Okay, and so this was something that maybe we hadn't really covered yet in class, or something we were just getting to. It's just a little extra thing that you weren't really expected necessarily to know, but it was just to see hey, are you paying attention basically to what's coming up? And so the question looked something like this. It would have been multiply 5 times, or let's say 15 times 3. Show your work. Okay? So the problem said multiply 15 times 3, show your work. Something like that. I don't know exactly what it was. And I wrote something like this. I did
So I knew that multiplication was doing addition a lot of times, and so I added 15 3 times. And when I got the homework back, it looked like this. And the teacher had marked it as wrong because I had gotten the right answer in the wrong way. Sorry, this should be like a time symbol. This is how I felt playing Psychonauts constantly. Psychonauts is really designed like an adventure game where there's supposed to be, boo, bad teacher, agreed. We're getting a little artifact on the edge of the screen for some reason, on the edge of the camera. It's a game designed like an adventure game where there's one particular tool or ability that you're supposed to use to overcome each puzzle. But the game gives you this whole suite of like movement abilities and ways to manipulate objects in the environment and stuff. And so the way that they reconcile that, because they'll present you with a problem and there would be multiple ways that you could solve it. She'd even do it in the good way. Oh, in that good of a way? I don't remember exactly what it was. But the point was I used addition and she wanted us to do multiplication. What am I trying to say? Yeah, the way that they deal with it when there are multiple potential solutions to a puzzle is to arbitrarily add something to stop you from doing it the way that they didn't think of. And so like this was typified by the situation where we got an ability that let us like glide, right? And so I was like, oh, there's this faraway dock that we want to go to. Now that I have this ability to kind of glide, I can jump on this rock in the middle of the lake and then jump over onto the dock. And when I tried to do that, the game put up an invisible wall to stop me from going on the dock. And there were other places, I tried to get to other places and they would just like have NPCs pop up and say, you're not supposed to come here yet. You're not supposed to do that. Which I found just very, very, very frustrating. Maybe just not the game for me, but this design, along with a lot of the just general clunkiness, really prevented me from enjoying Psychonauts. Which is why we're going to put it at C tier. That's where it belongs for me. I didn't like this game. I would never go back to it. Psychonauts is C tier. Rango says, a changing block is awesome. This is about Minecraft. And the style is great for the blocks, but copper needs more uses. That might change with the Wilds updates, as the Deep Dark with the Warden was supposed to come to Caves and Cliffs. Part 1, but got delayed to Part 2. Not to Part 2, but the next Wilds update, IK. So there's going to be maybe more uses for copper later. But as you saw now, the Warden will have a whole cool-looking, ruined, surreal, dark castle biome. Right, that's what you sent me on Discord. Rango says, honestly, talking about actually hyped for Deep Dark. Looks awesome in my style. Oh, and Rango says also, I get that vibe from Psychonauts. It feels like it should be a more open collectathon like Mario 64, but instead it's a linear adventure game. Yeah, and maybe that's just it. Maybe I just had the wrong set of expectations. Really wasn't for me. Psychonauts is C tier. Whew, we got more. Wander Song. What are we at? 2.5 hours? Jeez. Wander Song is a game that I love. We have a clip from it. Do we have a clip from it? We have a clip from it. I don't know what clip this is. Oh, this is just a typical moment from Wander Song. Oh, something spooky is happening. Wow, that is a big burb. And those eyes. Why has my squire left me? I need your help. The world is ending, and I'm trying to learn the Earth Song. Please, teach it to me. No. Boom! It's just a cute little bird. Oh, wow. Anyway, that's all I wanted to show. Water Song is very cute. It's basically an adventure game. Very linear. But I liked it a lot. You're a cute little bard. You go around and have an extremely wholesome adventure. I was a big fan of Wander Song. We played it all the way through. And it was just a really fun game to stream. I'm going to put Wander Song at A tier. I think that's where it belongs for me. Renga says, I want to try Psychonauts sometime. I like the humor and style I've seen and love the concept of going into people's minds. And looks overall pulled off well. Yeah. I guess the concept is kind of cool. I don't know. It wasn't enough to offset the other problems that I had with it for me. Okay, Overboard. So I want to talk about Overboard because Overboard is a bit of a weird case. We're going to skip the clip for Overboard. I don't think we need to see it.
Overboard is an adventure game where you are. This is also by Inc., the same people who did Pendragon. You are have just murdered your husband on a cross-Atlantic sailing ship boat ride, and you need to get away with it. You have to build an alibi and try to flip different people to testify on your behalf, and just generally try to get away with murder, literally. We played this the day it came out, and for some reason, this is by far my most viewed video on YouTube. By like 3 times as much as any other video, Overboard gets watched the most. I think it was just a matter of the timing. I don't think it's a particularly amazing stream, but probably just came out at the wrong time, or at the right time rather. Got some inertia. I like Overboard a lot. Some people put this as like their game of the year. Jason Schreier had it as like one of his top games of the year. It just came out yesterday, today. I don't rate it that highly, but it is a really, really good game. And it's just like what it does really well. I would put it between an A and a B tier, but we'll fudge it and put it in an A. Sounds interesting. Also, your most viewed YouTube video, IDKY. Like, I don't know what it is. Is this popular somehow? I don't think it's super pop. I mean, so it is well regarded. It's an interesting concept, but I think it's just like because this went out on the day this game was released, and it was a surprise release. They didn't announce this game at all, I think, before it came out. I think they just like shadow dropped it. And so probably a lot of people were like looking up information about it or something. And I should be clear. When I say it's my most viewed video on YouTube, we're talking like 75 views. This is not, there's a lot of room for a little bit of noise to make a big difference just because the numbers are so low. The YouTube channel is really just meant as an archive to save this stuff. It's not really something that we're trying to optimize for. But yeah, for whatever reason, Overboard, my most viewed video, keeps getting views as time goes on. Look, people put Witcher 3 as game of the year, and since I don't feel like that, they're all wrong, and their punishment for being wrong is death. I mean, I was with you up until the end. I think the death penalty probably seems extreme for that. Okay, let's keep moving. Lost Ruins is a Metroidvania game. What's the next? We don't need the Overboard clip. We can skip that. Okay, Bloodstained. Okay, we know what that'll be. So Lost Ruins is a Metroidvania game. It's kind of anime-y. I like this one a lot. Right up until I got tired of it. It's C tier. We played it for a few streams, and then I got tired and stopped. Temtem. Similar situation. We played Temtem as a Sunday game. It started out just pulling back the curtain, doing pretty good numbers on the channel. But as we got further in, it stopped doing that. And also I got very frustrated playing Temtem. It might be because it's still in early access, but the game feels like a huge grind, and there's just not enough. So Temtem, to be clear, is, you're right, death is too kind. Traditional Chinese torture. Oh, there you go. That's what I meant. Temtem is Pokemon if it was an MMO and not as good. There's just not enough Temtem. There's not enough stuff to do. And the things that you end up fighting the same guys over and over and over and over. Temtem is not the one for me. I liked it at the beginning, but I think we just need more content there. Maybe it would move up the list as it gets more content, but it's C tier right now. That's where we put Temtem. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. This list is coming along. Okay, Remember Me. Remember Me is a game. I barely remember this game. It's 3D action game. You make your own combos. You have a system to design your own combos. That's kind of interesting. There's this cool mechanic where you would like replay people's memories and make changes to them, but they kind of didn't do enough with it, in my opinion. And so it was kind of just this weird extra thing that was a cool idea, but didn't actually add very much. I wonder where Don't Starve is going, TBH. Oh, we'll see. We're coming up on it. There it is. Yeah, Remember Me, I put it at B tier. It's inoffensive, but it's ironically just not a memorable game at all. There's just not a lot to it. I don't know. It's fine. It's a B tier. Okay. So the next 3 games are games that I have not played the whole thing of. I kind of was like, maybe we shouldn't put these on the list because we only played the demos. Humble Bundle, or the Humble Games Publishing Company, whatever. put out a bunch of demos all at the same time that we played during the summer for Unsighted, Unpacking, and Dodgeball Academia. So the big, asterisk going on top of these games is I haven't played the full versions of any of these. So let's go through what the demos are like, I guess. So I would just add Unsighted demo, Unpacking demo, Dodgeball Academia demo. Unsighted seemed cool, but I got stuck. I didn't know where to go. The game didn't give me any pointers on where to go. People really like this game now that it's out, but for me, the demo was C tier. I literally got stuck, didn't know how to progress. Maybe I'm just dumb. I mean, I am dumb, but maybe that's because I was dumb. I don't know. It's C tier. Unpacking, we played the demo, and I really, really loved it. Very, very charming. Put it at A tier. I've heard that they do cool things with the story in the full game that we really didn't see in the demo. That aspect just wasn't really there of like what's happening to our person who's unpacking boxes over time. But I liked what we saw. It's just a fun, chilled out game. They do a lot of cool stuff with the Foley is like super extensive. A lot of people have talked about how that's an impressive part of this game. Put Unpacking at A tier. Dodgeball Academia, I really didn't like. It's a game about it's sort of an RPG, like a school RPG about playing dodgeball, but the dodgeball isn't very good. It's D tier. It's the main part of the game just wasn't good to play. You got to put it at D tier. Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night. This is like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's not trying to pretend to be anything else. I really like this game. There were a few places where what we needed to do was a little too oblique. Even after I'd filled out the map, searched almost every corner except for the one that I needed to go to, which to me takes off a little bit. But let's look at an important moment from Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
That's what we're worrying about.
So this is right before we went to the final boss. We were making preparations, and there's this problem in the game, which is you can get healing potions, but you're only limited to a certain amount. However, there are other healing items in the game which have no limit. Let's see what we did.
Is it all? Thank you. It's pleasure doing
All of the guns can go.
Is there you are.
Doop, 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 doop. Let's load up on some more mac and cheese. I only know the German mythological weapons from Fire Emblem.
Is this
Oh,
all? Thank
interesting.
you.
Somebody in chat,
Is this
one of the
pleasure
items was
doing
like, wow, we have
business?
5 flame
Is
whips.
this all? Thank you. Is this
One of the
pleasure
items
doing
was like a
business?
Viking sword or
This is us
something.
selling all our
Somebody in
items.
chat
Can we skip
knew
ahead a
the
little
other
bit?
day.
Pleasure doing business. Is this
Play games. I want to buy 10 smoothies. Hello, I'd like 10 smoothies and 28 mac and cheeses, please.
This is where we bought as
That was
many
fun.
mac and
Oh,
cheeses
thank
as we
you.
possibly could.
You
Mac
know
and
what?
cheese,
Throw it on
lol.
Friday.
Oh yeah.
A little peckish.
Is it all? Thank
We got
you.
27 mac and cheeses and 2 fried eggs and 10 smoothies. Just liquidated all of our items at the end into mac and cheese. And that's how we beat the final boss. We just kept healing with mac and cheese on a loop. I didn't see Bloodstained, but saw that crow game. We'll get to that crow game. Yeah, coming up. I think that's hilarious that you can beat this game that way by I agree, mac and cheese, all right. Yeah, it's awesome that you can just buy dozens of mac and cheeses and keep healing yourself with them on a loop. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, put it in an A tier. I really like this game. Listen, all that fighting, you need the mac and cheese energy. Indeed, you gotta stock up on mac and cheese. Okay, wow. I say we're in the home stretch. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god, we got a lot to get through. Okay, Crying Suns. Not Titus Crow, lol, but I just remembered that. We'll talk about that when we get to AI Dungeon. Yeah. Crying Suns is exactly my jam. It's a roguelike strategy game. The story was really... We don't have a clip for Crying Suns, do we? I doubt it. Okay, we have one for Don't Starve. It is a roguelike strategy game. The story was very interesting. S-tier recap. Oh yeah, we got it. Yeah, the recap is we bought a bunch of mac and cheese. Probably the highlight of that game. Yeah, the story for Crying Suns was very mysterious and very interesting and had me super gripped, but then super didn't pay off at the end. Crying Suns also has the problem as a game to stream, where you look at it during a battle and it's like, if you don't know this game, you have no idea what's happening. And every time you check back, it looks exactly the same. I'm going to put Crying Suns at A tier. If anybody else was making this list, I imagine they would put it lower. But just for me, I really loved it. We need an extended section for Revelations in AI Dungeon just for the crazy stories. Honestly, Revelations feels like an AI wrote the story. I could see that. Boom, Strider. Strider is just... We said that Resident Evil 4 was just a good video game. I feel the same way about Strider. While we were playing it, I said something like, this is a video game-ass video game. And it really is. It's just a good little Metroidvania. There's nothing super memorable about it, but it's just, I don't know, it's competent. It's a pro. You're just like, you are an extremely professional game, Strider. Crying Suns is a classic Piotr stream game. Yeah, the kind of strategy stuff, the fact that it's a roguelike, yeah, would make it that. Strider is B tier. If there was between B and A, that's where I'd put it. But the fact is, like, it's a good game. You won't think about it ever again. Like, if I didn't do the stream, I wouldn't have thought about Strider again. It's just good, and I enjoyed it. Pathologic 2. So, Pathologic 2 seems like a really interesting game. When I played it on the potato computer, it crashed so hard that it broke the camera. The camera like got all effed up during the stream, which in fairness is a bug that we saw with another Unity game also. Origami had a very similar bug. But basically, I couldn't play Pathologic 2. We couldn't leave the main area. Pathologic 2 is a strange one, lol. Yeah, so this is, I agree, a strange case. On this stream, Pathologic 2 is D tier because we literally couldn't play it. However, I have unfinished business with Pathologic 2. We will try to play it again now that we got a new computer. Pathologic 2 being pain simulator in a new way for Piotr. Yes, the pain of crashing over and over and kind of breaking the computer. Okay, but it's probably will be, hopefully it would go higher. But if I can't play the game, I can't play the game. And that's a problem. Wildfire. Wildfire is a stealth them up game about controlling the elements and sneaking around, and sometimes you get to be a bobcat, and that's pretty cool. This was a really weird one. We played this after Pathologic 2, and in the same stream, because it was like, well, Pathologic 2 is broken. Breaking the cam was hilarious. Oh, it was not. It was very stressful for me. When we played Wildfire, the dev... Wildfire, another weird one because the dev. Yeah, exactly. Are these in order of you playing them? Yes, they are. Yeah, so this is the order that we played them for the first time. So like Minecraft, we also played later in the year, but we did it at the beginning because the first time we played it was early. Yeah, Wildfire the dev showed up in chat, but in kind of a not very classy way. They showed up and were like lurking in chat. Peter, are you adding more games as we go? I'm secretly playing games off to the side and adding them in. No, this is the whole list. Yeah, they basically were in chat and kind of talking about the game, and I was characteristically complaining about some little things, and Rango was asking some questions about it too. And the dev, before revealing that they were the dev, was being kind of like defensive about these things, and like being like, well, you know, Rango was like, well, why are all the enemies women? And the dev was like, well, why are all the enemies men in other games? Which is a good point, but it was just a weird thing for the dev to show up in chat a year after their game came out to defend this particular point. And they defended other stuff too. That's just the only example that I could remember off the top of my head. And then they revealed, you know, Rango was like, why are you saying this, basically? Or how do you know this? Because the dev was like, no, it's supposed, you know, Rango said something like, the game feels kind of chaotic. And the dev said, well, it's supposed to be like that. And then Rango was like, how do you know? And the person was like, because I'm the dev. Aren't you glad that I've graced your stream? They didn't say that, but that's what it felt like. In conclusion, Wildfire is a game that I think that I would like more. What a weird dev. Yeah, except that it's just, that really was a weird experience. We're putting it at C tier. We want to punish that behavior, I think. The Bobcat felt out of place and useless and just boring, but I kind of didn't want to mention it because of him. Yeah, seems about right. I know it says if it was a porn game, enemies being men, women, futa, I don't know what that is, it's just normal. And Rango says, also when I was criticizing a little, the dev got annoyed. Yeah, right. Annoyed at me before I knew. Also, he got annoyed when I joked about getting the NPCs killed as jokes. Yeah. Noodle says, also, I would prefer to animate hot women than men as enemies, TBH. Well, as we know from Ubisoft and the release of Assassin's Creed Unity, it's just too expensive to animate women. You remember that? You remember when people were like, why are all the playable characters men? And they said we didn't have the budget for female characters because of the animations. It's a very suspect claim. Okay, yeah, Wildfire seems like a good game. Weird dev. I don't want to play it anymore. Don't Starve. I actually don't know where I'm going to put this. Let me see if I can. So when I used to write essays in school, I didn't know usually what I would write. And the way that I would do it is I would write the introductory paragraph, write the whole essay, and then go back and rewrite the introductory paragraph to match what I had ended up writing, because it wouldn't match otherwise. I think we got to do something similar with Don't Starve. I'm going to try to talk my way through it and hope that we come to a conclusion, because I don't really know where I want to put it. Don't Starve. Also, Momodora is like that. Mostly women enemies. I'm not complaining. I don't know Momodora. Don't Starve is a weird one. It's I think touted as a very difficult game, but I don't think that it is. I think what it is a very punishing game that basically punishes your ignorance, right? So like the only time you're super in danger, it feels like, in Don't Starve is when you're up against something you've never seen before. And then because there's a lot of kind of crazy logic or things that are very alien or that you wouldn't necessarily guess work the way that they do, if you won't be ready for something and you'll get killed because of it. And for that reason, I'm really glad that we played Don't Starve with people in chat who know how to play Don't Starve, because that helped honestly save us from a lot of those mistakes, helped save me from a lot of like discovering one more new thing and then going back and dying and having to start over, and then discovering one more thing and dying and having to start over, and doing that in a loop. So this is what Renga says, Don't Starve is hard to rank. It's so great and amazing and has some great ideas and concept, but also feels a bit messy and unfocused somehow at the same time. And Nuno says, let him suffer, chat. No, I would have probably rated it lower if I didn't have, because these things weren't rising to the level of like spoilers, but it was useful to hear things like, hey, in the summertime, stuff is going to catch on fire, so you need a fire extinguisher, an ice flingomatic. You build one, because I wouldn't have guessed that I needed to do that otherwise. Speaking of which, let's look at a clip from Don't Starve.
Oh, I don't have enough to make a second.
This is the one where my hair is really bad, by the way. My hair is just terrible. It starts okay at the beginning of the stream, but for some reason, I think I ran my hand through my hair or something and messed it up, and it just looks awful. Rega says, I try not to explain, more so to tell him items he may have not noticed. Yes, and push him into risky areas. I would agree, yeah.
Okay. Let's pick up these boards. That's 2. If we had one more piece of wood. No, he's somewhere nearby, probably west. Isomatic! You're supposed to be saving my plants!
All my berry bushes. All burned. And I had an ice flingomatic in the middle of them.
R.I.P. in peace. Berry bushes.
The
It
whole
was a beautiful
field.
dream.
And I love those berry bushes.
Oh, man.
But that's the kind of thing that happens in Don't Starve.
What was the point of the isomatic?
I didn't realize that you needed to turn the isomatic on after, because basically we'd filled it up with fuel and turned it on, and then it ran out of fuel and turned off, and I put fuel back in but didn't turn it on again, so it didn't save my plants, and they all got burned up, and it was a terrible thing. Neil says, I think if the dev just said I prefer animating women on Rango's mostly women comments, I'd have been more cool with them. It was I guess a pithy response that they gave. But it wasn't, a super good explanation. Rega says, Don't Starve is fitting for this hair. I guess so, yeah. Like I said, my hair naturally goes into 3 pieces, much like Wilson's. Yeah, all my stuff burned down in the summer, even despite the warnings. I'm going to put Don't Starve at a B tier. I don't know, I like to play Don't Starve, though. I feel like I could complain about Don't Starve forever, but I like to play it, so we're putting it at A tier. I don't know what that means. If there was between A and B, we would put it there. It's like a B+. And Ringo says, Noodles, I just found it a little strange. They weren't like hot women and the dev was gay. Oh, I didn't know that. He was more like social justice kind of thing. It felt overly protective. Yeah, I didn't really know what to make of it at the time. Okay, so we put Don't Starve it in A. I don't know. I could, depending on the day, I probably would put it between A and B. We'll play Don't Starve again probably at some point. I like to play it even though I hate it. I don't know. It's a weird one. Element Tower Defense 2. This is my second most viewed video on YouTube. Is Element Tower Defense 2. There's a video called The Mushroom Tower Meta, which I think is searched for or is found by people who are actually trying to learn about the meta of this game. And for that reason, the video is getting thumbs downs. And so I've made it private since then. Because I was like, I don't want people to thumbs down my weird Element Tower Defense video. Ringo says, I feel similar about Don't Starve. Somehow I love and am engrossed by it. But it's also fucking like weird and has bizarre design choices. I think that engrossing is the right word. Yeah. I feel engrossed by it. Yes, agreed. It's very interesting to me. I like to play it. I like to build up my little base. But then something will happen and I'll just rage and I'll be like, this is the dumbest game in the world, which is not correct. But I'll think of that. I'll say that. Anyway, Element TD2 is a tower defense game based on a Warcraft 3 mod. It's really meant for multiplayer. I would play this game again on stream if we could get like a big multiplayer session going with like people from chat. Is probably how I'd want to revisit this game. For now, we'll put it at B tier. As a single player game, the way we played it, it's B tier. It's just I think it shines in multiplayer. In single player, it just feels like a pretty typical tower defense. Okay. A Short Hike. A Short Hike is like a boiled down Breath of the Wild as an indie game. We played it, I think, in one stream. Do I have a clip for this? No. Next clip is for Cake King's Rent Fiesta. Good. A Short Hike really nails what it's trying to do. It's a short game. It's the perfect length. It's very charming. You get to be a little bird. Put it in an A. A Short Hike is an A. It's a good game. Play A Short Hike. Where's Untitled Goose Game? Hello from Iran. Wow. Hello, John Beadle. I didn't play Untitled Goose Game this year. Maybe we should. That would be a good stream game. It's certainly well known. Noodle says their motive. Oh, this is about the dev from Wildfire. Their motive is some sort of new Gen Z oppression Olympics. IDK what to call it. I'm not hip and fresh with their lingo. Giant Spatula says Untitled Goose Game is great. Pencil it in. We should play that this year. Yeah, we could do it for like. How long is it? Let's see. How long to beat? How long to beat Omicron? How long to beat Untitled Goose Game? Please. I don't know how to type. 4 to 5 hours. We could totally do that. Maybe we could just do that in a week. We could pick. That would be like because that would take us what 2 or 3 streams to do if we're doing like weekday streams. Pencil it in. We'll find a good time. Maybe I think we'll play like a long game. Piotr, why Bing? Bing is the best browser. Why? Because I want Bing to sponsor this stream. I want sponsorships from Bing and Jamba Juice. These are the ones that I want. Yes, +1 for Goose. Okay, we got to do the Goose game. We'll put it in. We'll play a long game, and then we'll need something short as like a palate cleanser, and we'll play Untitled Goose Game. Yeah. What am I saying? Bing and Jamba Juice. More Wars is a Chaos Goose IRL. That sounds about right. Rengo says, Don't Starve at the base in some details is kind of genius and stands out as a great survival game to me, but because there's so much with the design style, it can have its problems. And Mora War says, Unloose the Goose. We will. 2022. That's our motto for 2022. 2022, Unloose the Goose. Do it. I don't know where I want to type that. I wanted to type it somewhere. We'll put it on the calendar at the end. Cool. What did we do? A Short Hike? Yes, A tier. That's correct. Jazz Punk. Jazz Punk is another game we played, I think, in a single stream. This is a surreal adventure game. I honestly really liked it, though. Jazz Punk is A tier. Whatever it's trying to do, it succeeds at it. I don't really know quite what it is. I don't quite understand it, but I would consider it a success. Put Jazzpunk at A tier. I like playing that game. Another one with a really good length for the game. You know, gets in there, does its thing, and gets out in like 2 hours. Perfection. Noodle says, oh, they're arguing about politics. I'm going to stay out of this one. Death's Door. Okay, so Death's Door. Oh, we're going to do multiple in a row. Okay. Death's Door is a game that is okay, let's just say what my experience was before we talk about its reputation. We played Death's Door on the stream and then decided to stop playing. However, because basically I felt like it was very padded. It felt like we were fighting the same enemies over and over who have just like take a ton of hits. Where is Wii Sports? So listen, I want to play Wii games. I was at home on vacation. And I bought a Wii game, first of all, just like last week. I bought Muramasa the Demon Blade, so we got to play that at some point. But I want to play Wii games on here. We have the weird Japanese cable that will allow us to play a Wii game on stream. What if it became, let's see, Death's Door and MM getting the mob active. Yeah, we're going to do it. And Ringo also says, Jazzpunk I kind of forgot about, but man, so good and so much style. I loved it. Wii Sports is also great. What if we became a premier Wii streamer? I would love it. We're going to do it. We're going to become a Wii streamer in 2022. I got to get a Wii, though. There is a Wii at my parents' house. I think there are like kids who come over who really like to play the Wii when they're over at the house. So I don't want to like take it from them. So my plan was to take a bunch of Wii games with me back to my house, my apartment, and then buy a Wii locally from Craigslist or something. So I still got to do that. Ooh, Zelda Judgment is next. You better believe it. And Barnyard Brian says, I played that console. You played the Wii? It's a good one. Honestly, there are good games on the Wii. What is it? No More Heroes. The originally came out on Wii. It's on better consoles now, but it was originally on the Wii, and that was a good place for it. Okay, Death's Door, I felt was very padded and samey. There are a lot of puzzles in Death's Door where it's like you press a button on one side of the room and then another button pops up on the other side of the room and you go over and press that button and another button pops up and you walk over and press that button and another button pops up and you walk over and press that button and then a door opens. And it's like, is that a puzzle? If you just keep saying go over here and press a button, go over here, press a button. There's like a ton of puzzles that are variations of that in Death's Door. The boss fights are really, really good, but the little regular mobs, I just did not really enjoy fighting. However, that said, I did finish this game off stream. So basically, we played it on stream. I didn't really have a good time playing it. I went off stream and like put on a podcast and listened to it while I ground through like the little chumpy mobs, and I had actually a much better time. I'm gonna put Death's Door to B tier. I know some people really, really are hot on this game. I needed to play it in a particular way to enjoy it, is my feeling about Death's Door. Rango says, I can agree, but this is more Rango. I'm staying out of this one. Barnyard Brian says, I played Wii Sports at your house once. Oh, that checks out. You would have, yeah. That's the Wii that I can't bear to steal from the children. But maybe I should. Okay. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Talking of playing Nintendo consoles, we got this game on Nintendo 64 and like got all the accoutrements to play it on stream. Tried to play it once and realized we needed like the what did we need? The memory pack or something for Majora's Mask we didn't have, and so I had to go like buy one, and then we got to it later. Okay, so here's my Majora's Mask thing. I want to say something that makes me feel crazy when I say it. A Giant Patch says, Peter Bizzle, depending on where you put Hades, I'm going to ban you. You do have mod power. Okay, I'll be careful. This is something that makes me feel crazy because I feel like it's an obviously true statement, but this decision about Zelda is important, but it's a controversial one. But it feels to me like it shouldn't be controversial, but I think that it will be. Having super loaded this statement, the best video game of all time is not on the Nintendo 64. Don't mess it up, says the Evocator. It's not on the Nintendo 64. It's just not. Unwisebird, thanks for the sub. And Neil says, have you played Hatoful Boyfriend? You date the pigeons. I haven't, but that would be a good Wednesday game. Maybe we should do that for a Wednesday. The Nintendo 64 was such a weird time. It's such an awkward phase for like 3D games, and a lot of that really comes across in Majora's Mask, right? It's an early open world game, and so you've got this open world which is small but also sparsely populated. The camera is clunky, the controls are clunky, the hit detection is clunky. For me, the story didn't really do anything for me in Majora's Mask. It feels like Link doesn't have a relationship with any of the characters. Owen Weisbert says, Happy New Year's. I got to take off. Good luck. Thanks for the 2021 streams. Yeah, no worries. Hopefully we'll do some good ones in 2022. And Rango says, Piotr Bizzle, defining best game is hard. Agreed. That's true. Majora's Mask is a game where ultimately it was so clunky and chunky in the water dungeon that we stopped playing. Hey, the Evocator, thanks for the gift stub. The gift sub. Oh, what's Mistaken? Hey. Mistaken was my sensei when I played Fury. I'm more interested in your gaming views. Oh, says Noodles. Oh, this is about the politics still. We stopped playing Majora's Mask. It really didn't do anything for me. I suspect that if we played the remake, a lot of the like moment-to-moment stuff that I found frustrating with the camera and the controls and like trying to stand in the exact right place to actually be able to climb up a ladder would have been less of an issue. Listen, Majora's Mask is not even the best Zelda game. It's not the best, I played Twilight Princess. It's a better game than Majora's Mask. We got to put Majora's Mask at C tier. On the Nintendo 64, Majora's Mask, if it came out today and it wasn't called The Legend of Zelda, this game would get like a 60 on Metacritic. It's C tier. Giant Spatula, thanks for the sub. Oh man, thanks for the gift sub. Hype train incoming, says Stream Chat. I don't know what that means. I know that's a thing on Twitch, but I don't know what it means. Okay. Sub gift or use bits to get to the next level. I don't know what that is. Well, something is happening for 4 minutes at 94%. I should learn how Twitch works. Good. This gives me a distraction though as we try to get away from it. Get away from the controversial Zelda opinion. I think, okay, so here's the last thing I want to say about Zelda. Rango says, Piotr, that's Bizzle. That's because you didn't get much in the story. The game just wasn't for you a lot. I think that's probably true. A lot was exploring and paying attention to details of the same area over time. That may be so. It may just not be my cup of tea. I do think, what was I going to say? I don't remember. Something dumb. Something that would just make people angry, I'm sure. For me, Majora's Mask is at a C. Carto. Carto is, what's the next one we have a clip for? Carto is a cute little puzzle game. John Beadle, IGN says Breath of the Wild is number one. I could see that. Oh, that's maybe what I was going to say. I think that, yeah, there are better games just even in that series. I think that it has been, that game journalists are not reliable. I think putting Breath of the Wild as a number one game of all time, though, feels pretty defensible. I haven't played it, but certainly by reputation, it's good. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I think that Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, my theory is these came out at a time when, hey, the Evocator cheered 1 bit. Thank you. I think these came out at a time when arguing about video games on the internet in a really caustic way was just becoming a thing. And so I think that because these are like the really good games that came out at that time, people have since then doubled down on those takes that Majora's Mask is the greatest game of all time, and every internet argument has to be totally acrimonious, and so people get super entrenched. And so my theory is, if the internet had become a bigger thing like 10 years older, or 10 years sooner, 5 years sooner, that a different set of games would be considered the greatest game of all time by the wider internet. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Majora's Mask. Evocator says, I don't know what bits are. Bits are boops. You need 4 boops to get a blop. Oh my god, what's the conversion rate? Barnett Bryan says, I don't think Twilight Princess was memorable. I liked it. I don't remember. I liked it, but I played it a long time ago, to be honest. I played it in like the 2000s. Tweets are now florps. I would accept this. Carto. Carto is a cute indie game about rearranging tiles on a map to solve puzzles, and then it moves things around in the overworld. It's basically an adventure game with this little extra map manipulation puzzle element. I liked playing it a lot on stream, but to be honest, I didn't go back and finish this game. We got to put it at a B. Carto gets the B. Cool. Cake King's Rent Fiesta. This is a game. So my understanding about this game is that Cake King's Rent Fiesta was made in like a game jam over a very short period of time. And so I think you gotta take that into account when we're talking about it. We're not gonna take that into account when we rate it, but that's my goatee. Yeah, I think it's something worth considering while we're talking about it. So given that it was made in a very short amount of time for a game jam, I think that Cake King's Rent Fiesta is a successful game in that it successfully shows like, hey, if this was a whole real game, this is why it would be fun. And I think it kind of answers that question successfully, even though a lot of it is really underbaked. A lot of it is, the art is ridiculous, the UI is problematic, and just doesn't look good, unprofessional. The desert is this big empty area that's clearly just there to try to make the map seem bigger. The woods are totally undeveloped. So I have a lot of complaints about it, but just, understanding where it came from. Anyway, let's look at, I think there's like a development diary that we can take a look at to see what it was like.
The goddamn internet, just like we want.
This is the game that we made in the game jam.
Thank you, random comment on the internet. For real. Oh my god, not the first time I've been saved by one. Okay, so
100 bits for this masterpiece. Thank you.
We'll also put in a little note that says takes a second to load.
Look how tired I am. I have like dark circles under my eyes.
All right.
So after 3 days of making this game,
we could take a picture of the crossroads.
Oh, this is getting
This
screenshots.
is one of our screenshots.
For the game jam submission.
We'll have one of the desert, of the oasis. That's a good spot.
Anyway, memeing aside, Cake King's Rent Fiesta is a cooking / exploration game that we made for the Ink Jam in 3 days. We should do the sequel next year for the Ink Jam. I want to do more game jams this year if we can and make some more games. But like put a bookmark in it. We got to come back and play Cake King's Rent Fiesta or make the sequel for the next Ink Jam and see if anybody remembers, because I think it was very different from the other games. That was a game that was a game jam that had like a lot of text adventures and very narrative heavy games. And I think that we did something really different, and hopefully that would be memorable to people. Anyway, Cake King's Rent Fiesta is a D. It's not a good game. John Beadle says, Resident Evil Revelations was best on 3DS. I could see that. Yeah, we played it on PC. Okay, Nowhere Prophet. Nowhere Prophet is Hearthstone. What's the next one we got a clip for before I do this? Such art. Oh, perfect. Okay. Nowhere Prophet is Hearthstone by way of Slay the Spire. It's fine. It's fine. If that sounds good to you, check it out. It's B tier. I don't really have a lot to say about it otherwise. Darkwood is a game that we started playing and then I gave up on and stopped. We said earlier in the stream, I said earlier that like sometimes a game will be like, we made this bad on purpose. And it's like, okay, but it's still bad. And I feel like that a lot in Darkwood. And in particular, I think that there are a lot of things in this game which are rough or bad, which are clearly not bad on purpose. Things like the UI, is messed up so that there are some times where like one text field will be overlapping with another one and you won't be able to read it. And it's like, that's not on purpose. That's not part of the game. And so I think that this game is also taking a lot of cover under like, we made it bad on purpose. But then there are parts that are bad that are clearly not on purpose, which makes me just suspicious of the whole thing. I didn't get into Darkwood. I found it, it just didn't grab me. We're putting it at a C tier. Noodle says, in 2030, will you do a decade tier list and create a tier list about your tier list in the past years, reacting to yourself? Lock it in. 2030, we're all going to be like charred skeletons. I don't mean to upset you. I don't mean to do spoilers. But in the year 2030, we'll all be charred skeletons. So let's just say yes. Yes. Such Art. Such Art is a game. It's a painting simulator. I really like this game. We played this a few times on stream. And it was fun to pick up from the same save where we had done a bunch of... I don't really expect to live past 2025. Same TBH. It was fun to pick up from our old save and like do more paintings. Such Art! Yeah, so I thought we would look at a clip where we just, at the end of the last stream that we did it, we just walked around the gallery and looked at all of our paintings that we'd done. Mint NFTs of your art. Remember me. Or sell prints. I would love... Well, before we do, let's just look at the quality of art that we're dealing with. So here's us naming our last painting and then walking around the gallery to look at what we've done. So here's all our paintings.
Evan the Frog. And that'll be our final painting for today. Boom! Let's review what we did today. So we've got a lot of old paintings here from previous times, but we actually blew through a lot of paintings today. So I'll try to save the best ones for last. We did the plop. Here it is. There's some good ideas here. There's this technique.
NFTs equals pyramid scheme,
this
big time.
Orange stuff.
Oh god, not the plop.
We got to work on this. This is something to work on, is our blending technique. But I like this idea of like the little things with the long shadows. Noodle by numbers.
There's noodles.
No notes. Noodle by numbers. It's simple. It's easy. It's very safe for us. But I like it okay. We've got His Majesty, a cake. Not a lot going on here. This gray background I'm really not crazy about. I wish there was more.
Head train complete at level 2.
Because
hey,
the thing
thank
is,
you.
like, so other paintings we do like these kind of multiple color backgrounds, like Witnessing the Unicorn, right? We have this black with the pink stripe, whatever. But here we've done the same thing, but we've also made it kind of literal because this looks like a floor, and it's like, okay, if this is a floor and there's torches behind him, then what's this wall? What's this perfectly gray flat wall? And I don't really care for that. We have occasionally, which I like a lot. Occasionally, maybe one of our best ones for today. Again, played it really safe, and were rewarded for it. We've got Noisy Bird, which I love.
Noisy Bird.
Looks like it could be a real painting to me. Kind of a pop art, not a pop art, kind of a like kitsch, kind of something you would find in somebody's kitchen maybe. Then we've got...
Sorry, I just want to say I love that definition of kitsch. Kitsch is anything that you might find in somebody's kitchen. That's, I guess, where the name comes from.
Nature Remembers, which is our cute little possum looking at things.
Is this
coming
your
out of
art?
the pipe.
Yeah,
honestly,
these are
bit
the
of a
paintings that we
mess.
made in
This
game.
is the first one we did today. You could tell we were still getting used to our tools and stuff here. And then we've got Evan. Evan's here, looking at you, kind of judgmentally, but that's just Evan. What can you do?
Very good, thank you.
Oh man, oh man. Such Art. I'm back. Rango, you're just in time. We did, I think, one more painting while you were gone.
Anyway, that's Such Art. We made some good paintings for it. Okay, we're gonna allow Rango to have his rebuttal about my wrong opinion about Darkwood. He says, Piotr Bizzle, I think your definition of bad is a bit weird. Games are subjective, and I think you always put your personal taste as some kind of objective bad. I could definitely see that. For example, Darkwood here was made quite intentionally like this, and a lot was not made as a mistake. And for me, the controls feel perfect and really struck me compared to other horrors for creating a more powerless human horror experience. I don't feel Darkwood is trying to hide bad design. You just didn't like what is intentionally designed, which me and many others were affected in the intended way from. I think just using trying to hide behind being bad is very wrong wording. I guess what I'm trying to say is, let me clarify that. There are things which are objectively bad in that game, right? Like the UI bugs, right? That's not something somebody did on purpose. That's not something that's adding to the game. And so the fact that other parts of the game are really underdeveloped make me skeptical about the idea that some things are bad, or not bad, right? Some things are clunky, let's say, on purpose. When I see that other parts of the game are, clearly without a purpose have problems, I become a little bit suspicious. If you really enjoyed the game, though, obviously my dumb opinion doesn't take away from that. But it made me a little made me skeptical of the other design choices, to be honest. Noodle says, my beautiful goofy face. Oh, yeah. You should do an MS Paint stream. Why do artist paintings skyrocket when the artist dies? Don't say that. I don't want to... Ugh. Or a stream of you making emojis for Twitch. We got to make emojis. Yeah, we got to do that. That's just like... I was going to put one out when we first got affiliate, but I didn't want to rush it, and I really don't know what to do for the first emoji. But an emoji making stream would be a good way for me to double up on streaming and getting that done. No, says time to invest in Piotr NFT and hire an assassin for 10 grand and watch me profit 10 million. I don't like this business idea. I have big problems with the part of it where I'm assassinated. And John Beale says, Ringo Starr does art in MS Paint? That's dope. I've got to look that up. Wait. And Ringo says, yeah, the UI does have problems. There is some problems, but I feel like saying the core is trying to have bad design is weird when they intentionally designed it like that, and it actually has been effective and noticed by others. If it works for you, then it works for you. It didn't work for me. Yeah. Did you already do the wine game? No, but it's coming up. And it says, oh, well, a common workplace disagreement that won't matter when you're dead. Oh, good. I'm glad that the ends will, I'm sure they'll justify the means there. John Beale says, I have an autographed snail's eye. Is that one of his? Okay, let's see. We got to see this. I got to know. As something of a Beatles fan myself, star, snail's eye. Oh! I actually like that a lot. I don't know why, but I like that a lot. If a game uses a more conventional version of design as the core design, you don't safe up like that for other problems like UI. Anyway, that's my rant about objective and subjective design, kind of. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm glad that I said my thing and we also had a rebuttal. I think that way we can get both perspectives, which is good. Giant Spatula says, where do you rank Kingdom Hearts? It's S tier, obviously. S plus tier. SSS. That painting reminds me of Plankton from SpongeBob. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's the color scheme, I think, right? And then the it looks like his eye also, with the yellow eye. Doesn't he have yellow irises? Not irises. White part of the eye. Plankton. SpongeBob. This is why the stream is taking so long. Yeah! The red, I see it. I definitely see it. SSSS tier. SSSS tier. Snake tier. Yeah. The blue and orange is pleasing. Yeah, who knew? Ringo Starr making kind of good art. Anyway, such art is an S tier game. I love this game. If there was between S and A, I would put it there. But for me, put it at S tier. Okay, Origami. Origami is a weird game. The mood of the game, the way that it presents itself, is very antithetical to the experience of actually playing it. So it's a stealth game about being a magical undead ninja, and it's supposed to be very high stakes, like you're sneaking into these places and killing a bunch of guys in sneaky, jumping out of the shadows and stuff. But when you play it, it actually feels very chilled out, and you just kind of teleport around all over the place in the shadows, and you jump out and you kill a guy and you teleport around, and if somebody catches you, you only go back a little bit, so it never actually feels like high stakes from a gameplay perspective. It's a really weird one. Also, this is another game that crashed and broke the camera during stream, which we have to grade it down for. I've played Origami a lot more off stream since the time when we played it on stream, but I got to give it like B tier. It's between B and C, but we'll go B tier. Brian says, Barnyard Brian says, I used to have that painting in my house, but my roommate took it when he moved out. Oh, dang. You hate to see that. Roommates taking things. When I was at the store just last week buying Muramasa, the Demon Blade, that Wii game that I bought, I overheard a girl talking to her friend, and she was like, yeah, I have to get new consoles because my ex took all my consoles when we broke up. And I was like, how does that happen? Who is this thief person stealing your consoles? I hated it. If you break up with somebody, don't steal their consoles. That's the wrong thing to do. And if you do that, you're a bad person. In conclusion, I couldn't believe it. Rango says, I wonder what you'll think of Pathologic 2. You've played Unpacking, just the demo. So we just did the Unpacking demo. And we rated Unpacking, Unsighted, and a different one, Dodgeball Academia, just based on the demos. Rango says, that game, Pathologic 2, has very unconventional and kind of weird design, but it is a masterpiece, in my opinion, that is designed with so much meaning and refined to its goals. We'll see. I have with some apprehension about playing it for that reason, is that I worry that we have different tastes, and that we may differ on it. But the things you've told me about it do sound legitimately interesting. It's a game that I want to check out. Yeah, and even if we weren't going to stream it, it would be one that I'd want to play off stream. Anyway, phone the police on your ex then? I guess, I don't know. It might be one of these things where it's just not a big enough deal. So this happened to me actually today. I had a package stolen just today from my building. They left it in the entryway, and less than an hour between when it was dropped off and when I went to check on it, somebody had stolen it, had torn open the package and taken out the stuff inside. But it was like a $30 thing, and I was like, it's not worth, like, you're not going to file a police report about that. And even if you do, what are they going to do? You know, and there was, you know, you'll say somebody stole my package, and they'll say, okay, we'll let you know if we find anything. They're not going to do anything. So it might be one of those situations, where there's not enough really, it's not worth it. It's just not worth doing a whole thing. So I reported it to the vendor. I said, hey, you know, you might mention this to FedEx if you report this to your delivery vendor. And I mentioned it to my apartment complex. I sent an email to like the apartment company, the property company that owns the apartment building. It was like, hey, this got stolen. But that's, you know, you got to just eat that one, I think. Giant Spider says, ooh, there's some good environmental storytelling about exes taking things. Oh, and unpacking? That's what I was saying when we were ranking it earlier, is that what we didn't see in the demo was kind of the meta story in unpacking. Wasn't really there, but it's something that I've heard is good about it. Yeah, we should play the full game of unpacking at some point. No! Enrico says, that is fair. Don't expect to love it, as it isn't... Oh, this is about Pathologic 2. As it isn't for everyone, but don't expect to hate it either. It is unique and worth checking out. Something so different and weird than other stuff, but also so well made in its goals. Yeah, I'm excited to check it out. Okay. What did we just do? Origami or something? K-King's Rent Fiesta? How did that end up at D tier? No, put it back where it belongs. Okay, Bastion. Bastion is a good game. We played it on stream. It's not super long, but I liked it a lot. It's another game where I think it's just like very successful in what it's trying to do. The music is really good. The voice acting is good. Hey, John Beadle, thanks for the sub. Oh, man. So many people subbing today. Thank you very much. The music rules in Bastion. Yeah, Cake King is S tier. We'll put it where Cake King 2 will strive for S tier. Yeah, the music rules in Bastion. This is like literally on my so whenever I fly on a plane, as I don't know where else I would fly, a Zeppelin I guess, but whenever I fly on a plane, I keep my phone turned off because I don't want to like wear out the battery usually, right? And so I'm only listening to music that's on my iPad, which I always forget to fill up with music. But one of the few albums that is on my iPad is the Bastion soundtrack for some reason. And so I listen to it every time I fly, and it always rules. Yeah, Bastion's an A. Put it in an A where it belongs. It's just a good game. It was a little bit more chilled out than I was expecting, to be honest. But that was kind of nice. We chatted a lot during the streams and stuff. It was a good game and also a good game to stream. Bastion is an A. Cool. I'm out of water in my water bottle, and I think my voice is going to fail soon. I might need to go run and get some more water soon. Let's see. What's the next one? Yeah, so this is where I ran out of time. I was finding clips literally up until like 1 minute before I started the stream. So that's why there's not going to be very many, but that's okay. Timberborn is a game. It's a city builder. John Beadle, oh my god, thanks for the gift subs. That's too many. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Rex says, almost every game I recommend seems to have good music. You send me a lot of good game music too. Yeah, I think you have good... I think that my impression is that that's something that you like in games, is like good music, a good soundtrack. Timberborn is a city builder game about being beavers. I think it's awesome. It's in early access, and it's in my list of like games we have unfinished business with. It's one that I really do want to come back to when there's more content, because there just wasn't a ton of stuff right now. There's a lot of cool stuff in the game that we didn't really touch on that you can do with like moving water around and changing water levels. Yeah, yeah, Timberborn rules. We'll check back in on it again as it gets more content, but put it in an A tier. Honestly, if like anybody who's interested in city builders, I would recommend Timberborn to them. It's just a good one. Rengo said, don't particularly pay attention to soundtrack, but it seems to always be there. Make a berry bush emote. That's a good idea. Yeah, we could do berry bushes. I was like, we should do a Mingus emote, but I don't know which Mingus that would be. All right. Okay, we're in like October now. I can see that we're getting close to the end of the year. Blue Fire is a really mixed 3D platformer. Some things about it are really awesome. The controls are really good. The platforming is really good. Some things about it are really not awesome. Like the progression is really weird, and sometimes it's incredibly hard to know. We can mix all the Minguses, have like a GIF of them like flashing between them. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, it's like really hard in Blue Fire sometimes to know what the next thing that you're supposed to do is. In fairness, they put out an update that they said changed the progression since the time that I played. So this may be something that's gotten fixed, but other things were problematic in Blue Fire. The story was just nothing. I didn't care about it. But weirdly engrossing game. There's DLC that I want to come back to. It's between an A and a B for me. I'm gonna put it at a B because like we had to look at a walkthrough to keep getting through that game, and even with the walkthrough, it was like hard to figure out where we needed to go next. And the final boss was kind of a disappointment. I don't know. Blue Fire, high highs and low lows. Put it at a B. Renga says, going to be real, I got bored watching Blue Fire. Feels rude to say that, but yeah, it looks pretty alright game, but not interesting to watch. I could see that too. A lot of the joy of Blue Fire is in the platforming controls and stuff. And there were a lot of parts where like, how many times did we try to climb up that one tower over and over and over again? I could see where that wouldn't be super engaging. Werewolf, Heart of the Forest. Okay, this is a game I'm going to be mean to. Meaner than I should be. Well, listen, I've been trying to be nice to everything except Majora's Mask. It's time to be mean. Werewolf Heart of the Forest is an adventure game that is very close to being a book. But if it was a book, like the game writing is good for game writing, but if it was a book, which it almost is, it would be considered a bad book. It's just not. It's good writing for a game. It's not good writing in the world of writing. The story really didn't grab me. It's about you are this girl who goes back to her ancestral town in Poland, I think, and becomes an environmental activist and also a werewolf while she's there. It didn't really do it for me. Machine for Chairs coming up, yeah. It's a D. Werewolf Heart of the Forest. I actually did finish this game off stream, and just because I wanted to know how it ended, and the ending disappointed me. There's multiple endings, so maybe I just got a bad one. But Werewolf Heart of the Forest is D tier. Yeah. Amnesia, a machine for pigs, a machine for chairs. Yeah, so the reason Rango says a machine for chairs is because there was one part where there was like a chute we could put stuff into a big machine. And I ran around picking up chairs from the environment and putting them into the chute. And they just piled up in a big pile, and it was kind of dorky. I'm not crazy about a machine for pigs. This is my hot take. I think that it does really good, like, it has really good atmosphere, but at the end of the day, this is a walking simulator game that poses a question, which is not very interesting, and answers that question with an answer that is also not very interesting. Machine for Pigs, for me, says Rango, is like a B tier, but I think just there. Yeah, I mean, so basically, I guess spoilers, kind of. But the theme of Amnesia, Machine for Pigs, and this is going to be reductive just because I'm trying to be concise, but is, hey, Piotr, you should play FF7? I've got it. We could play it. I have the original on Steam, not the remake. We could do it. We could do a mega stream and play FF7. I kind of want to. We were talking about this IRL. I kind of, in a way, do want to do that. Because it's an important part of gaming, and I never played it. You know, I gotta look at it. I gotta see the little chibi characters do violent things to each other. A Machine for Pigs. Sorry. The question it poses is, if I could be hugely reductive about it, so many bad things happened. What? We'll see. We'll see. What? The question it poses is, hey, so many bad things happened in the 20th century. We had 2 world wars. There was all this turmoil and violence on a scale that was like industrial, at a level that we, human misery at a scale we've never really seen before. Given that all these terrible things happened, wouldn't it almost be better just at the end of the 19th century, the end of the 1800s, to just, no, what is it? Yeah, the 19th century. The end of the, no, I'm wrong. Which way does it go? Yes, the end of the 18th century, the end of the 19th century, the end of the 1800s, right before, God damn it, the 20th century. In 1899, what if we just stopped? What if humanity just stopped there? And what if the way that you did it was what if everybody just died? Wouldn't that almost be better and just spare everybody this suffering at a new level and a new scale and scope that humanity had never seen before? Wouldn't it almost be better to just kill everybody? And the game says, no, that would be a bad thing to do. That would because it would be monstrous. It would be a monstrous thing to just kill everybody. That would be a terrible thing to do. Which I don't think is a very interesting answer. It's like that would be very evil, so you shouldn't do it. And very scary, so you shouldn't do it. I would be much more interesting if the game took the angle of like, hey, there was really bad things in the 20th century, but there was also good things. This is the reason why, the 20th century was worth having. Or something like that. And I just... It's not an interesting question, and it's not an interesting take. It's kind of exact, like, if you're going to pose that question, give us an interesting answer. It's just like, would it be bad to kill everybody? Yes, it would be bad. Okay. I don't know. It didn't do it for me. It's Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs is C tier. John Beale says, I've been thinking about streaming pinball. I bet that would be really good to watch, actually. Because pinball, everybody knows pinball. That's something I've been saying about other things here. Is that, like, a lot of times we struggle with games where people don't know the games very well, and if you just jump in, you can't tell what's going on. But everybody knows pinball. That's actually not a bad idea at all. La Belle Époque. I guess that probably means, I don't know what that means. I assume it has to do with the time period, because of the word epoch. Rango says, I feel Machine for Pigs presents these themes beautifully a bit and well written, but I agree, not huge to dig into for me either. But I've seen a couple of great videos which are interesting other perspectives. I should whisper them. I actually would be interested in checking that out. Honestly, please do if you have them on hand. And he says, Piotr Bizlet's more so humans in time and everything must move forward even if it sucks. I guess so. That didn't really come across for me. But maybe. The thing where it's like, oh, it would be bad because even your daughters would die. And, they show this character's daughters, but we never see our character's real relationship with them. We only see them as spooky ghost twins who are creepy. And it's like, I don't care. I don't care about these people dying. They're creepy ghost people. I want them to be gone. I don't know. It didn't work for me. I can't remember. Did you play with monsters on? Was there an option to play with monsters off? We played with monsters on. But the monsters didn't really, I don't know, they didn't really add very much. And Brian says, I heard you spent, John Beadle, I heard you spent more on pinball machines than the down payment put on my car. Oh, damn. Oh, wait, are you talking about streaming like an actual pinball machine? That would be really cool. If that's what you're like talking about, like an IRL pinball machine. I don't want to put a damper on it if that's not what you were planning. But I would check that out for sure. Okay. That's my little Amnesia Machine for Pigs rant. That's what he means. That's dope. That actually is super cool. That is a really cool idea. Okay. Wow. I thought we were talking about like a pinball game, like the one that used to come packaged with Windows. That is yeah. I would check out a stream of pinball games, definitely. Rego says the machines weren't part of Machine for Pigs. And Rego also says, honestly, the puzzle and monsters of Machine for Pigs just kind of worsens it. They needed it just a smaller walking sim. Maybe. Yeah, it might be something where they were between two different kinds of games and they just needed to go all the way one way or all the way the other. I could see that. And John Beale says, I have Simpsons Pinball Party, Stern Godzilla, and Stern Jurassic Park in my basement. That's dope. Ugh. I really wanted to get... So a while back, I looked into getting... arcade cabinet for the game Joust because I love Joust. I I live up on the in a fourth floor walk up. There was no way it was going to be a good idea to move an arcade cabinet up here. But it's something that I've looked into. I think having like arcade cabinets and pinball machines is very cool. It's something that I want to do someday. But in my current situation, it's just not very viable. Resident Evil Revelations. This game is preposterous. Resident Evil Revelations. I'm gonna spoil part of Resident Evil Revelations. So you're on a ship, and there's a twist midway through the game. Some people are on a ship, and some other characters that we're following go on what seems to be the same ship, but it turns out that it's actually a different ship because there are two identical ships. And you go, well, that's kind of dumb, but I guess it's fine. Giant Smash just says that game sucks. I guess it's kind of fine, but whatever. It's a dumb twist. Fine. But then it turns out that no. There's not two boats. There are three boats, which are identical. And it's just like, why? Why did you do the same dumb twist twice? Everybody flip-flops which side they're on. It's a story that is both extremely complicated and extremely simplistic. And I'm not into it overall. However, it was a fun game to stream. I think Rango mentioned this earlier. Really fun game to stream because it's kind of goofy and dumb. The gameplay is fine. It's like a slightly less interesting version of the Resident Evil 4 gameplay, IMO, which I think is probably, if we're honest, like to do with the limitations of the 3DS, would be my guess. Because there's just like fewer monsters and simpler environments and stuff. I could see this as like I think this probably was a really impressive 3DS game based on the way that it looked. But playing it on the PC with the goofy story and everything else, I've got to put it at a C. And to be clear, it's a C, but I liked this game. And I want to play the sequel. I want to play the sequel next year in October when we're playing spooky games. We'll play Revelations too, but it's not a good game. Rango says, Dear Esther, I still recommend. Imagine the level of writing and atmosphere, but for some great kind of interpretive themes about, how do I say this without spoilers? Never mind. Just trust me, some great themes about death and guilt and stuff. And then Rango says about, Revelations. The second boat barely makes sense alone, but the third made no sense. The third was such a memey moment. Noodles, no SSS tier for Rainworld? It only goes to S. What can I say? Yeah, it's Rainworld at SSS tier, and then SSSS, 4 S's, Snake tier is Kingdom Hearts. The entire series, streamed back to back to back until I die of dehydration. Cool. Stygian is a bad game. Stygian is a game that we played on stream. It's an RPG that's kind of in the Cthulhu-y setting. I didn't like it very much, and then I read about it and found out that it was a Kickstarter game that they never finished. It kind of explains there are a lot of mechanics in this game that don't seem like they need to be there, that I think were probably Kickstarter goals or promises, like things that they're just like, well, shoot, we said there was going to be hunger mechanics, so now we got to put them in, even though they add nothing to the game. And it's just, I don't know. It's not a very interesting story and not a very interesting setting with a bunch of missing mechanics, or a bunch of unnecessary mechanics and no ending. My understanding is, I was reading reviews of this game. There are a lot of negative reviews where people are like, hey, there's no ending to this game. They literally didn't finish it. So we got to put Stygian at D tier. Get in there, Stygian. Renga says, also remember when they have like communists, but they don't believe in communism, and on top of that they have the libertarian right flag. Oh, yeah, I don't remember the deal with, the factions and the conspiracies in Revelations were crazy. Katana Zero here, that's actually interesting. We'll talk about it. For completeness, Katana Zero is here. We'll talk about it. Blood Rain Betrayal. This game is way better than I expected it to be. It is a kind of slash 'em up, high skill ceiling game. Think of like a Devil May Cry, but it's a 2D platformer, or 2D side scroller, I should say. It's good. It's a good game. I wanted to play the remake, which just came out recently, but it wouldn't run on my computer, and it seems to have all kinds of technical problems looking at the reviews. So we played the original, which was fine. The only difference is I think the graphics are better. Like the art is kind of scaled up. And there's voice acting in the sequel, which is not in the original, or in the remake, which is not in the original. But other than that, it's the same game, pretty much. I really liked it. Got terrible grades. Every single level, they gave me an F, except I think 1 or 2 times where we went back and replayed levels to get a D grade. But, if you're somebody who really likes fighting games like Devil May Cry, something where you get scored for being, really, really good, really, really perfect in a combat system, I would recommend it. We're going to put this at an A tier. It's between A and B. I'm going to, for me, bump it up to an A tier. I want to go back and play more of this game off stream. Renga says, Darkwood, and Machine for Pigs all next to each other in C tier. I know the pretentious gamers are screaming right now if your videos actually got views. Oh my god, the burn. Out of nowhere. Yeah, if my videos actually got views, yeah, they would be screaming. I feel safe in my obscurity. I am screaming, says John Vedal. Good. Ring of Pain. Ring of Pain is a game that we played as a Wednesday game. Before that, I played it off stream, and I stayed up till like 2 a.m. playing this game multiple times in a row. I was like, we got to play this game on stream. It's a good roguelike kind of card game. The theme and the story stuff doesn't super do it for me. But if you want a game that's really good for like, I'm just going to play one more run, and then you look up and realize it's 3 a.m., Ring of Pain is a good one. Put it at a B. Renga says, is it bad if for some reason I don't recognize you? John Beetle, John Beetle just found out about this channel recently. Also, are you screaming for those 3 next to each other? I'm new here. Yeah. He's pretty unrecognizable. Just a vague person. No. Okay, Age of Darkness Final Stand. This is a game kind of like, what is it like? They Are Billions, which is, the RTS where there are tons and tons of zombies coming in, attacking your base. If it was closer to Warcraft 3, where it's like an RTS that's very hero-based. It's in early access. We played this game as a Sunday stream. I really liked it a lot. It seems pretty tough. We will play it again when there's more content. So we're going to put it at a B. Right now, a lot of promise, but not a lot of content. Kind of like Timberborn. I would put it below Timberborn, though. And Renga says, I'll whisper you an video I recently saw as well as Machine for Pigs. Renga says, Age of Darkness was kind of under-original and not super refined, but it was solid. I think that I would agree with the not super refined. And that's what I'd be looking for is like more polish, more variety, more heroes, more kind of stuff to do. Again, it's in early access. We'll come back and check it out again and see how it comes along. Okay. Castlevania, Lords of Shadow. I love this game. This is a much maligned game because it threw out all the Castlevania lore and existing canon and rebooted everything as a very different kind of game with a very different setting. But if you look past all that, I swear if you looked at this game and it wasn't called Castlevania, it was just called Gabriel's Big Fun Dracula Adventure, clear S tier. It's a good game. It's not super original, much like what was the other one that we said? Much like Darksiders, it's not doing a lot of new stuff. Yeah, it's the Prince of Persia 2008 of Castlevania, definitely. Just clear S tier, just for the Pinocchio voice guy, for the Chupacabra. Oh yeah, like honestly, the combat is good. It's an interesting mechanic that you like. Get combos on enemies so you can fill up your magic, and then you can put it in light or dark magic, one of which heals you, one of which does extra damage, and you got to switch between them because they have different move sets. It's a cool game. I would say if you're going to play Castlevania Lords of Shadow, play it on hard difficulty. The normal difficulty doesn't push back enough, so in the normal difficulty, you can just wail on people, just mash like the same button, and you'll basically win. I think you got to play it a little bit harder to really get why the combat is good. But for me, it's an A tier. I love this game. I played it 3 times and I would play it 4 times. Yeah, not yet. Not right now. But I'm sure that I haven't played this for the last time. When Lords of Shadow beats Darkwood, and Pathologic 2, that's when you know it's a good list. That's when you can look at the list and say, you know what? Finally, a correct tier list of games. We've been waiting for it. And now we know, because Castlevania is above Majora's Mask, that's how we know that this is a good list. The first honest person on Twitch. You're welcome. I'm here. I'm getting punchy. I'm getting punchy with this long stream. Necronator, Dead Wrong, is another game, yet another game with the go off, King. Thanks, Evocator. Necronator is another game with the same Slay the Spire structure that we saw from a lot of other games. It's sort of a strategy game. There are guys on tracks, two castles fighting each other, and you put little units on tracks who walk down the tracks and fight each other. You try to rock, paper, scissors up the opponent and stuff. There's cards. It's all things that I like. It's a B tier. I wanted to play Necronator again. We probably will someday. It's hard to justify because it's not very popular. I feel like if I want to play a game like Necronator, there are more popular things I could play that would do better on Twitch. But I like Necronator. It's good. I like it. Brian says, did you watch the Castlevania animated series on Netflix? Yes, I liked it a lot, actually. The weird thing about that is, so I watched the first season, which was just like a few episodes, right? And then for some reason, I forgot about it, or I basically I missed that more seasons came out afterwards. And so just all of a sudden, literally this year, I was looking on Netflix and I was like, wait, they made the rest of the Castlevania series. And so I binged all of it. I like it. Yeah, it's good. Castlevania anime, good. And it has that guy from the Robin Hood TV show that I like, who plays Guy of Gisborne and also plays that guy and that dwarf in The Hobbit. He's great. I love him. He has a great voice. Fantastic. 10 out of 10 voice man. Put him in more stuff. Ringa says, Piotr Bizzle, anyone who says MM are liars and frauds. Wait, no. Also, when Piotr has played every XCOM 2 at home before XCOM 2, we got to play XCOM 2 this year. Yeah, we won't play, I was going to, for the memes, play the Transformers XCOM first, but probably we should play XCOM. We could do that as a main game at some point. Okay, AI Dungeon. We should have had a clip for this, but I don't have one ready. We played AI Dungeon on Halloween night, I think. I was in a costume, so probably. And the way that we did it was I had this paperback book of a spooky, horror sci-fi book from the 1970s. That's just a cheap paperback that I got at a used bookstore. And basically what we did was we took the introduction to that book, or the first kind of part of the first chapter, and put it into AI Dungeon and then finished the story. And so the name of this book was The Transition of Titus Crow. Man, AI Dungeons has a lot of clippable moments. Yeah, I should have found the clip. I literally ran out of time. It's been a long time since we've had a clip, huh? Hopefully one will come up soon here. Yeah, so basically we finished the story over the 4-hour stream or whatever, and I loved it. I had a really fun time doing it. I want to do, so this is from a whole series of books, it turns out. And I have procured the other books in the series, and I think we should complete our version of the series over time if we can. So basically, the book that we looked at was the second in the series. So I think we'll go back and do a prequel, and then from the first one, and then do the rest of them afterwards. Ringa says, my favorite moment was reading about the bank clerk who turns into a chicken and robs the bank. Everyone else's favorite moment? Oh man, I liked when there was the twist at the end that actually made sense. Where AI Dungeon just did a weird AI Dungeon thing, and it was just this person is actually this person. And it was a mind-blowing moment where it was actually, that kind of makes sense and works with everything else we've seen so far. So yeah, AI Dungeon, that stream, we had a killer twist right at the end of the story that actually worked. If we do a sequel or a prequel, I'll put together a PowerPoint presentation where we'll do a cleaned up version of the story. Try to get rid of some of the stuff that didn't go anywhere or didn't work. And I'll do a PowerPoint presentation on what the original story was, and then we'll do the sequel or the prequel. And Ringo says, yeah, the story actually connects really well. Even if her being our sister feels weird, it was weird. Well, she's our niece, right? In the story. That's the twist. Have you watched Eva? No. Wait, no, we are her uncle, right? Yeah. So the twist is one character turns out to be somebody's niece. It's on Netflix. Okay, I could watch that. Eva. I'll look that up tonight. I've been rewatching The Dragon Prince because that show rules. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Oh, this is not endorsement. I don't know anime. You gotta forgive me. I watch some anime, but I don't really know anime. This is not an endorsement. Strong endorsement. Okay. AI Dungeon is S tier. Sorry. I am endorsing it. I'll check it out. I'll see. My favorite anime is, I don't know anime quotation marks either. Yeah, that's basically where I am. I don't know anime in quotation marks, so I don't have to defend any of my bad opinions about anime. What did I like? I like Kill la Kill and Psycho-Pass are two animes that I watched. Oh no! Oh my god. No. Okay, God. Oh my god, it saved everything. I thought we lost everything there. Oh, good. Yeah, Kill la Kill and Psycho-Pass I like. I haven't watched very many other animes all the way through. Renga says another good one was all the photos of that one bank. He's like, I have all this cool information, and it's just bank photos. That was a cool, like a creepy, like kind of an eerie moment in the story, yeah. And Renga says, I heard good stuff, but after seeing the hospital scene, I am skeptical of it. Might rely on shock, edgy stuff. Giant Spatcha says Kill la Kill is great. Okay, good. That is a safe opinion. Legendary. Legendary is a game that came out, I think, in 2007 or 2008. It is a first-person shooter about opening Pandora's box in the middle of New York City, and it releases all kinds of mythical creatures like griffins and a minotaur and, I don't know, weird goblins and stuff. There's no goblins. That's fake. Other mythical creatures. There's a kraken that destroys the Houses of Parliament in London. It's not really a good game, but it's it's weirdly playable. It's very memey. I like it a lot. We played it all the way through in a single stream, which was probably the right way to play it, I think, because it's only like 6 hours. Let's look at a clip. Mythical creatures such as Omicron. Yeah. Ugh, feels bad. Let's see. This is going to be the boss fight. The first time we saw a Minotaur in this game.
All I desire is to not be stuck on this ladder.
But first I have to be stuck on this ladder.
Sir? That was respectful. We did that in a respectful way. Just trust me. There was no more respectful way we could have done that. Rip in peace. Bypass it.
Hiding a loading screen.
Who?
So, what are we looking for again?
Minotaur?
There it is! Minotaur! Minotaur!
Let's see the Minotaur. Oh, I didn't remember this. Oh, he looks so much like a cow. That's excellent. Oh, they really went hard cow on it, and I appreciate it, honestly.
Anyway, that's all we need to see from Legendary. There's a cow that is super a cow. A Minotaur, rather, that is super a cow. There's a cow that's super a cow. There's a Minotaur that is super a cow. Top 10 best cows in gaming. I think it's like the Minotaur in Legendary, and then the cow from Cake King's Rent Fiesta that you can't interact with. Rango says, I might watch Evangelion sometime. Definitely is probably good. And meaningful to some extent, but also I think it will probably be overhyped. And also says, Legendary is honestly better than most shooters of the time. Actual enemy variety. They did a lot of interesting enemy types. And like interesting AI. The werewolves are like a super highlight. Basically, there's this one part where you're in a warehouse with a bunch of big crates and stuff. And there are werewolf enemies that like climb the crates and jump all over them. And so they're coming at you from all different directions. It's a game that had some cool ideas. It's just not very polished and not very long. And I think in terms of like, if you're somebody who's into first-person shooters, I think the gunplay is not very like good. I'm not really into the genre enough to notice that very much. But I think somebody who is like plays a lot of FPSs would probably take issue with some of the like core controls or mechanics. Evocator says, Eva is historically important, but I also think very good and weirdly relevant. Goaty! I love the design. And Giant Spider says, this game was great and I'm mad I didn't know about it as a kid because I would have loved it. And Evocator says, Legendary was absolutely wild. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I played this game, honestly, a few years after it came out, and we replayed it on stream, and it's very playable. It's it's in some parts of it feel extremely mediocre, but it's very playable. We're putting it at a B tier. I would play Legendary again, honestly, probably because it's pretty short. As sort of a joke, I said on stream that I wanted to find out if we could buy the property, like the intellectual property for Legendary. I was just like, because I was like, how much could it be worth? How much could Legendary possibly be worth? Nobody's going to make a sequel to this. I tried to look it up, and I don't know how to find out that who owns this now. It's the studio and the publisher have both closed. So like, it was like went to somebody else with a bunch of other games rights that also shut down. I can't find it. I was like on the U.S. Copyright Office website. There are so many copyrights called Legendary. I don't know how to narrow it down. You should buy the studio with your Twitch games. Oh, well, they won't actually pay me until I make $100. So maybe next year. Yeah. Man, oh man, oh man. Legendary, I like. I wish we could buy it. I have no idea how to do it. Rango, careful in chat. I don't know this anime series, but some of what you're saying here seems problematic. Just a heads up. More Wars also says Rango. Okay, +1 on that. Rango says, remember the film Legendary? Giant Spatcher says, I'm not Cass, I'm her friend, but Rango, no. Okay, I think this was not opinion that we want to talk about here. I'm sorry, but no. Oh, yeah, actually, Rango, no, this is not appropriate for chat. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know what to do with this. Let's end this conversation. A little bit of a gutless position for me to take. Mario Party is good. That's something we can talk about. Yeah. Mario Party is good. Agreed. We should play Mario Party multiplayer sometime on stream. I want to do more multiplayer stuff this year in general. Oh, Giant Spatcher says, oh, sorry, I did not mean it's inappropriate. Oh, okay. I mean, it's bad and wrong take. Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I can't tell. And Rego says he's not defending Evangelion for that. He's criticizing it. Mario Party is good. Mario Party is good. I have my phone back. Good. Let's talk about Oklos. I don't know quite what happened there. Let's talk about Oklos. Oklos Omega is a game that's like Pikmin, kind of, I think, if it was a roguelike. It's also about ancient Greek mythology. And so basically what they did is there are a ton of different characters from Greek mythology that you can play as. Oklos is great. Yeah, it's a good version of what it is. It didn't quite grab me, but I feel like Oklos is somebody's favorite game. There's somebody who's really into Greek mythology who loves all the niche references in Oklos. I could definitely see it. I'm putting it in an A, honestly. We played it a few times through on stream, kept getting killed by the bosses. But, we were getting further and further as we went through. It's one that I'd like to probably go back to off stream. Cool. What's next one we have a clip of? Oh, Teardown. Great. You can tell I was lazy at the end. I was like, we're out of time. This stream is starting in 5 minutes. We'll just get one for the last game. Wintermoor Tactics Club is a tactics game that's also kind of a visual novel. It is about a bunch of kids at a school where the principal says, we're going to have a snowball fight competition between the clubs, a tournament between all the different student organizations, between the student clubs, and anyone who loses, your club gets dissolved. And then we'll have one ultimate club at the end. Are you streaming until the ball drops? I don't think so. I'm planning to stream until we get to the end of this list. So we'll probably finish up in the next half hour or so. Yeah, that's my plan. Wintermoor Tactics Club has the tactics things are more kind of like, oh, sad. No, maybe, no. I'm not going to change my mind about that. I thought about it because I'm also going to lose my voice here. I've been talking so much this whole stream. Good God. I don't think I could go for the next 2 hours. Gotcha. Says Evocator to Rango. Wintermore Tactics Club, the battles are kind of more like the puzzles, really, than like a typical tactics game. Like they're very, very, each one you're supposed to beat it in a particular way. Hades, so close. Yeah, it presents like a particular problem with the enemy placement. The story, in a weird way, is kind of too earnest, I think, and like gives some kind of bad friendship advice. There's a part where, so the club that these people belong to, they play D&D, basically. Play more Hades, we will. The club this person belongs to, they play D&D, and so like they want to tell one of their friends, or the dungeon master wants to tell one of her friends that the friend is too bossy, and so she like makes up a character, or makes up a storyline in their Dungeons and Dragons game about the character being too bossy. This is an oversimplification, but that's basically what happens. And that's not a good idea. Don't do that. Rebecca says, anyway, sorry there for getting into maybe inappropriate topics. It's all right. Don't worry about it. We'll try to move on, I think. Wintermore Tactics Club, I liked a medium amount. Put it at a B. Put it at a B. Boom. We played the whole thing. Hades. Hades is a better version of Curse of the Dead Gods. I had said that, careful where you put Hades. You may be not allowed at the next extended family gathering. It's all love here on New Year's. I think that's the right take. Thank you, Evocator. Hades is a better version of Curse of the Dead Gods. While we were playing Hades, I said I think I liked Curse of the Dead Gods better, and then I went back and played Curse of the Dead Gods again, and I don't like it as much as Hades. Hades is the better Curse of the Dead Gods. It's the better one, except if you rank Hades wrong. Just kidding. It's A tier. I understand there's some good story stuff. We didn't really get to it in the amount that we played. Potentially could move up or down based on that, but just from what we saw, put it in an A tier. Boom. Okay. Katana Zero is... Katana Zero is a game that we started to play, and I stopped the stream while we were playing it and deleted the VOD. Katana Zero is a very sexist game, and it's not one where if you like this game or are interested in it, that's okay. It's not one where I wanted to be seeming to curate or promote it. I didn't want to be reading the dialogue, which I found like actually really objectionable. I thought that they were really sort of lionizing opinions that I super don't agree with. That is my short rant on Katana Zero. I don't want to play it. It's a D tier. Katana Zero is the hard one. Weird A is a weird way to type S. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with this S character here. Some of the everyone here is canceling you over your ranking of Hades because it's A tier and not S tier. I guess that's fair. You got to understand, we only played like 90 minutes or 2 hours of Hades. I think we need to see more of Hades to get into what really makes it S tier. He said, desperately hoping for approval from chat. Yeah, Ageless. Ageless is a worse version of Celeste. I didn't know that because I hadn't played Celeste yet when we played Ageless. But the good thing about Ageless is everybody in chat said, you should just play Celeste instead of this game. And then we did, and it was better. Ageless is a C. Nobody needs to play it. It's not terrible. John Beetle says, I'm giving free subs to everyone that hates Hades. The controversy. I think we should teach the Hades controversy. We should know that there are opinions on both sides. Oh yeah, you got to get in a win before it really clicks. Okay, that may be it. Yeah, we didn't even really get past that first boss, right? We got damn close one time. And by we, I mean me, not being very good at games. Brian says, is the roommate that took the snail's eye painting from the house I currently occupy? Oh, they're trying to suss out the criminal. Anthem. Yo. Anthem could have been a good game if people played it. There's like a core there that is interesting. In terms of like the gameplay loop, I think if I played this game with a bunch of friends, I would really enjoy it. Fight, fight, fight. Yeah, you got to have drama. You got to have controversy to get people, to put eyeballs on your content on the internet. Anthem, as I understand, is a worse version of Destiny, though. I believe that. The story didn't really do much for me, but running around and shooting stuff is good. I would compare this game a lot to Borderlands. Because I was playing Borderlands 3 off stream with some friends at about the same time, I like the tone of Anthem more than that game. The Borderlands humor just doesn't really... This is now my review of Borderlands. Borderlands humor just doesn't really do it for me, to be honest. If they had made like the Anthem Next or the fixed version that they were planning to do instead of canceling it, I probably would have checked it out. I'd put Anthem at a B. It's a good game to hang out with friends and chat and turn off your brain a little bit in terms of the actual gameplay. And just run around and fly around and shoot some guys. Fly around with a jetpack in a beautiful, lush jungle planet. I can't hate it. Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair is actually from one of our better streams in terms of the analytics, but not because we played Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair. What happened was I stopped playing Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair and did a stream where we went Black Friday shopping instead for games on the Humble Store, brought to you by the Humble Store. If they want to sponsor the stream, they could do that too. Oh, you can't see that actually on the stream. Interesting. This is a Humble Store advertisement. Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair, it's a weird one. I find it hard to articulate what I didn't like about this game. Like, there are things that I can say that are bad about it. Like, I can say that the story is very simplistic, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, we're going to do a quick tangent. So, like, take a game like Super Mario 3, which I love, has a very simplistic story, but the story is presented in a way which is very unobtrusive, right? It's hardly there. You know, you get a letter from the princess and she says, "Oh, Mario, take this. It'll help you on your quest. I got to be in a different castle though. Sorry." And so it's fine. It's simple, but it's not intruding very much. The Yooka-Laylee story is very simplistic and extremely intrusive. There's all these long dialogues between characters where I'm like, I don't know or care who these people are. I don't care about these characters. And then you play the levels and they're not that interesting either. I feel very bored playing Yooka-Laylee. Put it at a D, to be honest. It's between a C and a D. For my money, for this list, for my list, put it at a D. Okay. Regan says, I think the controls were slow and not fluid, and I thought the collectibles are used weirdly to open levels, and the mechanics aren't built on much. That may be it. I don't know. I think if I was somebody who played more platformers, I would probably be able to be more descriptive about it. But the truth of it is, objectively, I was just super bored playing Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Distinguished from Yooka-Laylee, not in the Impossible Lair. Yeah, it's a D. Star Renegades. Star Renegades is another roguelike with a Slay the Spire structure. This is all about, like, JRPG. Rego says you're slowly playing more platformers. That's true. Yeah, we're getting some good ones in here. Coming up in a second. It's a game about kind of JRPG combat. I don't actually think this is a super good game to stream because it's very samey and you like spend a long time trying to like queue up all your actions each round. And it's a lot of time like planning and then some cool animations happen and it's like, okay, we got to spend 2 more minutes planning the next move and then 10 seconds of animations playing out. I really like this game though. I had played it before and wanted to play it on stream. We played it on stream and I had a good time. Put it in an A. Honestly, if you like that kind of JRPG turn-based combat, check out Star Renegades, for real. Rego says, I like that line. I was objectively bored playing it. I just was, yeah, even if I can't say why. It has more visual variety than Crying Suns. True, and I should say, it's not very dynamic as like a streaming game, but the graphics are amazing. The pixel art is really, really cool. And the animations are really cool. Yeah, check out Star Renegades. It's not S tier, but it's very good. Celeste, everybody knows Celeste. Celeste is that hard platformer about climbing up a mountain. What is your favorite game of all time? I mean, from like a sentimentality point of view, it's probably one of the Heroes of Might and Magic games, just because I have such like good nostalgic memories. But if I'm trying to think of like, I guess I would say different things for what do I think the best game I've ever played is, and what is my favorite game, if that makes sense. My favorite game is probably Heroes of Might and Magic 3. My best game of all time, I would have to think about. I don't know. That's a harder one to answer. We could pick one from this list, but it's not any of these. Minecraft? It's Minecraft. Honestly, if we're super honest, probably the answer to both is Minecraft. I take it back. Rango says it does look kind of similar to Crying Suns, though. Structurally, yeah, it definitely is. You like choosing your path, choosing which encounters you want to do on a track to the end of a little path. It's got that same. It's the same structure from Slay the Spire that everybody copied for a good reason. It's a good structure. Rango says I think that's hard to say because I like my different favorite games for different reasons. Ah, I see. So it might be hard to. It's kind of an apples and oranges thing, if I understand you correctly. Celeste is a really good platformer. It's not. I wasn't so into it that I want to go back and like try all the B-side levels and try to get all the collectibles and stuff. But I think that's one of the strengths of this game is there are a lot of like, not exit points, but there's a lot of ways you can approach this game and say, I want to do this much and then be done. And it's like a good stopping place. I guess that is an exit point, right? You can play to the end of the story, or you can play to the end of, like, you can say, oh, I'm going to play all the levels and all the B-side levels. Or you can say, I'm going to play it and I'm going to try to get all the collectibles. I'm going to try to get all the hearts. I'm going to try to get all the strawberries, whatever. There's lots of different ways to approach the game based on how into it you are, based on how much game you want. I think that's a really cool, smart design thing. Celeste is an A. It's just a good game. Play Celeste. Rango says, Minecraft. Interesting. How do you feel past compared to updated Minecraft? I mean, I think I should put an asterisk. Modded Minecraft is my favorite game of all time. So it's a little weird because, you know, we're comparing modded Minecraft in like 2014 to vanilla Minecraft today. I like a lot of the stuff they've added to updated Minecraft, but it's not quite a perfect comparison. Super Auto Pets. Lol. Super Auto Pets is a game that... it's an auto battler like Dota Auto Chess or no, what is it? Dota, some Underlords? I don't know. It's one of these games, but it has the little Google emojis, and you just get a bunch of cute animals to fight each other. It does kind of a smart thing where the battles are asynchronous, so you don't have like a live group of people picking and playing against each other. Basically, you draft your team and you go up with somebody else's real team that they played in a previous game at some point. So they're all real teams, but the person is not playing against you live, if that makes any sense. Super Auto Pets, I saw a YouTube video of this and thought it looked cool. And then I played it literally until like 5 or 6 a.m. the first time that I played it. I was like, we got to play this on stream. We played it on stream. It's an okay game to stream. It's not super great, to be honest, but I got to put it in an A. I love Super Auto Pets. I want them to add more content. That would maybe be my... If I was going to put it to a B, that would be why. There's only 2, like, sets of animals, and they both have, like, a strong meta, so once you kind of know what works in each pack, there's not a lot to experiment with. But Super Auto Pets is really good. It's a good game. Check it out. Outer Wilds. We're in the home stretch. We got 3 more. 100 Days jumped to the end of the list. Let's do 100 Days. That was out of order. 100 Days is a winemaking simulator. It has a campaign which is presented like a visual novel. When we played this, we got super in debt. And it looked like we were going to have to lose the game and or cheat. But we managed to get out of it. Basically, there's a mechanic that we didn't know we had access to where you can sell equipment that you've bought. Wine game. Yeah, we didn't know that you could sell equipment that you'd bought because they never told it. Like, there's this weird tutorial where, like, the tutorial is super wordy and tells you a bunch of things all at the beginning, but they're not really the things that you need to know to play the game. Wine glasses. 100 Days feels like it has a cool concept and systems, but too short and underdeveloped. Can we send you donations in Doge? I wish. I'm not set up to do that. Man, oh man, oh man. Well, so the thing is, we played the campaign, which is very short, and they've added a DLC for Napa Valley, which I think is another story. But even outside of the story modes, you can just do like a free play, where you just build up your winery without like the story attached to it. I really like 100 Days. I was expecting to not be crazy about it, but I actually did end up getting super engrossed by it. I would put it in an A. It's between an A and a B, but if I had to pick, I put it in an A. Rega says Doge is worthless after Elon now, though. Damn you, Elon! Why you gotta put up so many satellites and ruin the value of Dogecoin, apparently? I actually don't know what that's a reference to. Outer Wilds. This is a bit of a weird one because we're still playing Outer Wilds. We're gonna play more of it next week. Hodl, paper hands. Oh, hodl, paper hands. Hodl. Good work. We're still in the middle of playing this. So this is a little bit of like a preliminary ranking, but I want to rank everything we've done this year. So here it is. That's a lamau. That's a lull on the hodl. Outer Wilds is a game that I feel very impressed by, but I'm not sure I like it as much as I'm impressed by it, if that makes sense. I think it's a really, really cool design. Ringo says, Elon invested loads in Doge to purposely inflate it. Oh, interesting. It's a really cool design, but I feel like, and like a really cool open world, but I feel like there are mechanics which are in tension with each other in a way that doesn't really work for me, right? So you have a time limit each day, but you're also supposed to explore, and that kind of works. Those things kind of work against each other. And I know that like the point of the time limit is the world changes over time, but it always makes me feel rushed. I feel like I don't have time to look around, and like we had to go in the settings and like I felt like I really had to go in the settings and like put the thing on where it freezes time while you're reading something, because I was afraid that otherwise we would run out of time reading stuff. And then on top of that, like the spaceship controls are really, let's say they're really hard to get used to. And so it feels like you can blow a run by just like blow a loop entirely by just like effing up with the spaceship, and you fall in a black hole and now you're far away and you're at the white hole station. You got to get back to the planet through the white hole station, but that all just eats up a bunch of time. And it's like, now do I really have time to go explore and check out something new? I feel like I'm going to run out. Just open world exploration with a time limit feels weird. Outer Wilds is my greatest of all time game. I'm excited to see the ending. I've heard good things about the end of this game. Again, like I said, I think it's an achievement. There's not really a lot else like it. John Beale says, I plan on buying my next pinball in Doge. Nice. Oh, if you could find somebody selling you a pinball machine for Dogecoin, I feel like that would just be a very interesting person to know. You got to try to make a connection with them. We'll put it Outer Wilds at an A. I really like what we're seeing so far. My little complaint aside. And I'm excited to play it next week and see where the story goes. But for me, it's between an A and a B. But we'll put it at an A. If 100 Days gets to go to an A, Outer Wilds gets to go to an A. It would be ahead of 100 Days. Outer Wilds just came out on Switch. Honestly, I think that seems like a good platform for it, because you could do like, the loops are pretty short, right? They're like 20 minutes or something like that. It feels like a good one to like play a little bit, do a loop, and then put it down. Rango's here with the rebuttal. Okay, this is what we need. We want to teach the controversy. Let's hear the rebuttal. For me, the time mechanic was great, because other open worlds I feel like go in a line around the world, while I feel discouraged to explore in lots of different directions. I especially think with different planets in the story, it is important that the player always explores different ways they want, not one planet to another planet. I see what you mean, that like, yeah, so having the time loop does give you kind of more of a, not an excuse, but more of a reason to like go check out other stuff, because you're like back at the hub world again, right? So if I get tired of one planet, I can go check out stuff on another one, or if I feel like I'm stuck or whatever, instead of just doing everything on one planet, going to the next planet, doing everything. The structure the looping structure doesn't necessarily stop you from doing that, I guess, but I agree with you that it effectively discourages it, or a better way to say is, a fresh start to go different places. We shouldn't say it discourages you from playing it the wrong way. It encourages you to check out different things on different loops. I think that's a fair counterpoint. I do feel rushed though when I play the game a lot, and it's also partly because we're doing it on stream and we're like chatting and stuff. And maybe my feeling rushed is like, hyperbolic to how rushed, how much time is actually remaining. But it feels, it's an unpleasant playing experience a little bit. Just that particular part of it. Teardown. This is the last game we played this year. This is the last new game we played this year, because after we played Teardown, Evocator says, I think it feels less rushed the more you know also. Oh, interesting. So as we get in deeper, maybe that will subside a little bit. Okay, I could see that. Like I said, I'm excited to see some more of it. Teardown is a game that is about being in a 3D voxel environment and trying to pull off cool heists. And basically, the way that this game works is you go into like this little open world environment. I shouldn't say open world, like a little sandbox environment with a bunch of buildings and stuff, and there'll be multiple things that you need to steal. And there's a timer for how long you can steal them, or for how long you have to steal all the items and get out, but it doesn't start until you pick up the first one, which means that I just think is a really good design decision, because it means you can walk all around these places, you can plan your whole route, you can rehearse how you're going to pick everything up and then run out to your van to escape. And then when you actually pick up the first item, now it's live, now you're doing it. Let's watch that happening. We're going to watch a rehearsal run and then the actual heist. Yeah. Oh, and Rango says, I feel the time loop is fine as well because of two stuff. Frozen time on reading, which is auto on outside NPCs, and the open nature means it's easy in multiple ways to get to places. I also enjoyed working out quicker ways and how the world connects together. I see, there wouldn't really be that incentive to kind of optimize your travel, your travel time if there was no time loop. Or there wouldn't be the same incentive. Evocator says, you start to realize that. You can just come back, but it's hard to internalize that until it clicks. Right. Okay. I should keep that in mind when we're playing it. That it's like, okay, if we do run out of time or whatever, we can just come back and try again. All right, let's see my heist. I'm paler here too. It must be the new camera making me orange.
Okay, so let's get the stopwatch, and we'll time this, and we'll see how this goes. This is our rehearsal run. Ready, go. We grab the thing. Boom. We go.
So I've painted a line here to let me know which way we need to go.
Across. And Goat says, I want to be in the program, but at the same time I want to be in the military. I actually know somebody who does both. Grab this. I know a guy who does like cybersecurity stuff for the United States Navy, I believe. He might not be doing that anymore, but I knew somebody who did do that. So it's possible to combine those things. To some degree. Maybe that's not what you mean, though, or maybe that's not what you imagine, though, when you think
God, I hedge on everything, don't I? Sorry, just...
Boom. We're out. We're in the van. 40 seconds. I think we can do this. I'm from Argentina? Oh, okay. Yeah, your opportunities may differ there. Rango says, my winter break is set. Just got the Void... got the Void and Python on my laptop and just do some of that over winter break. That sounds cool. You'll have to let me know how the Void is. I'm really... The trailer looks, like, stylistically very interesting that you sent me. But yeah, I can't quite tell...
Come on, Petey. Do the real run.
I think I would probably start with, like, one of the Pathologic games from that developer. Feels like it would be a little bit easier to get into first. Okay, ready? We're gonna do it. This is the real deal. Ho, ho, ho. Everybody get pumped. This is time. Boom. Excuse me. Boom. E. Use quick save before triggering the alarm to avoid starting over from scratch. Okay, that's a good idea. Boom, boom, boom. Jump down. Okay, good. There's a timer on top. That's what we needed.
So you can see we dumped a tree in the river to run across.
Careful now.
And painted our whole route with the spray can.
Do you watch Flying Kitty on YouTube? I haven't seen that. Oh my god, we effed it up. How do I fix this? Probably quick load. There's not going to be another way into this building, right?
Oh wait, did I F this up on this run?
Please.
Anyway, you get the idea.
Is this locked?
This, I think, was a failed run. Though, yeah. Riga says, Riga says, about Outer Wilds. More so I feel it's fine because you've not got a big loss. You can just go back most places easily. Though it is fun working out how sometimes, like, getting around Brittle Hollow. And Rango also says, I remember mainly from this when I suggested using the forklift and it fell through the wooden boards. Yes, yeah. The fully destructible environment can be a blessing and a curse. Also pathologic. Oh, because we were talking about it? I like that. So you're talking about pathologic in the clip has spurred another conversation about it. Also, pathologic, by the way, is harder than the Void and kind of niche concept, by the way. Evocator observes, it all comes back to pathologic. And Rango says, the pathologic instantly has a weirder and more of a hook than the Void. I think between what I've seen of the two of them, I think pathologic looks like the more interesting one to me. And so that's probably the one we would check out on stream. Teardown is an A. I would want to play more of this game, maybe not on stream, but probably off stream. It's a good version of what it is. I thought there was going to be a successful run there, but I think we effed it up. We don't need to see another go through. So that's it. It's 25 minutes past when I said that I would finish the stream. But here we have our list. This is the definitive, only correct ranking. Can I save this? Download image. Now rank S tier. Okay, yeah, I would do it. Let's rank the S tier things. You did it! Yeah, this is the only correct ranking of all the games. Among S tier, it's Minecraft. Can I switch these? Rainworld. One Step from Eden. YuGiOh, Fury, Such Art. AI Dungeon and Such Art switch places. Pop the bottles! Pop, pop, it's my water bottle. Yeah. Yes, Fury S tier, let's go! Hey, mistaken. You're just in time. We just finished ranking all the games that we played on stream this year. I was saying earlier when we were playing Fury, you were like my sensei. Rainworld so high. Rainworld deserves to be so high. Rainworld is S tier. Let's just review. We got our S tier. We got Minecraft, Rainworld, One Step from Eden, YuGiOh Legacy of the Duelist, which needs to be higher even. Fury, AI Dungeon, and Such Art. Surprised Fury beat AI Dungeons? You're a good student, Ryder. Oh, thank you, mistaken. And at our D tier is the other one that everybody cares about. We've got Ida, Iron Cryptical, MechCore, Scoutfold Usurper, Olija, Smelter, the Dodgeball Academia demo, Pathologic 2, but only because it kept crashing and we couldn't play it on my potato computer, Cake King's Rent Fiesta, a lot of promise from that developer. I want to see what they do next, but this was not a success. Werewolf, Heart of the Forest, Stygian, Katana Zero, and Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Rango instantly trying to stir up controversy. Darkwood Machine for Pigs and Majora's Mask C tier. Now, Impossible Lair is a ranking I don't agree with, lol. I don't know. Impossible Lair just didn't... I just couldn't get into it. I'm not sure. I should say I never played like the Donkey Kong Country games, so maybe if you have like a nostalgic spot for those games, maybe it's better. I didn't get into it. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Let's call it. It's like 10:30 my time. This will give me 90 minutes to, I don't know, sit around until it's New Year's. Peter Bizzle, when is next game creation stuff? That's a great question. I actually don't know. Leisure Suit Larry time. Maybe. We'll see. I want to do more game jams this year. I had an idea. Well, let's not say it. I don't want to make any promises that I can't keep. So let's just say I want to do more game jams. It's a little hard because a lot of them take place over like a whole week, and I can't do a whole week. I mean, we could make a game in only 3 days or whatever, but it just takes a lot out of me. I mean, you saw that clip. Let's look at me at the clip when we finished the other game jam. Look at how just worn out I look.
Damn internet, just like...
Let's put me on mute. Look at me. And look at that poor sick boy. Get some sleep, Petey. Come on. Anyway. Quit your day job. John Beetle will support you. Perfect. So Minecraft, how long left? That's a great question because that will transition nicely into the calendar. Let's go check out the calendar for today. Calendar time. Get ready to be impressed, as always, by our high-quality calendar. Boom! So, this has been our New Year's Eve Tiermaker retrospective super stream. John Beetle says, I have diamond hands. Oh, nice. Gotta hold on to that Doge. We went a little bit over time, but we did celebrate the new year. We did rank all the games. I was really not sure how this would go, but honestly, I had a lot of fun. Thanks everyone for chatting about these games and listening to my wrong opinions. One more Minecraft left. That's correct. So we have no stream for tomorrow because I gotta keep an eye on things at my work tomorrow, to be honest. Is the main reason. However, we'll be back on Sunday night with more Minecraft. We've been playing our multiplayer Minecraft realm. So if you like this channel and you want to play some Minecraft Bedrock Edition, come join us. You can come do some multiplayer from 6 to 10 Eastern Standard Time. That'll probably be the last time we play Minecraft for now. Yeah, so that'll be... I don't know. I don't have plans to play Minecraft again in the immediate future after that. So come on in, build some stuff. We've got a cool little compound on the beach. Rango says, I got to get that lighthouse finished. Yeah. We'll see how much we can do in those last 4 hours. So again, next stream will be from 6 to 10 on Sunday, playing some Minecraft. Quick sub-train as we log off. Oh, man. And then after that, we'll be back to our regular schedule. We had the weird schedule this week, but we'll be back with Outer Wilds on Monday after that. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What a year. It's 2021. We streamed 112 games this year, and we ranked them all tonight in celebration of the new year. Oh, thanks for the gift subs, Evocator. Oh, man. Damn, Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year, B. Thanks, Sean Beetle. Thank you so much for the stream, Piotr. Of course. Happy New Year, one and all. Yeah, what a year. Thank you so much. Next, I don't know. I'm so worn out. I'm so punchy. I'm so worn out. What I mean to say is that until next time, until next year, I will see you later.